Chapter 51 to 51. It's been a productive day. 40 million won in additional income, truly an excellent decision. It feels like I've set up a discreet but regular side hustle. Various ideas on how to spend today's 40 million won floated through my mind, especially considering the newly opened areas in the company following my promotion. And, of course, the plush doll who had keenly noticed my gains was subtly making its own desires known. Phew, after all these outings, I feel so stiff. I'd like a bath. Not happening. I can't exactly swipe a blood pack from a hospital, can I? Of course, I can endure it. I'm a very good friend, after all. While a blood bath might be impossible, maybe I could at least hand wash the plushie, I guess. That was the kind of idle chatter I planned to engage in with Braun to pass the evening until someone burst into my room. It's Bexahan. Wait, the guy who never even left his own room had just barged into mine without so much as a knock. Before I could even call him out on his rudeness, I realized something. He was practically in a state of panic. What does this mean? What kind of mess have you dragged me into? In his hand was his smartphone, and on the screen was my message. Kim Solium, watch out for serial killers. I had sent it earlier today as a warning. But seriously. I didn't drag you into anything. You must have made the wrong choice. Mr. Rowe dear, your work colleague picked up an item, and now he's going to die in a brutal way. Bexahan's face turned pale. Looks like something just went down, coinciding with my message. He's not dead yet, so he could contact the company and handle it himself, right? As I started to head outside, not wanting to get dragged into this mess. Oh dear, can you hear that? It seems your co-worker's time is almost up, Mr. Rowe dear. What? A soft humming began to fill the air. Its source was unmistakably Bexahan. But his lips weren't moving at all. Which could only mean one thing. You picked up something you shouldn't have, didn't you? Pale-faced, Bexahan reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A cassette player. Its aged, ivory body was grimy, and traces of a label hastily scratched off with a pen were visible. The humming grew louder, emanating from the tape. An unmistakable, ominous, signal. The time has come. Time to run. I immediately stood up and bolted out of the dorm. The problem was that Bexahan scrambled to follow me. Throw away the tape first. I already threw it. Out the window. Then stop following me. It's too late. Oh dear, Mr. Rowe dear. You've seen the item too. You're part of the story now. You've become part of the sacrifice selection process. But as a talented and entertaining guest, you were bound to be involved sooner or later. Ha! Why can't this idiot take care of his own mess without dragging me into it? I even gave him several warnings. Isn't he supposed to be a named employee in a ghost story company? Frustration boiled in my chest, but there wasn't time to vent. I just ran faster. First, let's put some physical distance between us. As long as I hadn't fully fallen into the creepypasta's grasp, creating some space might help. I sprinted as far from the company dorm as I could, heading toward the bus stop. As soon as a bus arrived, I hopped on. Beep. The sound of my transportation card being scanned was followed by another beep from behind me. Bexahan. Why is this lunatic following me? Doesn't he have even a shred of conscience to let the person who warned him avoid being dragged into this? Actually, no. He's a complete sociopath. Anyway, the bus doors closed, and we departed without incident. Ha! Ha! The humming was no longer audible. I moved to the very back of the bus and sat next to the emergency hammer for breaking the window just in case. Bexahan hesitated before sitting nearby. It wasn't rush hour, nor was it lunchtime, so there were only a few passengers, 2 or 3 seated at the front. After glancing around nervously, Bexahan lowered his voice and asked, clearly unsettled, "Hey, you, how did you even know to send those messages?" "You." We agreed to drop formality. "No, I mean." "Right, supervisor." "How on earth did you know, sir?" "How I know isn't the issue here." Holding back my frustration, I replied while watching Bexahan's nervous expression. "What matters is how you ended up with that thing." If he kept his mouth shut, I was planning to get off at the next stop, grab a taxi, and ditch him. Maybe even throw him out of the cab to make sure he couldn't follow me. But as if he could sense my irritation, Bexahan finally opened his mouth. "It was just something lying around at home." "At home?" "I inherited it from a relative. They told me to use it if I ever wanted to reverse a dire situation, so I've been carrying it around." "Ah, a classic trick. An heirloom thought to symbolize protection turns out to be a cursed item. Truly a horror movie cliché, isn't it?" "Exactly. I wasn't even trying to criticize him, just genuinely curious. You work at a company that assigns grades to ghost stories, and it never crossed your mind to have it inspected? If the company found it useful, they might take it and not give it back." "I did think it through, sir." "No, you didn't. Next time, think before you act, why don't you?" "Ah, yes, sir." Bexahan's face turned red, and his lips twitched into a forced smile, barely suppressing his frustration. This guy was an open book, acting like a sociopath one moment, then flipping into desperate politeness when scared. I sighed and tried to make sense of the situation. This was a textbook example of how people get caught up in ghost stories. For now, let's ride to the last stop and contact the company's security team from there. Why are you looking at me like that, supervisor?" Something felt off. City bus stops are usually no more than 3 minutes apart. But this bus, why was it still driving non-stop? Goodness, it's caught up to us. I looked out the window. Fog was rolling in. The clean, 4-lane streets of Seoul we had been traveling on were shifting into winding, unpaved roads. I stood up from my seat. The passengers in the front rows had disappeared. The only other person still present was the bus driver. The driver was now wearing a worn, old-fashioned cap. The kind that might have been used when buses operated with a more formal air decades ago. With gloved hands, the driver casually hummed as they reached for the radio. Click. And what came through the speakers was hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. The same humming from the cassette tape. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. The humming filled the bus. The modern low-floor bus that had been driving through Seoul had transformed into an old, rickety bus with rows of single-file seats. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. Don't look back. It was already too late. Bexahan, his face pale, gripped the handrail and stared straight ahead. I tried not to focus too closely on the fog clearing outside and fixed my gaze forward. The narrow trail was becoming an aged, paved road. The rickety old bus that had been rattling down a rough country path began to slow. This stop is Horizon Mountain Lodge. The destination came into view. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. The humming now flowed through the radio with an unmistakable melody. It was a minor key, upbeat pop tune from the 1980s or 90s. As the bus doors opened, I looked outside. Horizon Mountain Lodge. A grand mountain villa with a sign in elegant, antique lettering stood before us. "Ha! You're getting off." "Yeah." As much as I wanted to curse out loud, I held back. I stood up and stepped toward the open door. From behind, I could hear Bexahan muttering something that sounded suspiciously like cussing as he hurriedly followed me off the bus. The bus doors closed behind us and drove away, carrying the humming melody with it. Bexahan mumbled, sounding slightly relieved. At least the song's gone, and the tape isn't here, so the situation's better than before. Check your pocket. What? Put your hand in your pocket and check. Bexahan looked at me with a dazed expression, then quickly shoved his hand into his coat pocket. What he pulled out was the old cassette tape he claimed to have thrown away earlier. Bexahan moved to toss the cassette again, but I grabbed his arm and stopped him. It's too late. You might as well get ready to go in. Go in WHE. Over there. I pointed toward Horizon Mountain Lodge. Now that we'd come this far, running away was useless. All it would do was waste energy and leave us crawling back to this story's focal location after a series of needless struggles. We might as well go in and try to figure out the situation early. Mr. Rowe dear, you move as if you already know what's going to happen. Could it be that you recognize this story? Braun, picking up on how much I knew about paranormal phenomena, prattled on. And, he was right. Yeah. The keywords were all there. Serial killer. A lure involving a mode of transportation. An object cursed to return to its owner's pocket no matter what. And I lifted my head to look at the destination. Horizon Mountain Lodge. Equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story, and then there was one. A ghost story featured in Disaster Management Bureau Identification Code, 1489 PSYA.1991-84. A tale of individuals being murdered one by a serial killer in an isolated, suspicious location. A variation of the classic closed circle mystery novel and B-grade slasher movie. It is a crutch-sanctioned disaster, which can be sealed with the presence of 9 people. Every 4 years, the Disaster Management Bureau recruits or drafts participants to contain it. Equals 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 equals. This ghost story's identity was something I inferred through the same process I'd used countless times in my recent work experience. But this time, there was a critical difference. The affiliation. This wasn't a darkness from daydreaming. It was a ghost story isolated by the government or one to be isolated in the future. A so-called disaster. What's the difference, you ask? Unlike the corporation's darknesses, which were exploited as raw materials for profit, the government operated under a completely different set of rules. The Disaster Management Bureau existed solely to prevent loss of life or significant property damage. At least, that was the official justification. Thus, the Bureau prioritized isolating anything that absolutely should not exist in the civilian world. In other words, someone had to die. Whether it was cleared, someone got trapped, or the attempt ended in failure or success, every outcome involved a guaranteed casualty. Once you're involved, it's a confirmed kill. Cold sweat ran down my spine. This was something the government had deemed impossible to resolve without at least one death. And now I was about to walk straight into the middle of it. I won't even get any points from this. Bexahan, this hopeless little shit. I wanted to curse him out and punch his last remaining eye, but it just wastes time. Excuse me, supervisor. Ignoring Bexahan, I sighed and walked toward the lodge's front door. Just as I took a deep breath and prepared to knock. Dring. The sound of a bicycle bell came from behind me. Turning around, I saw a bicycle pulling up to this secluded house in the woods, with someone riding it. Oh, look, another arrival. Someone else who picked up the item. No kidding. Another poor soul caught in this cursed ghost story. I held back a sigh and looked over, only to freeze in shock. I recognized the figure getting off the bike. More precisely, I didn't know his face, but his outfit was unmistakable. Dark clothes, a hat pulled low, and a mask covering his face. Salmon Market. It was the same person I had sold cursed food to earlier today near Gwanghwamun Station. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 to 52. Caught up in this serial killer ghost story, 3 minutes had passed since we arrived in front of the mountain lodge in the middle of the forest. The second-hand market buyer, who had gotten off their bike after us, approached the cabin's door. He paused briefly when he noticed Beksahan and me standing there first. Looks like he recognized me. The second-hand market buyer seemed to recognize me, but I stayed silent, pretending not to notice who he was. Beksahan, ever eager, immediately began speaking in a friendly tone. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this house? Sorry, but it seems we got on the wrong bus. With this forest around us, there's no signal. Would it be okay if we made a quick call? I also got lost and came here to ask for help." "Oh. I see." At that point, I turned to the buyer and pretended to be surprised. I widened my eyes slightly and gave a polite nod. The buyer, already aware of who I was, didn't seem particularly startled and returned the gesture with a small nod of his own. Meanwhile, Beksahan suddenly started prying for more information about him. Clearly, he was trying to assess whether this person was weaker than him. "Were you out here trekking for the weekend? This seems like a remote place. Are you a local?" "No. I'm not sure how I even got here. I definitely started in Seoul." "Oh, really? Same with us. But there's no signal here. Do you happen to know how to get out of here or where we are?" "I'm not sure. Let's go inside and ask." "Ah, right." Beksahan, clearly disappointed with the lack of useful information, clicked his tongue softly and glanced at the bike the buyer had arrived on. And then he seemed to notice something. The mark printed on the handlebars. Seoul Metropolitan Government number 2153. Obviously an official government-issued bike. Having found an opening, Beksahan brightened and began to speak again. "Excuse me, are you Perh?" I lightly nudged his side. He froze, clamped his mouth shut, and turned to look at me. I slowly mouthed the words. "Disaster Management Bureau." He must have heard at least once at work how terrible the relationship is between the company and the bureau. If this person found out who we were. I suddenly drew a finger across my throat. Beksahan's complexion turned pale. From that moment on, he avoided speaking to the government employee directly. Good. A wise choice. I'll open the door. I nodded to the civil servant, who had already reached for the door handle, and he lightly opened the wooden door. Creak. "Anyone here?" The midday sunlight spilled into the slightly dim interior of the lodge. And then. "Oh, hey. More people are here. Are you the owner of this place?" People who had already arrived began to emerge. A married couple who looked to be in their 40s. 3 young adults in their 20s. And a middle-aged man. 6 people in total. Including the 3 of us, that made 9. It's starting. Suppressing the urge to groan, I stepped inside the cabin. Everything proceeded as predictably as a cliché could. The married couple claimed their GPS led them here. I mean, the GPS sent us to the wrong place, the car broke down, and our phones don't have any signal. It's driving me crazy. "You. Honey, I told you so, didn't I? We should have gone to Sapporo instead of Sacho." 3 university students from a hiking club, who claimed to have gotten lost. "We parked right below the trail, though." "Yeah, but. Ugh, this is so annoying." And finally, a middle-aged man who'd been trying to catch the nearest bus stop after finishing a shift as a designated driver. Ego. Still, seeing people around is such a relief. If we wait, the owner should come, right? And once the lodge owner shows up, The bloodbath begins. Something like that. I glanced around with the dead eyes of someone who had already given up. I hadn't even brought any decent items. Living is hard, seriously. Focus only on myself. Just myself. We were soon asked questions by the others. What about you folks? What brings you here? Oh, we're just office workers. We must have gotten on the wrong bus while heading out for field work. This here is my supervisor, and I'm just an employee. Look at Beksahan subtly shifting responsibility onto me. I took out my notepad. Luckily, since I was still in my outdoor clothes, it was in my pocket, making it easy to maintain my usual demeanor. Hello. Huh? Why are you writing instead of speaking? My throat's a bit sore. AHH. The three university students turned away, looking unimpressed. The married couple glanced at me and took a step back. Geez, these colds going around lately must be really bad, huh? You should at least wear a mask. What if you spread it to someone else? I'm sorry. I'll avoid speaking as much as possible and be careful. Beksahan shot me a disgusted look, as if I had become something revolting. He'd been reacting like this all along, taking over the responses I might have given. By the way, is that young man from your company too? No, we met at the door, but, The second-hand market buyer, a tall man with sharp eyes that gave him an intimidating presence, replied politely. I'm a public servant from the Seoul City Hall. Oh. He actually admitted it. He briefly explained that he was a public servant and had gotten lost while riding his bike. And that was the end of it. He conveniently left out the part where he worked for the Disaster Management Bureau, and that we were all stuck in a ghost story where a serial killer would soon be picking us off one by one, like a deadly game of Russian roulette. Still, people aren't fools. They began to sense something was off. So all these people just happened to lose their way in broad daylight and end up at this countryside lodge. Maybe we've been bewitched or something. Hey. Don't say such unlucky things. The more people there are, the braver they get. Even while bringing up ghosts, the group began glancing around the room like it was some kind of curiosity show. Come to think of it, this place looks pretty fancy, doesn't it? Like one of those mansions rich families had in every neighborhood back when we were kids. They weren't wrong. The wooden lodge, built in a style popular a few decades ago, was a mix of quaint charm, rustic wealth, and understated elegance. Oh, look over there. That's a gold frame, isn't it? On one side of the living room was a large framed picture, its frame seemingly made of real gold. But what caught my attention wasn't the frame, it was what was inside. Plus. Joyful mealtime. The rabbit bakes in the kitchen. The deer is caught in the backyard. The pigeon is fattened in the bedroom. The lamb is sliced in the living room. Boing, boing, the sound of hopping with laughter. The wooden floors beneath go bam, bam. The table, full. Humming, in the air. The family gathers round. Bon appétit. Plus. No way. That's blatant foreshadowing. Oh, could it be a metaphor for the upcoming murders? It sure looks that way. Yet no one here seemed to be particularly interested in horror or mystery genres. The university students claiming to be part of a hiking club chuckled amongst themselves and even pocketed an ivory trinket from the side table near the sofa. Oh. If one of them ends up being the first body tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. Just as I thought that. Clunk. There was a sound from the kitchen at the back. The shadow of the back door swinging open fell across the room. And then, a figure slowly stepped through the open door. The person, cloaked in an old, tattered hoodie with their face hidden and body hunched, greeted us. Good afternoon, visitors of the lodge. I am the caretaker of this mountain lodge, here to serve you during your stay. Their voice was deep and formal, and they bowed politely, speaking in an old-fashioned Seoul accent. Oh, a suspicious staff member. Exactly. This is the classic butler of the murder mansion. Unlike my deadpan expression, the others seemed caught off guard by the dissonance between the caretaker's shabby appearance and refined speech. Excuse me, we're not really guests. We just got lost and were hoping to use a phone. That's not true. You've come to the right place. What? You're here to exchange the cassette tapes, aren't you? Everyone froze. The ones in your pockets. As if hypnotized, they all reached into their pockets and pulled out objects. They were all holding old ivory-colored cassette tapes, with the titles scrawled out just like Bexahan's. That. How does everyone have those? The master of this lodge was a very wealthy man. During his lifetime, he distributed those cassette tapes far and wide. The group flinched. And he made a promise. What kind of promise? If you visit my lodge with one of these cassette tapes, I shall trade it for anything I possess. That was his promise. And even in death, that promise remains valid. An inheritance exchange. What a tempting bait. Very obviously bait. Or maybe it's so obvious that it works too well. Money has that certain magical power, after all. Even as they laughed nervously, everyone's eyes reflexively darted to the display cases full of gold and celadone treasures. The middle-aged man let out a booming laugh, half-jokingly grabbing the golden frame as if testing his luck. Ha, so can I just take whatever I want like this? The lodge caretaker responded smoothly and politely. Of course. However, you will only be able to take it with you after 3 days. What? As expected. Equals 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 equals. Entrants are promised significant monetary rewards if they stay within the disaster for a designated period. The designated period can range from a maximum of 1 week to a minimum of 12 hours, tailored to the entrant's capacity to endure for the promised reward. We give you 3 days to deliberate so you won't waste your one and only opportunity to exchange. I don't need time to think. Then you may leave now. However, the exchange will no longer be possible. The married couple clamped their mouths shut. It seemed the thought of leaving behind free money was too bitter to swallow. One of the student hikers in the group raised their hand from the back. Excuse me, so, can we ask for something outrageous? Like, give me all the inheritance. That is possible. The hiker's playful tone vanished in an instant. Can I ask for ownership of the lodge itself? Yes. The group's expressions shifted. Now they want to believe. The uneasy chill in the air was gone, replaced with a sense of fortune as if the kind of monetary windfall they'd only read about on the internet was suddenly within reach. Once the caretaker produced documents, including the will, their skepticism transformed into certainty. This looks legit. Unbelievable. Even the cursing married couple's demeanor changed. Forget the weekend trip, let's tough it out. Worst case, we can call the police, right? Exactly. Wow, maybe this tape has some kind of charm on it, like from a shaman's talisman. It's crazy how everyone ended up here. The lodge caretaker even gave everyone time to make phone calls. After finishing their calls, the group's mood had turned lively, as if they were part of some grand event. The caretaker, observing them, bowed deeply. When so many visitors arrive at once, the order of exchange becomes very important. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like if the first person demands all the inheritance, it's game over for everyone else. Therefore, priority will be given to those with the most cassette tapes. The group immediately glanced around at one another. The 3 university students exchanged quick looks amongst themselves. If grouped together, they had the most tapes. Wait, Are we supposed to buy tapes off each other now? I am merely explaining the rules. It is not mandatory. You are free to negotiate your own exchange conditions as you see fit. The order is important, after all. A tense, meaningful silence passed between them. Shall I prepare your rooms, then? There are suitable bedrooms upstairs. Ah, yes. Sounds good. Let's get the rooms sorted first. Excuse me, hold on. Beksahan's voice cut through the group. I might have to leave due to urgent matters. Could you tell me the way out of here? Of course. But that didn't happen. A moment later. Equals 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 equals. Entrants will inevitably find themselves isolated at the disaster site for various reasons. The most common would be due to abnormal weather conditions such as typhoons, heavy snowfall, or landslides. A torrential downpour has caused a landslide outside, burying the roads. Thankfully, the electricity remains functional, so your stay will be unaffected. Beksahan turned to me with an expression that practically screamed, "We're fucked." Exactly. I shrugged. Now that things had reached this point, no one would be able to leave until everything that was meant to happen had unfolded. Meanwhile, I'm racking my brain trying to figure out how to survive this without losing my head. At least one small comfort was that there wouldn't be any ghosts. Just a serial killer. And wasn't it obvious? Every horror movie and mystery novel loves to use this twist, and ghost stories are no different. The killer. One entrant will take on a special role within the narrative, embodying the predator archetype. Is among us. And this individual is often referred to as the serial killer. I've got to find and avoid the person who would become the killer. This individual will firmly believe that they are inheriting the legendary murderer's legacy and undergo mental and physical transformation. Unless I could try a slightly different approach. As I stroked my chin, I noticed the civil servant quietly leaving the group. I'll step outside to check the weather. Go ahead. I followed the civil servant out to the veranda. The wind and rain were growing fierce, darkening the surroundings and splashing enough to dampen our clothes. The downpour seemed loud enough to mask any conversation. Carefully shielding my notepad from the rain, I showed him a message. Excuse me, are you the person who bought the cookies? I'm wondering if I might have mistaken you for someone else. Fortunately, the civil servant didn't feign ignorance. Yes, that's correct. But he looked me up and down, as if assessing me. I glanced around, pretending to check the area, and ensured no one was watching us before scribbling another note, this time with a tense expression. I'm sorry, but is this some kind of strange situation? It's just odd that only people carrying cassette tapes got lost and ended up here. Do you think it's a ghost, or something? Considering that he already knew I had experience with paranormal phenomena after all, I'd sold him food tied to ghost stories. This level of questioning shouldn't seem out of place. The real issue is whether he thinks I entered this place intentionally. I'd much rather be treated as an innocent civilian. Depending on his response, I'd decide how to position myself moving forward. Honestly, he's most likely to give a safe answer like "I'm not sure yet." You are correct. So direct? The civil servant hesitated briefly before asking me, how did you come across the cassette tape? Actually, I don't have one myself. It's my colleague who has one. It gave me a bad feeling, so I told him to throw it away, but we ended up here anyway after getting on the bus. The civil servant rested a hand on his chin, silent for a moment. Do you often find yourself in situations like this? I forced a sheepish smile, pretending to be awkward. Sometimes. I see. After another moment of hesitation, he continued, I am, well, something like a government agent. He's telling me this much. Really? Like a ghost hunting 007. Yes. Wow. The expression on his face screamed this is not the time to be impressed. At any rate, this is indeed a supernatural phenomenon. Be cautious. As much as possible, stay close to me, or move in groups of at least 3 if it can't be avoided. Hold on. He's treating me like an even more harmless civilian than I expected. I wasn't sure why, but this was good. I quickly responded. Thank you. But, what about the others? The civil servant answered firmly. You don't need to worry about them. Would it be okay if I told my colleague? No. Heck. Glancing toward the living room, the civil servant lowered his voice and spoke softly, as if revealing a massive secret. Actually, there is a killer among us. Oh. Yeah. I already knew, of course, but I couldn't let that show. Feigning shock, I hastily scribbled another note. A killer? How do you know that, sir? This mountain lodge is no ordinary place. It's never been publicly disclosed, but similar incidents have occurred here multiple times. Guests were murdered by a killer. Ah, a storied, legendary site where nightmares of the past are recreated. Truly a fine preference. Now's not the time, Mr. Host. No matter how close you may be to someone, don't trust them. And under no circumstances should you open your door while alone in your room. Usually, isn't it the person who barricades themselves in a room who ends up dying first? Regardless, I felt I'd confirmed a few key facts about both the civil servant and this ghost story. Thank you. After expressing my gratitude and bidding him good night, I left the veranda. I felt a bit more at ease as I headed to my assigned room. I had made up my mind about what to do. I began inspecting the room. I was looking for something specific. A weapon, I see. Opening the wardrobe, I found 2 reasonably large, one-handed axes hanging as decorative pieces. It was terrifying and exhausting to carry, but there was no choice. Ah, this is going to be so very fun. Now that things had come to this, I might as well strike first. Gripping one of the axes, I made my decision. Serial killer? Fine. Let me have a go at it. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 to 53. Bexahan opened his eyes. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that he hadn't slept a wink. Fucking hell. Ever since entering Horizon Mountain Lodge, his nerves had been on edge, searching for a way to leave this place alive and intact. Half of his efforts were spent trying to stay on Kim Solium's good side, carefully walking on eggshells to gauge the guy's mood. Son of a bitch. He felt no shame about it, it was necessary for survival. Even now, as he debated whether to visit Kim Solium's room, it was for the same reason. I need information, anything I can use. That lunatic definitely knew something. Bexahan was convinced he needed to extract that knowledge to secure a trump card for his survival. But was Kim Solium really a lunatic? More specifically, why had he saved him? Bexahan already knew the truth. There had been multiple opportunities at the exhibition for Kim Solium to kill him or use him as a scapegoat, but he hadn't. Sure, he had been messed with a few times, but in the end, no. He probably did it for fun. It's only because keeping me alive would make things more unpredictable and entertaining for that bastard. Bexahan jumped to that conclusion. He'd never encountered such a madman in his life before. Even so, I doubt he'd lie about something important. With a strange sort of faith, he opened his door. Something stood in front of it. The now darkened lodge was steeped in shadows, making it difficult to recognize the figure immediately. A man of similar height to himself. It was Kim Solium. Shit. Startled, but strangely relieved. Better him than a stranger. At least Kim Solium wouldn't try to kill him. Hey. But as Beksahan's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed something in Kim Solium's hand. An axe. What? An axe? He almost rubbed his one remaining eye in disbelief before a plausible explanation struck him. That's, for self-defense against the killer, right? But then, another thought entered Beksahan's mind. The texts Kim Solium had been sending. Watch out for serial killers. What if those texts weren't warnings, but a prediction of the future? Bye-bye. The axe came down on his head. The next morning, a couple leaving their room heard a melody faintly blending with the heavy rain. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. A hum. Isn't that the song that played when our car's GPS broke? Omo, it does sound like it. Is this some local radio station? Breathing in the damp, eerie morning air, they held their cassette tape tightly like a treasure as they passed through the hallway to the kitchen. And then, gah! They saw something stuffed into the kitchen hearth. It looked like someone had detonated fireworks and toys inside, charring the area completely black. The burnt remains. Among the dark red ashes, two stick-like objects jutted out, bent at odd angles. And at the end of those sticks, shoes. The sneakers were partially burned, still clinging to what used to be a person's feet. Ayayayok. Oh my God. Is that a person? Ego, what is this? What's happening? Ego. The couple's screams of horror echoed through the lodge, quickly drawing the others downstairs. One by one, the others joined the chaos, their faces pale. What's going on? Gasp. The students, the middle-aged driver. No one was immune to the panic. One person, claiming earlier to have a sore throat and only communicating via notes, collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color. But, weren't there two people who said they were office workers? No way. The couple pointed at the burned feet sticking out of the hearth. The young man who came with you, is it him? The one with the eye patch. The remaining office worker stared at the scorched sneakers, covering his mouth, and gave a small nod. Ack. Someone had died. A person they had talked to just yesterday. As the realization set in, cries and screams filled the room again. Call 119 right now. What the hell is this? Phew. I told you these old kitchens were dangerous. One small fire and look what happens. But in their hearts, a small voice whispered doubts. Was it really an accident? Could a fire burn only a person, leaving everything else untouched, and in such a horrific state? Could it be? Still in a state of panic, the group scrambled for their phones. And moments later, a collective chill ran down their spines. The phone isn't working. There's no dial tone. Where's the caretaker? Someone just died here. But the caretaker, who had promised to take good care of them, was nowhere to be found, as if he'd vanished into thin air. The dark, rain-soaked mountain surrounding the lodge. Inside the lodge, only the group and the humming remained. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. Outside, an unrelenting downpour lashed the area, and there were signs that a landslide had occurred overnight, burying the bus stop in debris. The road, it's completely buried. My car. That's when the group began to realize. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. Something was seriously wrong. I swear, that thing, it was moving earlier. Near the hearth where the charred remains lay, a small, old analog cassette player emitted the humming sound. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum. Click. One of the students switched off the cassette player and pulled something from inside it. A worn ivory-colored tape. The pale-faced office worker shakily pulled out his notebook, his trembling hands scribbling quickly. This looks like the cassette Beksahan had. Oh my God. And that's when the nightmare truly began. Lunchtime. The lodge's caretaker had apparently prepared a neat meal of soup and rice in advance, but nobody dared to touch it, as if by mutual agreement. Instead, they nibbled on energy bars and snacks they'd brought themselves, wandering around the lodge in a futile search for a signal to make their phones work. Unsurprisingly, there was no success. In the oppressive rain, the isolated mountain lodge felt suffocating and ominous, severed from any external connection. "This is driving me crazy." One of the university students, frustrated by his unresponsive social media apps, angrily tapped at his phone screen before switching it off in irritation. "Fuck. Dude, you're such a fucking scaredy cat," one friend teased, laughing nervously as they pushed each other closer to the legs sticking out of the hearth. They even took a few photos of the scene, treating it like a twisted joke, though they didn't seem to have much appetite as they left their calorie bars and chocolates untouched. Despite their mockery, they weren't as calm as they appeared. They relied on their numbers to feel secure. "There's 3 of us, after all. Even if someone tried to kill them," they reasoned, "no one would target a large group first. They'll go for someone alone, or the stragglers." That thought seemed to put them somewhat at ease. "Hey." One student turned to chat with his friend, but a peanut-filled chocolate bar was suddenly extended in front of him. When he looked up, he saw the pale-faced office worker holding out his notebook. "Would you like some?" "I don't think I can eat it." No thanks." The student replied curtly, and his friend beside him snickered. "Dude, he can't eat peanuts." I apologize." The office worker apologized silently, retreating to the sofa with a dejected air. Wasn't he the one who'd been introduced as a supervisor? At first, he'd seemed quite intimidating, but after witnessing his colleague's death, he looked utterly deflated. Scared stiff, huh? He now gave off the impression of someone who would crumble under even the slightest pressure. "Hey, wanna bet?" "Sure, but man, this is too much." Meanwhile, the other 2 students went outside for a smoke. The office worker, still fiddling with his unresponsive phone, cast a dark glance at the hearth before heading upstairs. And just like that, the room grew silent. One student was left alone, uneasily shifting in his seat. In the movies, this is the part where someone gets attacked. He tapped his foot anxiously, glancing around the room with a wary expression. The presence of a jackknife in his pocket gave him some reassurance, but not for long. Shit, why'd they go off on their own? Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to go looking for his friends in the backyard. Gripping the jackknife tightly, he quickened his pace, unnerved by the sensation of something prickling at his back. He pushed open the back door to the kitchen, which led to the yard. Click. A damp, musty smell hit him immediately. They're probably under the roof somewhere. Surely they wouldn't stand in the rain to smoke, right? With that thought, he headed toward a storage shed connected by a covered walkway. But as he walked, a peculiar smell caught his attention. Something metallic and sharp. Iron. It smelled like rust, perhaps from the rain leaking into old tools in the shed. That was his assumption, at least, as he rounded the corner. "Hey, Park Kyung-soo." And then, an overwhelming metallic stench hit, enough to numb the nose. H-hoo. Inside the backyard shed was an old construction-grade grinding machine. It seemed like the machine had been used not for wood, but for something else entirely. Kruounk. What should have been sawdust spewing from the discharge chute was instead shredded flesh. Fragments of torn clothes, blood-soaked meat, and crushed bone were scattered messily across the floor. What is this? What the hell is this? For a moment, his brain refused to process the scene, rejecting the horrifying reality. Then, a beat later, the truth hit him like a tidal wave. He had found his friends. Turned into minced meat. Uog. As panic overtook him, vomiting and screams erupted from his mouth. And then, another sound joined in. From an old audio device came a familiar tune. Hum, hum hum, hum, hum hum hum. The sound from the cassette tape. Eek. The student spun around and bolted, running madly back into the lodge. Fear and cold terror chased him down to the tips of his hair. Hey, why are you running, Aru? Arg. The student flailed wildly, slapping away the hand that had grabbed his shoulder. Don't touch me, you bastard. Whoa, what the hell? He looked up. The bewildered faces of the other lodge residents stared back at him. And there was one thing they all had in common. The tapes. That's it? If the psycho responsible for this was targeting the tapes, and that's what caused all of this. The student frantically rummaged through his pocket and pulled out his tape. Here, look at this. Look. His eyes were bloodshot, and spit flew as he shouted. I'm throwing this away. Take it. I don't want it, okay. I've given it up, damn it. I've given it up. Thud. He flung the tape onto the ground, then bolted upstairs to his room, slamming the door behind him. Only when he locked the door did he finally catch his breath. Ha. Anxiety darted his eyes around the room. His mind was plagued by the sight of shredded flesh and broken bones, pounding in his skull like a drum beat. Thud. Thud. Should he build a barricade with furniture in front of the door? Thud. No, that would block his escape route. Thud. He glanced at an old lacquered wardrobe in the room, hesitating before pressing himself against the wall beside it, gripping his jackknife tightly. He stared intently at the door. Thud. As his back rested against the wall, his breathing began to settle. Just try it. Force your way in, I dare you. If someone tried, he'd fucking scream bloody murder while swinging his knife. People would come rushing in, and surely he'd be saved. He just had to stay alert. No way, no way. He muttered to himself like a madman, his voice trembling. Click. Softly, the wardrobe door creaked open. The next morning, the student was found in his room, the door wide open to welcome others. His body was grotesquely swollen, like an overstuffed sausage, bloated from an allergic reaction. The hiking club had been wiped out entirely. In just one day, an office worker and 3 students had become corpses, plunging the remaining people into total terror. It's the inheritance. Someone's killing people to take more of the inheritance, yeah. I'm sure of it. They're trying to silence us all so they can keep the tapes without any trouble. That guy, the caretaker. That fucker was sketchy as hell. He looked like a psycho. It's a ghost. We're all haunted. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man shouted like a madman, then pushed past the others and ran outside. Arg. Ruayumble. Thunder resounded at just the right moment. No, it wasn't just thunder. There was another sound mixed in. Boom. What was that? Startled by the deafening noise, everyone turned toward the window. The civil servant murmured grimly. A landslide. The landslide had conveniently struck again. Swept away by the rushing debris, the deranged middle-aged man disappeared down the mountain slope. His screams faded as he was buried in the muddy earth below. Rumble. Boom. Thunder replaced the humming as it roared outside the lodge, lightning flickering across the stormy sky. A suffocating silence hung over the frozen group of survivors. 4 people remained. Night 2. The couple, who had spent the day scouring the lodge for a way to contact the outside world, returned to their room, panting. They'd found no means of escape, but they had discovered something else. Ha. Fuck, shut the hell up and breathe quietly, you moron. Ayok. The husband, introduced earlier as the wife's partner, shoved her head roughly before darting out of the living room and up the stairs to the second-floor hallway. As he ascended, someone cautiously exiting their room happened to meet his bloodshot gaze, startled. "Hey, you!" He was calling out to the office worker who had been communicating through written notes because of his sore throat. Startled, he quickly fumbled for his notebook to write something, but the man standing before him was faster, shaking something in his hand. This gold frame. It was the ornate golden picture frame that had been hanging in the living room. Eyes wild, the man jabbed a finger at the text inscribed inside the frame. "Joyful mealtime. The rabbit bakes in the kitchen. The deer is caught in the backyard. The pigeon is fattened in the bedroom. The lamb is sliced in the living room. This is how people are being killed." The man shouted, voice shaking as he pieced it together. "A person roasted in the kitchen, ground in the backyard, and bloated in the room. The lodge caretaker or whoever is messing with us. This could all be staged. Maybe we're being broadcast somewhere. Or maybe, no, they're toying with us, that's for sure." The employee widened his eyes, startled by the revelation. Seeing his reaction, the man grew even more convinced and raised his voice further. "The next one is the living room. Someone's going to get sliced up in the living room. I'm sure of it. We need to find a way out before it's too." "Oh. Huh." That was a response. Surprisingly observant. "Brawn. Brawn." That was the last word the man ever said. Awake. A throbbing headache greeted him as he regained consciousness. MMPH. MMMMPH. His voice was muffled. He realized there was a gag in his mouth. He screamed as loud as he could. MMMMMMPH. But the reason for his terror wasn't just the damp, moldy smell of the basement he found himself in or the pitch-black darkness that made it impossible to see more than a few inches ahead. It was the severed head lying right next to his. Yes, just ahead. MMMPH. MMMMMMPH. The pale, lifeless face rested on a silver tray mere inches from his nose. He felt his sanity slipping. Tears, snot, and cold sweat poured down his face as he desperately screamed for help, though the gag swallowed every sound. HRRRNNPH, SSPPPH, MMMPH. Scared? Try to bear with it, I'm holding back too. A calm, composed voice responded from somewhere nearby. The man rolled his eyes frantically, trying to distance himself from the head as he looked up. And he saw him. The office worker. Dressed in black sweats, the younger man frowned as he gazed down at him. Then, as if in disdain, he looked at the bloodied work gloves in his hand before letting out a sigh and slipping them back on. Next, he picked up an axe. MMMMMPH. Why is it that people always scream first, even when they already know what's going to happen? It just tires everyone involved. MMPH. MMMPH. Let's not waste our energy unnecessarily. He's insane. This man, no, this monster was the killer. The captive wanted desperately to negotiate, plead, fight back, do anything to survive, but his bound body and gagged mouth gave him no options. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. I think I've heard that physical and emotional pain can be alleviated a bit by screaming. Or, well, something like that. The office worker's voice was dry, his tone almost clinical as he inspected the blade of the axe. The edge gleamed as it caught the dim light. Reasonable enough, I suppose. Still, I don't find it particularly satisfying. He adjusted his grip. The axe swung. A gleaming arc in the air. Thud. Clang. Silence enveloped the basement. Kim Solium lowered the axe and, with a slightly brighter tone, remarked, almost done. 3 people remained. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 to 54. The final day at the Horizon Mountain Lodge. The promised 3 days had passed. The final morning at the Horizon Mountain Lodge had arrived. The civil servant woke up in his bed. It wasn't a pleasant morning. Something about the situation had felt off for a while now, like a carefully laid plan slowly unraveling. To make matters worse, the assignment itself hadn't been one he was eager to take on in the first place. Still, the job wasn't done yet. He donned his prepared work uniform, strapped on his gear, picked up his tools, and stepped out of his room. What awaited him outside wasn't a welcome sight. The first-floor living room was soaked in blood. It looked as though someone had created a pentagram offering with blood, placing severed body parts at each point. On the lone clean sofa lay a woman, unconscious. It was the wife from the couple. The agent hesitated briefly but ultimately resolved to carry out his duties as planned. He knew all too well the risks of acting on personal judgment. And besides, what? They weren't exactly the kind of people worth saving. The woman woke abruptly and screamed at the sight before her. A tall man, clad in a black, waterproof raincoat, stood before her, holding a butcher knife over 35 centimeters long. The man sighed deeply. Of all times. She had to wake up now. He was exhausted. More than usual. How could things have gone so wildly off course? The agent's mind flashed back to the first day at the lodge. His initial target had been one of the couple. Greedy and vulnerable, they were an easy mark. According to the Disaster Management Bureau's analysis, eliminating one half of a couple first would effectively sow fear, making the subsequent tasks easier. Following the script embedded in his mind, he had planned to lure the target to the kitchen and bring the frame's ominous prophecy to life. "I'll burn that person in the stove." But someone had beaten him to it. The stove already contained a corpse. And not just any corpse, it had been left in a bizarrely grotesque state. His mind swam with confusion. The Disaster Management Bureau had ensured that he would be assigned the role of the serial killer, pre-assigning him the cassette tape as part of the disaster's framework. So how could there be another killer? At the time, he had dismissed it as the unpredictable nature of supernatural catastrophes. That was, until lunchtime, when he stumbled upon the shredded remains of two students in the backyard. He had no choice but to quietly stow away the large hammer he had prepared in his wardrobe. By then, he had realized the truth. Someone else had been preemptively killing the victims. It was maddening. And now, on the final day, someone had even gone so far as to set up this elaborate dismemberment scene. His head throbbed from the sheer absurdity of it all. Still, his tasks hadn't changed. Despite the chaos, he had to complete his duties, step by step. That was the Bureau's way. Eek. His recollections came to an end as he looked down at his next victim. The woman's eyes were wide with fear, but she was too paralyzed to resist. He sighed, feeling the weight of his exhaustion, and raised the knife. At that moment, Agent 007. A voice interrupted him. He turned to see someone leaning casually against the second-floor railing, looking down at the living room. It was the office worker. The seller he had met through Salmon Market. "You don't have to kill her." Kim Solium looked down at him. This individual will firmly believe that they are inheriting the legendary murderer's legacy and undergo mental and physical transformation. In every way, the agent fit the description of a disaster-appointed serial killer. The black raincoat, the gleaming butcher knife, his appearance screamed killer. But Kim Solium knew better. Despite how he looks, he's someone you could reason with. "Are you certain, friend?" "Yes, he's certain." Agents from the Disaster Management Bureau come prepared for these kinds of scenarios. For instance, like the holster barely visible beneath that civil servant's raincoat. Equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau / Items Tether Handler. A black holster-shaped equipment type item. When equipped, it grants resistance to supernatural mental disturbances of hollow sanctioned level or lower. Usage condition, must be a grade 8 or higher official of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Equals 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 equals. It was mental defense equipment. They wouldn't send agents unarmed into a disaster capable of transforming someone into a brainwashed serial killer. No way they'd send them in with a clear head. Agents were regularly deployed into high-risk supernatural disasters where death was often an assumed outcome. Imagine running into a devious pharmaceutical rep using items like smiley stickers for manipulation. Kim Solium observed the agent standing silently before him and spoke. "You really don't need to kill anyone. All the groundwork has already been laid. I've already done everything." A moment of silence. "Are you saying you've killed them?" Well, it was true that this disaster wouldn't end without a series of murders. According to the, if no killings occurred even through external intervention, things would spiral into chaos during the inheritance fight, ending in mutual slaughter. That's why the disaster is designed for the agent to kill directly. To ensure the agent doesn't die by accident, they're designated as the serial killer and managed accordingly. That was the rule. Commit serial murders, or no. I just made it look like they died. Or convince everyone that they did. But there were corpses. That's true, but they weren't my doing. Did you know this lodge has a basement? Kim Solium recalled part of the poem inside the golden frame. It wasn't just foreshadowing murder methods. There were other hints as well. Boing, boing, the sound of hopping with laughter. The wooden floors beneath go bam, bam. The table, full. Humming, in the air. This stanza hinted at something. A sound beneath the wooden floor. An echo from a hollow space below. And that verse alluding murder to food. The table is bountiful. Something abundant, possibly related to the serial killings. Sure enough. In the basement, there's a collection of preserved body parts and organs on display. It was a workshop. Apparently, this lodge has seen serial killings before. I nearly fainted when I saw it. Honestly, he nearly did. The sight of those grotesque artifacts from past killings was horrifying. But more importantly, Kim Solium had found a new use for those bizarre props. The agent caught on. All the bodies we've seen so far. Exactly. Kim Solium grinned awkwardly. Not one of them was intact, right? Because the corpses were made using the preserved parts from the basement, pieced together to look fresh. That's why Bexahan had to be the first victim. I couldn't have done it without help. Handling preserved body parts to recreate murder scenes in the dead of night was a task so revolting it made him want to give up on life altogether. But Bexahan, faced with a binary choice between collaboration or death, begrudgingly became an excellent assistant for Kim Solium's morbid creativity. Together, they painstakingly staged the crime scenes. They placed charred legs into the stove, using Bexahan's sneakers to complete the illusion. The ground meat and bones in the backyard. Repurposed food items from a freezer behind the storage shed, with bits of clothing scattered for effect. And the current bloody mess in the living room. The same method. Although Kim Solium had done all the actual abducting alone, aided by the unique abilities of his plush companion, Braun. People were hidden away while we staged their deaths. Using real body parts meant no one suspected anything. I figured the real killer might get flustered and stay quiet if I acted first. The plan was as much a psychological play as it was an improvisation in the face of chaos. But then again, someone still ended up killing people, though. The allergy and the landslide, for example. Both happened before Kim Solium had a chance to intervene. The landslide might be written off as a supernatural catastrophe, but the allergy? That couldn't have been mere coincidence. No one, not even Sherlock Holmes, could figure out someone's fatal allergies just by observing them for less than a day. Even I only learned about it by accident during a conversation. So the idea that someone brought an allergen, like peanuts, into the lodge in advance specifically for murder was even more implausible. Which meant someone had to have known the profiles of everyone coming here ahead of time and prepared for the killings accordingly. Was it you, Agent, who caused the allergic shock? The agent didn't deny it. And Kim Solium? As I thought. Wasn't shocked in the slightest. Shouldn't he feel some sympathy for the loss of innocent lives? Well, they weren't exactly innocent. The government doesn't just pick random people for Russian roulette-style sacrifices. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau uses a method known as the scales of malice to determine candidates for compulsory civilian conscription. The scales weigh against acts of motive-less murder, and anyone with a heavier weight of guilt than that is classified as eligible for conscription. In other words, only those deemed to have committed atrocities worse than indiscriminate killing are selected and sent into these disasters. If the disaster has to operate periodically, they choose people who deserve to die anyway. At least it's an attempt at ethical balance. A very government-like decision, maintaining a veneer of morality. So, this time, too, they're all probably people who fit that profile. And Kim Solium's guess was spot on. The married couple turned out to be an adulterous pair. The actual spouse of one of them, along with their young child, had succumbed to despair and financial hardship, leading to a family suicide. The college students had been perpetrators in a bullying case that resulted in a classmate's death. They'd been indicted but acquitted due to lack of evidence and had since gone on to join the same hiking club. As for the designated driver, he was an as yet uncaptured child predator. Even without knowing these details, Kim Solium had a general sense. A dream lineup, I'm sure. Clearly, the government had orchestrated things to ensure the tapes ended up in the hands of these individuals. And they sent an agent to monitor and manage it all. That person was standing in front of Kim Solium now. The agent spoke, his voice steady. They're all criminals. Everyone in this lodge, if the law worked as intended, would be sentenced to death in some countries for crimes of such egregious severity. He hesitated before adding, everyone except you, who doesn't have a tape. But inwardly, the agent wasn't confident this explanation would land. His prior encounters with civilians during missions hadn't gone particularly well. Wearily, he raised his gaze. But, I see. That makes sense. Surprisingly, the office worker standing on the second floor nodded easily. Anyway, aside from those two, the rest of the group is alive and well, so that's good. Kim Solium spoke casually, as if the situation were no big deal. Even for criminals, killing them must weigh on you. This isn't a bad outcome, all things considered. Finally, the agent asked. Who exactly are you? This man had gone out of his way to stage fake murder scenes, appeared unfazed by the agent's suspicious appearance, and even trusted him based on rational deductions. No ordinary person could maintain such composure. Kim Solium let out a deep sigh. I'm just someone who tends to get swept up in these situations. Are you affiliated with the Disaster Management Bureau? Not at all. I've heard rumors, though. It's fascinating to meet an actual agent in person. Ah. He suddenly turned his head. Creak. The back door to the kitchen was opening. Just like on the first day. It seems the lodge caretaker has returned. The ending scene of this disaster was approaching. Chapter 55. Chapter 55 to 55. The mountain lodge was a mess, a pentagram drawn in blood and dismembered body parts strewn across the living room. In this macabre scene stood the civil servant, holding a butcher's knife before a fainted woman. From the second floor railing, I watched it all. If I didn't know it was fake, I myself might have fainted at such a grotesque sight. But the lodge caretaker who entered through the back door was polite as ever. "Did you have a comfortable stay?" As if that were possible. Still, there was no point in wasting energy responding, so I simply stayed silent. The caretaker didn't waste time on clichés like, "I stayed out of your way so you could rest undisturbed." Instead, he simply said this one thing. 3 days have passed. The time has come. You may now exchange the cassette tapes for the inheritance of this lodge. No one has died up to this point though. This is where chaos erupts, where people start killing each other. It's inevitable. The accumulated fear and trauma must reach a peak before the cassette tapes will release their survivors. That's why I made sure to create it. The fear and trauma, that is. Modern sensibilities didn't make it any less distasteful, but I'd scared them enough to believe they were really dying. It seemed my efforts had paid off. The caretaker recited his lines, and the fact that the living room was still peaceful, without bloodshed, proved it. Of course, this peace wouldn't last. The caretaker's first approach was toward the fainted wife on the sofa. "Dear guest, would you like to exchange your cassette tape?" "MMH, what?" "H-ha. Ah." The woman woke up screaming, stumbled a few times, and bolted out of the lodge. What a shame. She would have been better off staying unconscious. Unbothered, the caretaker turned and addressed the next person. "Would you like to exchange your cassette tape?" The civil servant stared at the caretaker for a moment before speaking slowly. "I'll reveal my decision last." "Understood. In that case." The caretaker turned to the final person. "Me." I met his gaze. Despite his tattered clothing, his speech carried the refined cadence of Seoul's old aristocracy. "Would you like to exchange your cassette tape?" "Would I?" "Yes. Of course, I would. I've worked like a deckhand on a shrimp boat for the past 3 days to get to this point. Entrants are promised significant monetary rewards if they stay within the disaster for a designated period. This was why I had gone so far as to play the role of a serial killer. Exchange priority. I retrieved the cassette tapes from a backpack belonging to the deceased college student. The couple's tapes. The student's tapes. Even Beksahan's tape. 6 tapes. You are guaranteed first priority for the exchange." As the caretaker spoke, his tone momentarily revealed his excitement before reverting to politeness. "You may now claim ownership of this lodge, sir. Would you like to?" "No. If an entrant chooses to inherit the place of disaster, Horizon Mountain Lodge, as their reward, their altered psyche would become permanently tied to it. Even if my serial killing was a ruse, there was no need to risk taking on such a burden. But I can't just make a random exchange or refuse outright either. Whether you exchange the tapes for gold, garbage, nothing at all, or even burn the lodge to the ground, the cycle restarts. When the next round comes, the serial killer's items are redistributed, drawing new victims to this very place. The lodge would reappear as if nothing had happened, perpetuating the carnage. Besides, I'm pretty sure if I make the exchange, the people I pretended to kill and hid will all actually die. There was this record. Equals 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 equals. Number 6. Personnel, 8 conscripts, 1 civil servant, grade 8. The civil servant was successfully designated as the serial killer but deviated during the third murder, using a special item instead of the provided poison. Attempted to conclude the disaster without killing conscripts by inducing near-death states. Outcome: 1 civil servant survived, refused the exchange. The conscript in a near-death state was later confirmed to have died after choking on vomit post-exchange. Equals 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 equals. The idea of locking everyone up so they couldn't escape during a fire, conveniently preventing their survival? That's how I'd end up a genuine serial killer. Even if these people were destined to die in this cursed tale, it would still feel wrong. Let me respect my humanity, however fragile it may be. After much consideration, I made my choice. I want to exchange one cassette tape for the employment contract of the lodge caretaker. The caretaker seemed momentarily stunned. My employment contract? Yes. I nodded. Did you know? The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau typically aims to eliminate curses like this. The insane pharmaceutical company I work for aims to ensure employees escape while deftly preserving and managing phenomena. It's never about actually resolving anything. For Daydream Incorporated, these ghost stories might serve as raw material supply sources, but for the government, they're just catastrophes to be dealt with. This difference has even inspired some creative reinterpretations in the wiki. In short, government-managed phenomena can successfully disappear. For instance, the lodge caretaker announces the contract period has ended with this exchange. The location of the lodge becomes an empty lot, with no signs of paranormal activity to date. Disaster resolved. This is the official conclusion of the last recorded investigation into this phenomenon. A definitive end. Which means, why not terminate it before the next cycle even begins? That's how I arrived at this. I assume your current employment contract is tied to the previous lodge owner. I'd like to transfer that contract to myself. Not taking the lodge itself, but inheriting the caretaker's employment rights and terminating his contract? If I could replicate the scenario in the official records, this disaster could finally conclude. I waited for the caretaker's response. And it is, theoretically possible. Exactly. However, with all due respect, the employer must meet certain qualifications. Qualifications? Yes. The caretaker's formal tone carried a faint, fleeting trace of arrogance. There must be inherent, existential nobility. For the person running a murder lodge, it seems the ethics of this role are vastly out of sync with modern sensibilities. The caretaker is acting like an 18th century butler, mistaking his master's authority for his own. Why not just take over the lodge and fire them? Braun, I'm going out of my way not to do exactly that. Hold on. I think I might have another way. Your patience is admirable, Mr. Roe dear. Sure, sure. I idly scratched my chin. Nobility, huh? Actually, something did come to mind. It's true that I didn't bring much in terms of items, but I always carry one small thing in my pocket. My merch. The latest trinket from the merch box, the silver heart. A small, silver badge that enhances one's persuasiveness when worn by a kind individual. It's a good opportunity to test it, too. I had carefully handled the tiny badge in my pocket, using a pair of tweezers to affix it to the fabric. Then, as expected, the other party showed no particular reaction. Maybe it's an issue of application range. He probably isn't human. The wearer earns the reverence of others proportional to their cumulative altruistic actions. Well, I had doubts about the definition of nobility anyway, so this was just a test. I quickly adjusted my approach. In that case, are you saying I lack innate, existential nobility? I had no choice but to start talking. Finding someone who meets such criteria is certainly difficult. I hope you won't feel disheartened, sir. No, that's not the issue. What's important is this: are you saying the exchange is difficult because I don't meet the qualifications? Correct. I don't quite understand that. I deliberately furrowed my brows, like a customer filing a complaint. The condition was, bring the cassette tape, and I'll exchange it for anything I possess, correct? Suddenly changing the terms at the end is disconcerting. I sighed dramatically, as if weary. 3 days. That's how much time I've spent here. And now, at the last moment, you're introducing qualifications that contradict the promise. The caretaker seemed slightly flustered. There seems to be some misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? The promise remains intact. However, if you inherit only my employment authority, it may be challenging to exercise that authority in practice. The caretaker kindly elaborated. If you were to inherit the lodge itself, I would continue to work here under the original contract. But inheriting employment authority means that right would only be usable when applicable. In simpler terms, sure, I'll keep working under my old contract, but I won't take your orders. So, it's just a symbolic contract without practical application? Is that what you're saying? Precisely. Wow. That's fine with me. Even better. It's invalid. So as long as I'm aware of these terms, the exchange can proceed, right? If I still wish to proceed knowing this, there's no reason to stop me, correct? If that's the case. The caretaker extended both hands. You are correct, dear guest. He conceded. Please place the cassette tapes you wish to exchange. Yes, sir. I quickly handed over the tapes I was holding. Clack, clack, clack. 6 tapes left my hand and landed in the caretaker's rough palms. The caretaker smoothly tucked the tapes into the folds of his worn clothing. Then, after adjusting his tattered attire with deliberate precision, he produced a thin, ancient-looking object. It was a piece of paper. It looked like traditional Korean hanji paper, yet curiously Western in its cutting and design. Rolled up and sealed with red wax. This is the original contract document. The moment I took it, the old paper caught fire. The hanji began burning in a vivid orange hue, disintegrating into embers that rose into the air. Then, they coiled around my wrist. Specifically, the spot where the mascot's tattoo from the theme park remained. Wait. Socius. The tattoo glowed as if it were heating up. The embers clashed with the tattoo, almost as if they were wrestling with it, before finally yielding and springing away. They then settled slightly higher on my arm, closer to my forearm, aligning themselves vertically. Now I got 2 tattoos. This isn't what I wanted. I had expected to keep the physical contract as an item, but this? It felt oddly binding. But, in terms of portability, this was actually more convenient. Yunju, or benefactor. Another old-fashioned expression. Even Braun refrained from making ominous remarks this time. Based on prior experience, the tattoo likely wouldn't be visible to the public, certainly not to the civil servant standing here, so that worked out fine. If the contract simply vanished into thin air, that was probably better. Not like I'd ever call on him anyway. I raised my head. As expected, the lodge caretaker had vanished as if he had never existed. All that remained was the blood-soaked lodge, a scene straight out of a horror movie. And standing in it, just me and the civil servant. It's all wrapped up now. Amusingly, at that moment, soft light began filtering through the windows. Sunlight. The weather's cleared. Well, everything's in good order. With the mood set, I could vanish quietly, and the civil servant could go about his business. The unconscious survivors tied up in the basement. The government could handle their identities and clean up the aftermath. Since the creepypasta itself had disappeared, I likely wouldn't end up as a target of investigation or detailed record keeping. Whether it was the government or a corporation, they usually didn't exert themselves over neatly resolved cases. Even if it's logged as a peculiar case, I didn't actually kill anyone, so it should be fine. I just needed to play my cards right with the civil servant and offer a reasonable explanation. Everything would blow over nicely. You there? The civil servant ascended the stairs and strode toward me. Grabbing my arm, he looked me straight in the eye and asked, quite seriously. Have you ever considered a career shift? Pardon. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 to 56. Please think it over carefully. The civil servant, dressed like a textbook serial killer, spoke with conviction. It's a guaranteed job until the age of 65, with a grade-based salary system. Since it's a specialized position, there are additional allowances. Why am I sitting here listening to what sounds like a job fair spiel from the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau? If you're prone to being drawn into supernatural phenomena, wouldn't it be better to have financial stability and institutional protection? I already have that, thank you very much. No matter how I look at it, I doubt a grade 8 civil servant earns more than someone working for a major pharmaceutical corporation. Still, there was no way I could blurt out that I worked for Daydream Inc. I absolutely do not want to end up as a person of interest under the Bureau's watch. I should have stuck to communicating by writing. I was beginning to regret speaking out loud for the sake of faster, more persuasive, and impactful communication. Feeling like I was starting to break out in a cold sweat, I opened my mouth carefully. Since he seemed to think of me as a mere civilian prone to supernatural phenomena, I decided to play into that perception. This incident was truly terrifying, and I just wanted to do something about it. But I'm not someone capable of resolving supernatural phenomena. Being an agent? That's absolutely impossible. The civil servant looked at me as if slightly dumbfounded. Why? You thought the caretaker of the lodge was the cause of this phenomenon, so you terminated the contract to prevent further incidents, correct? That's correct. Then you independently made a judgment to fully resolve this supernatural phenomenon, did you not? That's an innate talent. No, it's only because of the wiki. I'm sorry, but I really can't, sir. To be honest, I only did all of this because of the friend who came with me here. Please, just drop it. Besides, I'm not skilled enough to fight or have any special abilities to warrant becoming an agent. Special abilities. The corners of the civil servant's mouth lifted slightly. Those can be learned. You'll be taught in detail after you're appointed. Heck. What makes you so confident about this? You possess a small silver badge shaped like a shield, don't you? That's the reason. Ah, crap. Sharp, aren't you? I had considered this possibility but still feigned being more startled than I actually was. What? How did you? That is a piece of persuasion equipment used by the Disaster Management Bureau. I heard it was once distributed to citizens who performed great deeds, but this is my first time seeing someone able to use it. Ah. It can only be used by good people, making it something of a certification tool. And then he gave me a knowing look. Did you use it after taking it out of your pocket? This guy's sharp. Pretending I don't know would make me look more suspicious. I decided to lean into it. Remember, this only works for good people. As long as I haven't caused any trouble, they won't confiscate it. Thankfully, my brain kicked into overdrive, and a seamless response popped out. With a faintly bittersweet expression, as if there was a story behind it, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small silver badge. I made sure to present it in a way that felt natural, even mentioning the only legal route through which I could have obtained it. I inherited it from my family. From today onwards, my merch box is my family. They said I should use it when I needed a voice in an emergency. I see. The civil servant nodded, looking at me with a mix of respect and pity. You must have had an admirable family. Are you misunderstanding that they're watching over me from the heavens? Well, technically, that's not entirely wrong. I tried not to think about the black merch box floating in the sky and continued speaking. They told me not to volunteer for dangerous tasks, and I want to keep that promise as much as possible. That was indeed something my parents said when they tried to dissuade me from entering the financial sector, and it's true I didn't exactly volunteer for this job either. Not a lie. Not a lie. Understood. The civil servant looked at me with slight disappointment but backed off without further insistence. In that case, it can't be helped. Phew. And thus, the nerve-wracking job fair came to an end, with an unexpected bonus. If you ever face concerns or issues, feel free to contact me. As I was leaving the lodge, the civil servant handed me a contact number. This time, though, it was presented in a different format. Ryujikwan 010XXXXXXXX. This is my work number. Oh. The one I just gave you will be more useful than the previous card. The previous one might involve delays in dispatching a response team, and there's no telling which type of agent might show up. In short, it was a get out of a creepypasta free card. I exchanged the previous contact information with this new one as if I were swapping out cassette tapes. I never thought I'd end up with connections like this. Now, before he'd try to make small talk, I should quickly leave. Though he'd probably do a background check on me anyway. In that case, I scratched the back of my head awkwardly, pretending to be a bit embarrassed. Actually, with our transactions through the salmon market, I was so scared I resorted to written communication. But next time we meet, I'd like to talk like this, with our voices. Of course. And, could my identity be kept confidential? It's just that it makes me uncomfortable, and, well, scared. The civil servant was silent for a moment. If you leave things as they are now, that should be possible. He'll let it slide. Nice. Does that mean he'll leave me as an anonymous figure? Perfect. This left room for future dealings. Next time, I'll raise less suspicion and sell more food. Take care on your way down. You too, agent. I shook hands with the civil servant, who then rode off on a bicycle. Even his final attempt at persuasion as we parted was brushed off quite smoothly. Honestly, sir, I'm at my limit with situations like this. Even now, I feel like I'm barely hanging on. It would be too much for me. And I truly meant it. Beksahan, stop giving me that creepy, glaring look. The civil servant, apparently just making a polite gesture, nodded and rode off without hesitation. Along with their parting advice to leave before the bureau's cleanup team arrived a life-saving piece of wisdom. Time to scram. I left the lodge, now bereft of the landslide debris and bus stop as if by magic, and began walking down the mountain trail. Hue. Only then did the tension begin to lift. Over the past few days, sacrificing your sleep and pouring your efforts into creating that artistic final shot. This brawn knows how hard you worked. Well done. Yeah. It was grotesque, terrifying, and utterly exhausting. To think he got sent into such a ghost story alone. This is why I'm not cut out for the bureau. I couldn't remember a day when Daydream Incorporated seemed like a better company than today. At least they pay in cash and points. There's a saying that even servants should work for wealthy families, and this was the perfect example of that. Though I wouldn't say it's particularly rewarding. I glanced back at my colleague, who was equally entangled in this thankless job. Let's just get out of here. This cursed lodge. Fuck, I got caught up in this nonsense that doesn't even pay in either points or cash. There's something you need to say before we go. Beksahan clamped his mouth shut. Then, turning to me, he spoke in a highly defensive tone. I don't think I owe you anything for this. After all, it's not like I begged you to save me. Oh, really? You've already received the reward for the cassette tape exchange. Supervisor Kim Solium, sir. Isn't that enough? Oh. I smirked. That's funny. You're bold enough to talk like that to someone who gave up their weekend and even skipped work to save your sorry life. Beksahan's face turned pale before he reluctantly responded. What do you want? Nothing. Honestly, this was fun. I began walking briskly down the mountain path. From behind, I heard Beksahan scrambling to keep up and offering a belated response. Anyway, I admit I ruined your weekend and caused you to miss work. That's all. Oh. I'll transfer 3 days worth of salary to you, so just wait. Sure. But shortly after, as we entered an area with cell service and our data started working, Beksahan let out a shout. The date's exactly the same. Of course it is. Don't you know it's a rule that time flows differently in ghost stories? Still, I spent 3 whole days here. In the end, I got my salary, while Beksahan, wearing a mix of indignation, relief, and frustration on his face, quickly avoided eye contact and retreated. Haha, regardless of the situation, he seems like the type to live a rough life. You're not wrong. Honestly, there was something I should have said earlier. I didn't expect him to go the entire time without even thanking me. What a remarkable guy in so many ways. Though compared to how he was in the past, he seemed a bit less ruthless and slightly more human, for what it's worth. Earlier, when the civil servant encountered this guy in the basement, he gave me some rather chilling advice after a brief, cold glance at him. Some inherit the silver heart, while others inherit a cassette tape, like that. Matching them well would be a good thing to do. Yes. Thank you, sir. Well then. The government had ensured that the cassette tapes ended up in the hands of criminals, people whose guilt was beyond doubt. Which means, this guy was officially recognized as a criminal by the government. Even if I tried to think the best of him, at least one person in Beksahan's inheritance route had to be a criminal. It was just something lying around at home. I inherited it from a relative. A relative? I suppose there might be a story behind it? But I stopped thinking further. I didn't have the luxury to dive into the backstories of characters in the wiki. I need to survive this ghost story company first. And before long, this cursed company was back to doing what it does best, bringing bizarre and unpredictable events into my life as if they were the norm. A few days later. Supervisor Kim. On my way back from a coffee run, someone familiar called out to me in the hallway. It was Lee Byongjin, the section chief in charge of manual revisions who had gone missing. Ah, congratulations. I knew our supervisor Kim would go far. We've only known each other for less than 2 months, sir. Top of the entry class, scouted to the A squad, saved me, and even connected to the security team. And now, a rapid promotion? Yeah, that's great. Thank you. It didn't feel great, but I replied politely anyway. However, instead of wrapping up the conversation and leaving, Section Chief Lee Byongjin lowered his voice and muttered, "Director Ho has his eye on you, Supervisor Kim. The director is the best superior you could ever have in this company. Don't miss this opportunity." Opportunity? There's even a rumor that Director Ho runs a top-secret project team under his department. You might get transferred there. Haha. You don't know what you're saying, sir. In the world of ghost stories, anything labeled confidential cuts your survival odds in half. Instead of saying that, I politely shook my head. I've been here less than 6 months. I'm not seeking out something like that. I'll just do my best in the position I've been given. Ah, modest too. I knew I had a good eye for people. Haha. I was just grateful he conveniently forgot his overbearing attitude from when I was pretending to be part of the security team. People are truly products of their environment. Section Chief Lee patted my shoulder a few times, looking proud, and left with these parting words. Anyway, I'm curious where you'll end up, really. That sounded oddly loaded. Why does it feel like he's assuming I'll definitely be going somewhere? That question didn't stay unanswered for long. Later that afternoon. Hey, Ro. Even if you get reassigned, let's catch up occasionally. I still owe you a meal or two. Pardon. I blinked at my somewhat dejected coworker. Reassigned. Wait, did I seriously just get transferred to some strange place? Was the director's interest just a ploy to lull me into complacency before blindsiding me? Why would anyone bother to do something so petty and diabolical to an ordinary employee? I mean, I'd rather you stayed on our squad, but looking at how things are going. Fortunately, before I spiraled into panic, Assistant Manager Ian kindly explained. She said that squads of the field exploration team typically had a 3-person quota. Occasionally, they'd assign 1 or 2 extra members just to train new hires. The new members often stayed as extra personnel until they got promoted. But you're a supervisor now. Ah. I was, the exception to the usual case. You'll probably be shuffled somewhere else, but, don't worry too much. Feeling a glimmer of hope, I asked. Is there a chance I could be an exception? Not really. It's just that the squad will likely stay exactly at its 3-person quota soon. Keep this between us. Huh. Assistant Manager Ian smirked. I'm quitting soon. A co-worker just announced her escape. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 to 57. Office workers always carry their resignation letter with them, whether physically or mentally, over their hearts. However, it's usually hidden. Telling a new hire, though. And from a direct superior, no less. I've almost collected enough points. Don't go spreading it around. Given Assistant Manager Ian Hage's personality, I'd have expected her to keep her poker face until the very day of her resignation, revealing it only at the last moment. Are you sure it's okay to tell me this? Why not? It's not exactly bad news. Besides, there are plenty of people in this company who brag about how many points they've accumulated. Ian Hage gave my shoulder a firm pat. I just thought I'd let our squad know in advance. Sniffle. It's so moving, seeing this from up close, Sunbeam. Cut it out. I glanced over at Supervisor Park Minzong, who had sidled up and was being overly dramatic. He seemed to have known about it beforehand. Must be a company culture thing. After all, this is a job where people risk everything, spinning the chamber of a Russian roulette revolver against their temples in hopes of fulfilling a seemingly impossible, desperate wish. It made sense that there wasn't much point in hiding the desire to escape. Still, it was a shame to see such a considerate direct superior leave. But for her, this was great news, so congratulations were in order. There was just one thing I didn't understand. Assistant Manager. Yeah. Does that mean you've gathered all 500,000 points? What? 500,000? Ian Hage looked startled before her expression relaxed, and she chuckled knowingly. Oh, did you think I was aiming for a wish ticket? Isn't that the norm? Finding someone who isn't would probably be harder around here. Well, when I first joined, that was my goal too. But after looking around, I realized there are other ways. Ah. I see. Now that I thought about it, not everyone might need to go all the way to a wish ticket. If something you can buy from the employee points mall fulfills your wish, that might be good enough. I just need one of the high-tier magical potions this company offers. As expected. May I ask how many points it costs? 170,000. I'm less than 5,000 away now. Still. I'll probably have to stick around a few more months to earn the bonus points here and there thanks to you. Ian Hage gave a rare playful wink. I'll talk to the squad leader and see if we can keep you here until the next regular personnel announcement. That meant I could likely remain on the D squad until then. Afterward, once she left, the squad would naturally be down to its proper capacity. How thoughtful. Her confidence that I'd even want to stay with this squad made it all the more impressive. Sunbeam, when you leave, we should definitely have a proper squad dinner. And let's stay in touch after you're gone. We could go watch baseball or something. Of course. You just need to stick it out a few more years too. Me? Nah, I'm stuck collecting all 500,000 points. Despite scratching his head, Supervisor Park's face seemed brighter than usual. Anyway, this means Ro can stay on our squad, right? If the squad leader pulls the right strings. And when the squad leader returned from the section head meeting, they confirmed the matter calmly. Yes. The odds are in your favor. Oh. It's a matter of probability. Do not base your plans on the assumption of staying. Well, Ro, there you have it. Yes. Classic lizard. Anyway, congratulations on your decision, assistant manager. Thanks. Ian H. smiled as he stepped out to smoke. Her back already looked lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. What happens to employees who quit? There were no accounts of resigning staff being secretly detained in labs for confidentiality or disappearing without a trace. There were even descriptions of retired employees having relatively good endings. Like those universally liked colleagues that people on the wiki grew attached to, ensuring the writers gave them satisfying retirements. I hope it goes that way for her too. After a brief moment of reflection, I returned to my work. That meant taking on the tasks assigned by the squad leader who had just returned from the meeting. This time, the darkness we'll be exploring is a C-class spider from a known source with a completed manual. Oh, so the points will be around 600 to 700 per person, right? Yes. Ro, it's good we banked on those points when we had the chance. The influx of new darkness manual completion explorations that had been almost exclusively assigned to D-Squad was finally slowing down. There's usually a seasonal burst of new darknesses. The research squad tends to register them all at once as the deadline approaches. Ah. This really feels so, company-like. Of course, as a new hire, pointing that out wouldn't do me any good. I smiled faintly and said, then we can all work safely for a while, right? That's what I like about you, Ro, you're always so positive. Supervisor Park laughed heartily and handed me the tablet displaying the manual in PDF form. Even with a manual, it's still C-class, so if you let your guard down, it could be serious. Let me know when you've fully gone through it. Yes. Looks like this one just involves surviving in a certain location for a day. I took the tablet and started reading. The official manual was written in the usual calm tone, following the same format as always. It resembled the entries in the wiki, meaning the data had been implemented with detailed, practical information based on prior records. Let's see. This is a ghost story about getting lost in a space within a mostly empty commercial building, a phenomenon referred to online as a type of backroom. As I read the next paragraph, a strong feeling struck me like a hammer. This is. For months now, I'd been using the wiki to infer the true nature of ghost stories and match them to their corresponding manuals. So I wasn't exactly surprised by the general nature of these phenomena anymore. But this situation? It's surprising in a different way. Normally, it's the kind of thing where I'd end up in a scenario like the past incidents, involving insane mass slaughter or a situation where my death is practically guaranteed. But this time, it's different. This is good news. Oh my God, a wholesome ghost story. If fear were measured on a scale, this one would probably be a 0. Even the most faint-hearted could breeze through it after knowing the spoilers. Then why was it rated C-class? Because Daydream Incorporated misclassified the grade due to a misunderstanding. This story was meant to bring joy. It was one of those misunderstood ghost stories seemingly dangerous but actually warm and gentle. It was safe and friendly, but people's biases made it seem scary, leading to amusing misinterpretations. It's more like a magical experience than a ghost story. Naturally, there weren't many cases like this in the wiki. My heart raced slightly. Was I really going to experience this? Wait a minute. If this goes well, This might not just feel warm and fuzzy, it could actually make my life better. My mind started spinning quickly. To pull this off, there was something I definitely needed to have. And that was: you're being sent in tomorrow afternoon, so there's plenty of time. Take your time reading through it. Though honestly, you probably don't even need me to explain things, Ro. In that case, would it be okay if I stepped out for a bit during lunch tomorrow? Huh? Well, I don't think either squad leader Lee or the assistant manager Ian would mind, but why? If it's for a doctor's visit, we can give you extra time. Oh, no, it's not that. I thought about my bank account and started counting. There's something I need to buy. To make the most of this wholesome ghost story, I needed to bring along something very expensive. The next day, after lunch, we traveled to the site in assistant manager Ian's car, heading to the location where the darkness was contained. Got everything you wanted to bring? Yes. The expensive thing I had purchased during lunch was safely packed in my briefcase. From the driver's seat, the assistant manager checked, Ro, this is your first time entering an urban legend that takes place in a real location, rather than being kidnapped by touching some cursed item, isn't it? No. In fact, I just pretended to be a serial killer at a lodge full of dismembered corpses, nearly throwing up in the process. But let's not bring that up. Yes. It feels like my first real field assignment. Haha. You're still in your 20s, right, Ro? This must be your first job, then. The atmosphere was warm as we traveled, exchanging some light-hearted conversation. Did you know? Our squad leader once broke the steering wheel 3 times while on duty. Now there's a rumor he won't sit in the driver's seat again unless it's a full-blown zombie apocalypse. Maybe I shouldn't ask about that directly. Anyway, after about 40 minutes, the car smoothly arrived at its destination. Here we are. It was a tightly packed alley of commercial buildings in the suburbs of Seoul. Once bustling during a real estate boom, it had become eerily quiet and desolate due to new urban development drawing people away, an old new town, so to speak. Numerous vacant windows displayed real estate signs advertising properties for sale or rent. One of these buildings is the urban legend. If you enter during the golden hour on a sunny day, something strange happens. I see. Accompanied by my superiors, who helpfully summarized the manual's details, I approached the designated commercial building. Civilians are blocked from entering this place. It seems like some kind of security team equipment is being used. But it recognizes our badges and lets us through. Be careful once we're inside. Supervisor Park lowered his voice and whispered seriously. There are quite a few disturbing records, so stay vigilant. Are you referring to something like this? Exploration record number 12. One of the staff members deployed, employee Young Sejong, discovered an operational shop at room 404, next to the emergency exit on the 4th floor. The sign displayed the name cafe. However, as the staff member approached the location, strange sounds not originating from the cafe began to be heard. Barking, shouting, and the howling of beasts overlapped into a cacophony that grew louder and louder, as if rushing toward him. Just as the staff member stopped in front of the door, the sound suddenly surged closer, as though something was about to charge out. Panicking, the staff member fled to the emergency stairs just before the door opened but fell unconscious after a loud crash. Later, the staff member was found unconscious near the building, suffering from open fractures in both legs and severe back injuries, rendering him unfit for duty. He subsequently reported persistent PTSD. At first glance, it sounds eerie and horrific. But did you notice? That's just a dog-friendly cafe. The barking scared the employee, causing him to flee and tumble down the stairs, leading to multiple injuries. The ghost story actually kindly ejected the staff member from the premises. This darkness is just a space where the old shops continue to operate normally. That's as weird as it gets. It's the kind of story where overzealous explorers, misinterpreting everything as sinister, end up creating problems for themselves, eliciting a wry chuckle from observers. And here I am, standing next to people who are eagerly giving me advice as if it's all serious. Let's be cautious. There are records of this space harming entrance. No, there aren't. Especially, don't lose consciousness. That usually results in severe injuries. Even if someone passes out or gets hurt badly, the space politely ejects them after a while. This is literally a shopping complex that ensures people leave once business hours are over. Still, I refrained from explaining. I didn't want someone to think, oh, this ghost story induces psychological contamination, and spiral into more exaggerated misunderstandings. Instead, I simply nodded when they suggested splitting up to cover more ground efficiently while staying in contact. Are you sure you'll be okay, Ro? Yes. Normally, I'd cling to someone's coattails out of nervousness, but today is the perfect day for a coward's adventure. Call immediately if anything happens. Understood. Equipped with a walkie-talkie provided by the security team, which oddly reminded me of a toy I'd seen in the alien shop, I moved out. Is there a specific shop you want to visit? It seems a few are still operational. That's the thing. Yes, but they're a bit tricky to reach. The space here was warped, with floors and directions all jumbled, but some semblance of order and rules could occasionally be discerned. One such rule involved the elevator. When taking it from the 7th floor, a button for the basement might randomly appear. After several attempts, I finally saw the button labeled B1. Ah, a hidden location? Reminds me of that elegant exhibition we went to recently. Did you really have to bring that up? I still have nightmares about wandering endlessly in the basement of that exhibition, bumping into mechanical spiders, and losing vital organs. This is a kind and gentle place, a kind and gentle place. Shaking off the memories, I pressed the button. Ding. The doors opened to reveal a parking garage. Someone once fainted here after hearing a car horn, I think. That's not the point. I carefully followed the instructions I remembered. 3 turns to the left. After circling the parking garage 3 times, a new section number, previously invisible, appeared. A19. This meant I had arrived. With growing excitement, I walked toward it. Next to this parking section was a door leading into the shopping complex. Instead of heading to the elevators, I turned to the side, where a small shop awaited. And there it was. Moonlight Tattoo Shop. A magical place. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 to 58. Next to the underground parking lot, there was a small space that seemed to embody a landlord's desperate attempt to squeeze in one more rental shop for extra income. That small space was occupied by the little shop I had planned to visit today, a special tattoo shop. Equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story Moonlight Tattoo Shop. A ghost story featured in Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, N/A. The only official record from Daydream Incorporated about this location is a one-off entry titled It Is Empty, Darrow C818. For more details, document #818-15623, civilian interview record, can be accessed, though its credibility is not guaranteed. Equals 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 equals. Does the note about credibility not guaranteed mean it's dangerous? No. The foundational story of It Is Empty is a satire of humanity's tendency to twist benevolence into something sinister by looking for hidden negative reasons. Contextually, This place has to be a good location that aligns with civilian interview accounts. Are you going in? Yup. I press the button next to the frosted glass door. SRRRK. The door slid open, revealing the interior of the tattoo shop. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary, modest shop. The facilities were slightly shabby but clean and well maintained. A notice on the counter stated that she only performed one-on-one procedures. However, light streamed down onto the central tattoo chair. It was moonlight. Curiously, the ceiling above the chair featured a transparent LED panel that allowed the moon to be visible, creating artificial moonlight that poured down in a focused beam. Just as described. Is anyone here? When I called out, the shop owner emerged from behind the counter. It was a woman with dense Korean script tattoos on her neck, wearing a sleeveless shirt. Her tied-back curly hair and confident demeanor immediately evoked the impression of a skilled technician or artist. I'd like to have a tattoo consultation. Is that possible? Nod. Could you let me know the price range? The tattooist pointed at the wall behind the counter with a somewhat unassuming expression. We only accept payments in kind. Indeed. This shop didn't accept cash. Instead, payment was made with items that the owner found appealing, with a particular preference. Special condition, items related to the sea. Because of this, civilians who happened to meet this condition often had rare and extraordinary experiences. Equals 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 equals. Document hashtag 818-15623. Civilian, honestly, I just took a wrong turn. I was trying to find a tattoo shop near station, but somehow, I ended up in this area full of empty spaces. Then I found the tattoo shop in the basement. When I saw they accepted items related to the sea, I thought it was really unique. So, just to try it out, I showed them a sand timer keychain I happened to have. They accepted it. Afterward, they directed me to the central tattoo chair. Equals 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 equals. So, I had prepared for this special condition in advance. Would this be acceptable? I opened the velvet-covered rectangular box I had brought in my briefcase. Inside, shimmering beads of light reflected brilliantly. These are pearl beads. These were extremely expensive marine pearls. Perfectly spherical aqua white-green pearls, 10 mm in size, with a pink aurora sheen that gave them a near holographic appearance. It was a top-class item. Technically, there are more expensive sea-related items, but according to the civilian's account, the shop owner seemed particularly drawn to items influenced by the passage of time. Pearls, being organic and composed of protein, were inherently shaped by time. Besides, I managed to pick these up during a quick lunch break at a wholesaler in Jongno. I had even excluded South Sea pearls, which were less affected by time, in favor of these aqua pearls. How about this? Nod, 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 nod. The reaction was overwhelmingly positive. The tattooist stared in awe at the gleaming pearls before carefully accepting the box I offered. For a brief moment, joy flickered in her otherwise modest eyes. What could she possibly use them for? I had no idea. In any case, after organizing the box with incredible speed behind the counter, the tattooist politely gestured for me to proceed to the central chair, bathed in moonlight. Thank you. The tattooist soon brought over a large lemon drink and a thick booklet. So far, everything was as described in the accounts. She brought me a lemon drink and a booklet, which seemed like a collection of tattoo designs. One was labeled Basic Design #3. I chose a tiny dolphin silhouette the size of a fingernail and got it done. During the process, she gestured for me to close my eyes, and strangely, I felt no pain. I glanced at the cover of the booklet. If the person who gave a mother of pearl keychain received basic design #3, what could I expect after offering pearls worth millions of one? Granted, this might be an overly materialistic way of thinking. This is a small tattoo shop in a ghost story. A mystical shop owner might not respond to material offerings. Royal Special Premium Number 1, customizable. Well, that worked. Thank you. Money wins, once again. Anyway, the designs here seem to reflect what my offering could earn me. I turned the pages of the booklet. Designs included constellations drawn with water droplets, a fusion of polar bear claws and Inuit patterns, and a wistful pastel-toned seascape at sunset. The collection was stunning. If I'd come here for the express purpose of getting a meaningful tattoo, I'd be poring over these designs with awe. But that wasn't my primary concern. The tattoo disappears the next day anyway. To be more precise, it would feel like you had dreamed it. You clearly got a tattoo, but it would be completely gone the next morning. But do you know what's stranger? The tattoo received here is absorbed into the person. I suddenly became great at swimming in the ocean. Just like the dolphin I had tattooed. In other words, these tattoos grant special abilities based on the design. I can't miss this opportunity. There must be hundreds of ghost stories that grant people talents or powers. But very few do so in such a gentle and harmless way. In a world of ghost stories where you must sell your body, soul, or at least your conscience to gain anything, Moonlight Tattoo Shop was truly a rare beacon of light. I need to pick something worthwhile. I flipped through the pages with determination, deducing the abilities that each design might offer. Mr. Roe dear, I'd like to take a closer look too. Ah, right. Braun might be able to glean more from this than I could. Carefully, I pulled the doll out of my pocket and placed it before the booklet. Oh, the artist's aesthetic sense is quite good. Let me think. The tattooist suddenly stared at Braun with sparkling eyes. Then, before I could stop her, she picked up Braun. Wait. Complimentary service. Careful. Please handle me gently. My body is filled with cotton, so I can't move very, HM. The tattooist placed Braun into a small basin she'd brought over, expertly applied aromatic oils, and started massaging the doll's fabric with practiced hands. Is this a spa treatment? The fatigue from filming is melting away. The plush doll sounded like an exhausted celebrity enjoying a high-end treatment. It was truly a surreal sight, one I'd never encountered in any ghost story. Was this heartwarming? Let's just pick a design. After the tattooist handed back a gleaming, revitalized Braun, I thanked her politely and returned to flipping through the booklet with vigor. Unfortunately, none of the designs had clear indications of their abilities. There was only a curious abundance of serrulated motifs. If that's the case, do you have any recommendations? How about asking outright? Are there any designs related to courage or boldness, symbols of fearlessness? Yes, this was what I needed most. To escape being a coward. As tempting as the other abilities were, my most fundamental and powerful special ability was my knowledge from that information was my greatest asset. But to use it effectively, I needed a rational mindset capable of sound judgment. I can't keep living with a heart that feels like it might stop from sheer panic. How many times had I almost died because of this cowardly heart? This is probably my one and only chance to visit Moonlight Tattoo Shop. It made sense to address my most urgent need first. Asking directly wasn't something covered in the records, so I was a little nervous. But the tattooist readily flipped through the booklet and pointed to a design. The design was tomato. Yes. It was a tree bearing tomatoes. The design depicted dynamic branches, leaves, and fruit, drawn with bold, rustic strokes that resembled the marks of a well-worn pen nib. It was melancholic, rough, and poetic. The only color in the design was the bright red of the fruit, the tomatoes. How does this relate to courage? Honestly, I didn't understand, but since the tattooist communicated exclusively through the designs in the booklet, I couldn't get a detailed explanation. Still, it was a recommendation from the professional, so I figured it must be significant. All right. I'll take this one. The tattooist nodded happily and retrieved the booklet. Oh, the placement will be here. I rolled up my left sleeve. If I was getting it, I thought I'd place it near an existing tattoo anyway. Suddenly, the tattooist's expression shifted, and she stood up from her seat. What's going on? She quickly pointed to a notice on the wall. Tattoo services may be refused for specific reasons. Then, she pointed directly at my arm. No way. Socius. You can see these markings. The tattooist nodded, looking at me as if it were the most obvious question in the world. Of course, she would see them. She's part of a ghost story, too. But that wasn't the issue right now. Are these markings the reason I can't get a new tattoo? Nod. Does that mean I also can't get one on my other arm or back? Nod. So, there's no way for me to get a new tattoo right now. N.O.D. Damn it. I didn't even choose to have these markings in the first place. Isn't there any other way? I really want this. I let my shoulders slump, feigning disappointment. The tattooist seemed taken aback and started contemplating something. After a moment, she pulled something out from behind the counter. A promotional pamphlet. The tattooist flipped through it quickly and pointed to a specific line on the page. Cover UPS available. Transform your old tattoos into something new. Moonlight Tattoo Shop's cover UPS don't conceal the original tattoo. Instead, they amplify its charm. Retain its full meaning while discovering a new beauty. Wait a minute. Does this mean she's offering to enhance my existing tattoos? Not bad. The theme park mascot and lodge caretaker tattoos were a bit much anyway. You should consider a more artistic choice. A nightjar, a constellation, the 8 trigrams. There are plenty of beautiful designs. It's better to cover them up with something stylish. I glanced down at my arm. Socius. I can have either of these enhanced. The tattooist nodded. So, I can only get one new tattoo, but cover UPS are considered exceptions, allowing either to be enhanced. Still, I instinctively felt that choosing only one would yield better results. This shop clearly offers higher quality tattoos based on what you give. Dividing the value between two might dilute the outcome. I deliberated. And then, please enhance this one. I pointed at one of the tattoos on my arm. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 to 59. The tattoos that ghost stories left on me were all text-based. One was in Latin. Socius. This was inscribed when the membership granted by the Blue Dragon mascot at the theme park burned away. According to Braun, it symbolized special authorization, granting a type of access pass. The other was in Chinese. This appeared when the lodge caretaker's contract from the serial killer ghost story, the Hanji burning over my skin. However, because I lacked the qualifications, it was nothing more than a symbol with no real function. If I had to choose one to enhance, it has to be this one. I'll be in your care. The tattooist leaned in to examine the tattoo I had pointed to. The reason for this choice was simple: it's better to increase the range of abilities I can use. It's, unfortunately, almost guaranteed that I'll be venturing into various ghost stories in the future. This means relying on just one superpower won't cut it. Even Chief Lizard had near-death experiences despite his strength. It's clearly not enough. It's better to have a variety of abilities for different scenarios. Strengthening a single ability halfway wouldn't be as effective. It's more practical to make use of an unused tattoo. With Moonlight Tattoo Shop, I didn't have to worry about stepping on a landmine. The shop was extremely benevolent, so it didn't grant harmful powers. I could trust that the lodge caretaker wouldn't suddenly appear to strangle me. Moreover, I glanced at the Latin tattoo. Good child. Thinking back to the emotional bond one seemed to have formed with that mascot, covering up this tattoo felt wrong. That's a warning sign. As a dedicated reader of my instincts told me to avoid tampering with something that carried emotional resonance. Ah, it's finally starting. And so, I made my choice, and the tattooist began her work. When she tried to show me several design options, I stopped her. Oh, please just proceed with what you think works best. If I wanted the best results, I had to trust the professional. I smiled brightly. I trust in your skill, tattooist Nim. The tattooist's eyes gleamed momentarily before she confidently gestured for me to lie back on the chair. She also handed Braun to me to hold tightly. Does she think I'm a stress relief toy? What an amusing yet rude misunderstanding. But I felt no pain. The tattooist donned intricate steampunk-style goggles and began operating an enormous tattoo machine. Are tattoo machines normally that big? It looked as large as a surgical device, and for a moment, I was taken aback. Then, moonlight poured into the machine. Bzzzzzzzzz. The LED light from the ceiling flowed into the machine and concentrated at its tip. The needle glowed like a jewel as it approached my arm, and following the instructions, I closed my eyes. A strange sensation spread through my left arm. It wasn't pain, tickling, or even pressure. It felt as if old grime was being peeled away, my skin rearranging itself and fitting together perfectly, a refreshing, soothing sensation. Tap, tap. It was over. The light faded, and following the tattooist's gesture, I opened my eyes. My God! The tattoo now had a background. It depicted a deep blue night sky with a full moon painted in a single bold stroke. On the moon's shadow, the characters were engraved. Around them, stars were scattered like a pearl-studded constellation, shimmering faintly. Tap, tap. The tattooist stood with her hands on her hips, as if asking if I liked it. It's stunning. With a satisfied smile, the tattooist patted my shoulder before rushing to the counter. When she returned, she held a single pearl in her hand. It looked like it had been taken from the necklace I had provided. What's this? The tattooist placed the pearl against the tattoo on my arm. And it sank right in. Oh, well now. Mr. Rowe dear, this is truly fascinating. A pathway has opened. A pathway? Try gently rubbing the tattoo. You should feel something. I raised my hand and lightly touched the tattoo, which, as if by magic, showed no signs of swelling or pain. I could feel it. Between the layers of skin, there was a distinct gap. Carefully, I inserted my hand into it. When I withdrew it, I was holding the pearl that the tattooist had placed inside earlier. A subspace. Exactly. It seems that the uncharismatic lodge caretaker's contract included providing space as part of the deal. After all, isn't it a servant's duty to provide rooms for their guests? It seems the artist found a loophole in the contract, enabling her to grant you a small space as well. Wait a second. Does this mean I now have my own little inventory? Is this really happening? My heart raced at this wettoon-like gift, something I'd never expected from a creepypasta. Let's see, imagine a cube with a side length of about 2 feet. That's roughly the amount of space that's now connected to you. 2 feet, about 60 centimeters. Braun used that pesky imperial measurement system typical of an American ghost story connection, but still, the information was genuinely helpful. But now I had another question. So, is this space connected to that lodge? That crazy, murderous lodge should have disappeared by now though. It's uncertain. Where it's connected to, no one can say for sure. Only the original contract holder would know what kind of space the lodge caretaker had agreed to provide. It's intriguing, isn't it? This would make for a great bet. What shall we wager for the fun of life? I would like to politely decline. Still, considering that Moonlight Tattoo Shop never granted abilities harmful to its clients, I decided not to be overly wary and miss out on using this power. At least now I don't have to worry about secretly carrying items anymore. That alone was a huge benefit. Thank you. This is truly amazing and wonderful. I returned the pearl I had retrieved, and the tattooist, taking it back, looked genuinely pleased and satisfied. Is everything settled now? The tattooist nodded. Then, I'll be on my way. Just as I approached the entrance, the tattooist seemed to realize something and gestured for me to stop. What now? She rummaged under the counter with intense focus and pulled out a piece of paper. Carefully wrapping it in a transparent sleeve, she handed it to me. A tattoo design. The moment I took it, I realized what it was. It was a tattoo sticker. And it was the exact design I had picked: the tomato tree. There were even 3 of them. Wait a second. Does this mean, if I wear one of these, I'll temporarily become brave, as if I had received the tattoo? The tattooist smiled and nodded. Good Lord. An unexpected bonus. Thank you very much. The shop owner smiled warmly and waved as if it were finally time to bid farewell. I placed the stickers into my pocket, or rather, into the new subspace, and, for real this time, grabbed the door to leave. Have a great day. With a polite farewell, the door closed behind me. Rattle. When I turned back to look, it was now empty. As one would expect from a ghost story, the shop had reverted to a vacant space. Behind the distorted real estate sign in the glass window, the interior was hollow and lifeless. That's how it's supposed to work. Moonlight Tattoo Shop could only be accessed once through the "It is empty" ghost story. Maybe next time, I'll have a chance with a different ghost story. Ah, what a unique and delightful experience. I couldn't agree more. Ro, how was your exploration? It went well. That day, I successfully completed the "It is empty" exploration without any issues and accumulated a decent amount of points. The pleasant aroma from bronze aromatherapy massage lingered for days. As for the enhanced tattoo, it disappeared without a trace the next morning, leaving only the original text on my wrist. Still, the ability it granted remained intact. Let's make good use of it. With thoughts of the possibilities for my inventory, I conducted several experiments. 3 weeks later, the ability hadn't proven useful even once. Well, I suppose that's normal. When entering ghost stories with manuals, the company usually provided all the necessary items, so there's no real need to smuggle anything in. Additionally, deployments to ghost stories without manuals had significantly decreased. Even the alien shop doesn't have anything particularly portable or worthwhile to go wild over. Ultimately, the ability had been relegated to a mere convenience for carrying existing items more easily. I did discover that it seems to be vacuum sealed, so food doesn't spoil in there. When I placed an analog clock inside, the second hand remained frozen, but a digital clock would get its battery drained completely. The rules were unclear. Still, I hadn't encountered an urgent situation requiring its use. Time passed uneventfully, and I accumulated more points without much fanfare and without much need to use items or abilities. Still, it's a good thing to have. 3 weeks until the regular personnel announcement. Hooah, hooah. You'll definitely stay on this squad, right, Ro? Yes, I certainly hope so. The hottest topic among D Squad was whether I'd survive the personnel announcement and remain on this squad. As expected from a ghost story company, injuries and scares occasionally cropped up, but I'd become somewhat used to them. Holding onto the tattoo stickers like talismans helped me endure. I'll save these for real emergencies. I was gradually settling into the routine, becoming comfortable with the work and the decent personalities of my squad mates. Naturally, this sense of ease didn't last long. 3 weeks and 2 days later. Monday morning. Ro, you're here. The atmosphere had changed. What's going on? There was an eerie calmness in the air. The kind of stillness one might feel when leaving a final message for their family during a catastrophe. It was the peculiar serenity of people bracing for tragedy. It was definitely not a good sign. Well, we're bound to encounter something like this eventually. It'll be okay. We've all got strong luck on our side. Supervisor Park Min-zong's attempt at optimism didn't elicit a response from Assistant Manager Enh. The tension was palpable. Have a seat, Ro. Instead of my desk, I was directed to the sofa. Sitting across from me, Enh placed a tablet PC on the table with a calm expression. This is the darkness you'll be entering in 3 days. 3 days. Why are they giving so much time? When something is scheduled 3 days out, it's usually framed as prepare just in case you're assigned. It's rare for it to be stated so definitively. 12 people will be entering this darkness. It's rated B class. Don't be too alarmed. The survival rate is absurdly high. Plus, the additional points are generous 2,000 points per person. And Enh expression briefly shifted to one of bitter amusement, as if saying, you sharp little devil. And there's a problem. Finding a darkness without issues would be faster, but this one's unique. Unique how? The simplest way to put it, well. Enh crossed her arms. It's a luck-based death game. As soon as you enter, someone is guaranteed to die. Completely random. Pure luck. God damn. Chapter 60. Chapter 60 to 60. The fear of possibly dying. Perhaps that's the essence of ghost stories. Recently, I even experienced a government-managed disaster where someone had to die for the scenario to be theoretically cleared. So, I've grown quite accustomed to the idea that people usually die in ghost stories. I've even become a bit desensitized to it. After all, I've managed to squeeze through the needle's eye and survive. Let's figure out an escape route first, no matter how impossible it seems. This had become my default mindset over the past few months. But now. Initially, everyone disappeared. Only one headless corpse ever came back. But after a few repetitions, someone lucky enough managed to survive and return. Based on their testimony, we pieced together the manual. This was the standard process for completing a high-level exploration manual. But there was one thing we could never change. That was, someone always dies. The mechanism behind who gets chosen? There isn't one. No logic, no pattern. It's completely random. It's happened 37 times so far, and no matter what gear or items are brought in, it doesn't make any difference. And since the designation happens the moment you enter, there's no time to prepare or respond. This situation was absurd. Literally a game of chance, where I had a 1 in 12 chance of instant death. Including the rest of the squad, the odds were 1 in 3, absolutely ludicrous. Someone would just die. You might think, why not send someone expendable instead of a competent person like me? I didn't, ma'am. Really? Because I sure did. But we don't have a choice. This damned urban legend demands a challenger with a sharp mind to allow for a clear scenario resolution. In other words, we couldn't just throw away a sacrificial pawn. Assistant Manager Enh smirked faintly. An 8.3% death rate in a B-class darkness is actually quite reasonable. It was true. Think about the exhibition ghost story. That one didn't even have a manual, making it far worse. Even when manuals are complete, fatalities weren't uncommon. But still. The idea of being trapped in that probability, it feels wrong. So unfair. It wasn't unusual to feel that way. The difference between dying without a chance to fight back and dying after at least trying is significant. The former feels like slaughter. The latter, a challenge. Does giving us 3 days mean it's to help us mentally prepare? Most likely. After 3 days, your mind cools down, and you start to think rationally and optimistically. Surely I won't be the one in 12. That kind of thought process. Ro, this must be your first time facing a darkness like this, right? Yes. Go grab a coffee. Get me one too while you're at it. Taking the hint that I could take my time, I accepted Assistant Manager Ian Hage's card and headed out. The coffee errand was probably just an excuse for some mental health management. This is driving me nuts. Now I was leaning back on a cafe sofa, an Americano in front of me. Fear. I wouldn't say that's the issue. I haven't not been scared since arriving here, so that's nothing new. What I felt was unease. Information doesn't matter in this situation. Maybe it's because I realized how much I've relied on having clearer conditions than most employees. It left me with a strange sense of self-reproach. And an overwhelming sense of danger. Should I just quit? Wouldn't it be better to leave now and figure out another path? Investigating ghost stories independently using the manual as a guide? Ah, friend. Why not consider a career in show business? Excuse me? Oh, absolutely. There's always a spot for you in my world, my friend. Isn't that what friends are for? Ha ha ha. I almost fell off the sofa. Hard pass. That snapped me out of it. What a shame. Yes, in this world, there are plenty of fates worse than death. And investigating alone? Only an idiot would forget they're a coward and make such a foolish choice. Quitting over a 1/12th chance of death would be stupid. But doing nothing about it would be equally idiotic. So, are you going in? Yes. First, I needed to learn more about this ghost story. I returned to the office with the takeout coffees for the squad and began thoroughly reading the tablet PC. And it really was random. The ghost story matched what I already knew from the manual, but the problem was that everything I had read was already documented in the manual. There's no new information. I didn't know anything that others didn't. No gaps to exploit. Even in the manual, the description blatantly stated, random upon entry. There were no exceptions or suspicious loopholes. It wasn't treated as particularly significant, probably because deaths in ghost stories were common enough to feel unremarkable. And then, for this deployment, squad leaders are excluded. Only those ranked assistant manager or below will enter. Chief Lizard wouldn't be accompanying us this time. This was to prevent priority confusion among staff if a squad leader were designated as the sacrifice due to their higher rank. None from the round-off team or the elite squads would be included either. Last time they went in, it caused a huge mess. Apparently, during one deployment, an elite squad member from the A, B, or C squads had been designated as the sacrifice. Their desperate attempts to avoid death ended up causing unnecessary casualties, taking down several other employees with them. I didn't regret not being placed on the A squad, but this company was as consistent as ever. Thank you for letting me know. Don't mention it. Assistant Manager Ian seemed caught somewhere between resignation and irritation, finding solace in a cigarette as Supervisor Park joined him for a smoke break. Did you see the roster? The employees going in, too. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even attend some of their funerals. Did they select the lowest ranked based on personality or something? Hey, at least we're not included. I kept comparing with the manual, desperately searching for something. A gap to slip through. A small loophole in the rules. And then, unexpectedly, that afternoon, a potential way to bypass the rules appeared. Though it came in a slightly different form. Supervisor Kim. Section Chief. Section Chief Lee Bai Yeongjin had come to find me. As the manual revisions officer, he wouldn't have come all this way just in passing. I heard. You're going into that insane Russian roulette ghost story, aren't you? I had thought it before, but he truly had a knack for irritating people. But Section Chief Lee wasn't here just to make a fuss. After lowering his voice and ensuring no one else was around, he leaned in and spoke quietly. Why don't you talk to Director Ho about this? Apparently, the director's been impressed by your performance. Are you saying? I looked at him. If I speak to the director, I'll be excluded from this. Exactly. Normally, these things are decided under the guise of fairness, but I'm against that. Someone as talented and promising as you shouldn't have to go. You're a top performer, after all. A legitimate escape route presented itself. Getting an executive to intervene. Trigger warning, self-harm, blood. I opened my mouth to respond. I'm all right. Huh. This was something I absolutely couldn't choose. It would draw too much attention. The moment I accepted that option, I would effectively be picking sides within the company. And in a ghost story company, even the executives were unlikely to be ordinary people. Aligning myself with someone in a desperate, survival-driven manner would be a terrible move. Especially since this was a matter of life and death. The moment I'm excluded, rumors will spread like wildfire. Would they take it well? Not a chance. It would be seen as selfishness. In any community, earning recognition as a proper member requires sharing burdens. Trying to avoid that would get me completely ostracized. In the field exploration team, where members must constantly operate in squads of 3, actions like trying to exclude myself could wreak havoc on my workplace dynamics. Unless a director intervened to quietly pull me out and later claimed credit for saving me, that wasn't going to happen. The fact that this wasn't the case meant I wasn't important enough to be singled out like that. Or maybe they believe luck is a kind of skill. In other words, it's a trap. Even if it stung, the right move was to play it straight. I spoke as if I were a principled stickler for rules. Making an exception for me would be preferential treatment. The company must have reasons for assigning work this way, so I'll take responsibility and follow through. Section Chief Lee Bai Yeongjin stammered, but after asking "Are you sure?" several times, he finally relented and left. Honestly, I barely stopped myself from grabbing his pant leg and screaming, "Yes, please save me. Let's just call this character build reinforcement. Because there's no other comfort to be had here." I watched him leave with a bitter smile and returned to my desk. Let's review the manual again. But whether I looked at the manual or reread the manual, the result was the same. There were no loopholes. There were no exceptions for any of the explorers. Every single one of them was subjected to the random selection. Wait. Could this be a loophole? I couldn't be sure. It's just a possibility. But in this situation, it was worth trying any possibility, no matter how slim. Mr. Rowe dear, have you thought of something entertaining? Not entertaining, but an idea nonetheless. Create an exception. Every explorer who entered this ghost story was subjected to the 1/12th instant death lottery without exception. But what if there was a shared condition unique to all explorers? Something that had never allowed for an exception before. What condition are you referring to? Being human. Both the manual and the records only mentioned humans as explorers. There were no accounts of other living creatures. But in this world, humans weren't the only sentient beings. If we include animals and plants, the possibilities become endless. What if a non-human being could avoid the judgment? Based on the irregular cases I'd read in the records, this seemed like the most plausible exception in the current situation. Mr. Rowe dear, do you wish to stop being human? And no, that's not what I mean. Could he not throw out such pure-sounding yet ominous questions? I just want to be treated as not human for a little while. I carefully chose my words. Like putting on a disguise for a performance. Braun, is that something you could do for me? Oh, absolutely. Braun's voice became more vibrant and enthusiastic, as if he were preparing for a show. Adopting a new identity is an entertainer's calling. I have countless masks to offer. Oh. I even have one that I could lend you right now. Jackpot. Let's try it. Hugh. I tore my gaze away from the manual and the records, leaned back in my chair. Just then, Assistant Manager Ian and Supervisor Park returned from their smoke break, waving at me as they entered the office. Ah, crap. Braun, about that mask ability, can it work on multiple people? Multiple people? You mean people other than you, friend? I mean, including myself. If I can regain a bit more of my former glory, it should be possible. Back in my prime, I could cast entire studio audiences, no, hundreds of people into new roles. Perfect. Braun. Ah, my friend calls on me again. I patted my pocket respectfully. Let's give you a bath. Mr. Rowe dear, I appreciate the thought, but I'm not an occult-obsessed celebrity who would enjoy bathing in their friend's blood. I know. Even if he was a quiz show host notorious for blowing up contestants' heads, Braun, as my good friend, was certainly someone I could afford not to doubt. But there was no other way. Even if I somehow procured blood packs from a hospital, the freshness would degrade, reducing their efficiency. I couldn't use someone else's blood, and bringing in a creature from a ghost story like last time wasn't an option. The leftover ginseng wouldn't work either, since whatever made it sentient has already dissipated. That left the obvious choice. My own blood. I stared into the small, elegant, checkered bathtub. It still looked pristine and smelled pleasant, as when I had first bought from the alien shop. Now, I had to pour my blood into it. I probably can't give much. Maybe half a cup. That would be about 180 ml. Half a cup? A bit tight, but for the small, cotton-filled body I inhabit, it should suffice as a bath additive. Diluted, of course. No, this isn't right. Are you sure about this? It's fine. I can do this. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the kitchen knife. Next to me was a vial of a wound-healing potion I had brought from the company's medical office. I pricked the flesh of my arm with the upper part of the knife. Good heavens! Blood began to flow, a steady stream indicating I'd struck an artery. Remember, I'm scared of creepy situations, not blood itself. This isn't creepy. I repeated the phrase like a mantra over and over, trying to calm myself. Eventually, the promised amount of blood, half a cup, had dripped into the tub. That should be enough. But I didn't stop the bleeding. Mr. Rowe dear? A bit more. It seems sufficient, friend. Just a bit more. Friend. Okay, that's enough. Done. I quickly used the company's healing potion to stop the bleeding. Its magical effects sealed the arterial wound beautifully. Though I felt a bit lightheaded from the blood loss, it wasn't a big issue. A recovery potion will fix that too. By the time I enter the ghost story in a couple of days, I'd be back to normal. What mattered now was the fragrant aroma wafting from the tub. I leaned closer to inspect the tub, inhaling deeply as the pleasant scent tickled my nose. It seemed my blood had done its job successfully. I must have given about 500 ml. The mixture had transformed into a proper bath solution. It smells like wood. The scent reminded me uncomfortably of that cursed forest ghost story, but at least it wasn't unpleasant or strange. Nodding in satisfaction, I turned to Braun. You can get in now. How's the scent? Ah, it's delightful. Quite unique, Like your unpredictably whimsical decisions, Mr. Roe dear. I smirked. Was that sarcasm? Because I bled more than planned. Sarcasm is a key trait of any successful talk show host. But I don't wield it indiscriminately. Thanks for your concern. I'll take care of my recovery. Don't worry. But I won't do this again. Now that's a wise declaration, friend. Is it? To be honest, I did this deliberately. Giving my good friend a bit of a shock was my way of ensuring he'd feel reluctant about using my blood for baths in the future. And it seemed to have worked. If I'd announced the real amount in advance, he might have just accepted it without a thought. And that wouldn't do. This has to be a one-time thing. I picked up Braun to place him in the tub, but once again, he declined. I shall walk in proudly on my own 2 feet. Go ahead. I turned away from the tub, and soon heard the sound of footsteps and splashing water. The bath had begun. Then, after a short while. Roe dear, this bath solution you've created. It's rather peculiar. Pardon me? Chapter 61. Chapter 61 to 61. I suddenly found myself receiving a critique of the bath solution I had made with 500 ml of my own blood from Braun. Unique. I was taken aback. I almost turned to look at the tub. Keeping my head steady, I asked, "What do you mean by unique?" Exactly what I said. Bath solutions come in various types, don't they? Salt, oil, bubble baths. Yours, Mr. Roe dear, is quite different from the ginseng, though there are similarities too. Hey, that ginseng came from a ghost story, and I'm a human being. Isn't it obvious that they'd be different? They are different. But why do you think there's a similarity between you and that ginseng, Mr. Roe dear? Oh. I see. Now I understand. As I heard the sound of the smacking of lips as though tasting fine wine, Braun answered. Mr. Roe dear, your bath solution is a blend, isn't it? Blend. In literal terms, it means mixed, a term often used in coffee or cocktails to describe combining ingredients for a new flavor. That's right. It seems to share some component with the ginseng, though in a different form. Could this be referring to ghost story contamination? I thought of the security team sergeant, the way his human form had ripped apart and twisted into a wolf-like creature. Was I also beginning to experience the contamination and encroachment of paranormal phenomena? Contamination. That's such an extreme and negative way to put it. Isn't life a process of change? Mutual influence and transformation, that's where the fun lies. Damn it. Instinctively, I glanced down at my body. If there were any visible signs of ghostly influence, it would most likely be. Do you think the tattoos are the cause? Tracing the origins of what's already mixed is quite a challenge. There are connoisseurs who can guess a vineyard by tasting a drop of wine, but I've never liked that kind of pretentiousness, even as a talk show host. Anyway, there's no need to worry, Mr. Roe dear. You're not about to meet a new version of yourself next week or anything like that. Theoretically speaking, that seemed true. Living and working here inevitably means I'll experience some level of ghostly contamination. There was no point in panicking over it. After all, the stronger and more varied one's supernatural abilities become, the greater the risk of being consumed by them. Balancing that risk was essential. Though I don't think I've reached a point where I need to worry about balance yet. Still, it was something I'd have to manage in the future. Luckily, one of the facilities I now had access to as a supervisor specialized in monitoring such changes. I'll visit that place after safely surviving this ghost story. There's also something particularly unique about your bath solution. Oh, it's all dissolved now. Braun let out a long, satisfied sigh as if he had been trying to analyze the bath solution further. I thoroughly enjoyed it. At least one of us enjoyed it. That was a relief. The bathtub glimmered with neon lights, flickering briefly as though flipping through TV channels. Bron lounged against the tub's wall, his plush body radiating a lively energy. "Shall we step out now?" I walked over and lifted Bron out of the tub. The plush doll felt oddly more luxurious than before, though the size hadn't changed. Still, Bron's voice sounded sharper, more articulate, more vibrant. I covered the plush doll with a towel, shielding him from view, and asked, feeling reinvigorated. "Beyond words. It feels like returning to my prime, when I was most active." While it wasn't as dramatic a transformation as when I used the contaminated ginseng, Bron had clearly rejuvenated. And when I pulled back the towel covering him, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A tag. There was a small scrap of fabric at the back of his neck, where it looked like a tag had once been attached. So there was originally a complete tag here. It seemed to be a remnant recovered during his rejuvenation. Interesting. I made a mental note of it. "Ah, I feel wonderful." "That's good to hear." After drying off the plush doll, I placed him neatly on a towel-covered table. The preparations were complete. "I have a favor to ask." "Ah, I had a feeling that was coming." After all, how could I refuse a friend who had just prepared a bath for me? "You're probably about to ask if I can lend my mask to more people, aren't you?" That's right. With Bron rejuvenated, he could now wield more powerful abilities. Excellent. How many people are we talking about? 2. 2 days later. Following instructions in the company's notice, I headed to a different location for work. It was an abandoned private kindergarten building, already populated with company personnel. "You're already here," I greeted respectfully. "Ro, you're early." Standing near the poorly cleaned entrance of the kindergarten, I soon saw my squad mates arrive. "Let's hope it's one of those guys who bites it, not us. Please, just this once." "Thanks for whispering, though honestly, I don't think anyone would have cared even if you hadn't." Everyone wore the same anxious expression anyway. Ro, do you see that guy over there with the rabbit's foot? It's supposed to be a lucky charm. Does it work? You think? Last expedition, someone wore something similar and still got sent to the afterlife in one hit. Yeah, Assistant Manager Ian's right. They say none of those items work here. The selection is fair and unavoidable. I glanced at Supervisor Park, who, though pale, was trying to force a smile. He looked as if he had braced himself but was still deeply nervous. "Supervisor." "Yeah. Would the company have any issues if I tried something similar? To avoid being picked as the sacrifice?" "Ah, preparing some countermeasures to dodge it." "Something like that." Supervisor Park laughed and patted me on the back. "Oh, Ro, of course not. Everyone does it. I'd bet my paycheck that everyone here has spent the last 3 days trying every trick in the book to weasel out of this." Bold words, Assistant Manager Ian. Ian H. smirked faintly. "How do you think they figured out none of it works? Plenty of people tried and still ended up as the sacrifice." "Why, Ro, are you planning to try something too?" "Yes." After a moment of hesitation, I pulled Bron out of my pocket. "Ah, the keychain you carry around. My lucky friend. Would it be alright if I shared this friend's abilities with you too? It'll be our little secret." Both of them gave tired, skeptical smiles but nodded. "Well, thanks, I guess. Here's hoping it actually brings some luck." "Okay. That should keep any rumors from surfacing later." "You. Now, let's get ready. They're about to start." I looked at the old grandfather clock hanging in the entrance like everyone else. Tick. The second hand passed 8:59 and 56 seconds a.m. "You're now entering the studio. If you see cameras, don't worry, think of them as starlight. Stay relaxed." Tick. 57 seconds. Oddly, I felt calm. A certainty about my identity. Oh, I see you're wearing your mask. Excellent. That mask is now who you are. Tick. 58 seconds. I raised my head. My horns felt itchy like wood, but not quite wood. Only I knew it was something else entirely, that it was. And there are other animal friends. 2 of them. Tick. 59 seconds. I turned my head and saw a badger and a falcon observing the surrounding humans. And then. It seems no one here is stronger than you. I know. I blinked, perceiving the heat signatures of the humans around me, flushed with tension. And then. Tick. 9 a.m. The grandfather clock chimed loudly. Bong. I took in a sharp breath. The dilapidated kindergarten building transformed into a pristine, modern space. It smelled of fresh construction, like a newly completed facility awaiting its first use. And I was in a room filled with neatly arranged toys, standing alongside the falcon, or rather, assistant manager Ian H. We had entered the ghost story. I slowly looked down at my neck. Clean. Ha. I exhaled, letting the tension drain from my body. I made it. The strange thickness I'd felt across my entire body, the tactile sensation of horns, all of it gradually faded away. The certainty in my identity dissipated too. And that concludes everyone's brief role. Thank you. So that's what the mask was. It was a bizarre experience, and I was glad it had been short-lived. Since I'd stretched Braun's limits by having him mask 3 people at once, his voice sounded drained. The fact that it held up even for a few seconds was impressive. You did well. I reached into my pocket to gently pat Braun. No. Hold on. What in the world is this? Why did he sound alarmed? I immediately pulled Braun out of my pocket. Hanging around the neck of the plush doll was something that hadn't been there before. A black noose hologram. It was the mark of a sacrifice. Did Braun just get selected as the sacrifice? A ghost story resident himself. I teetered on the brink of confusion, unsure whether this was an impossible fluke or something I should be alarmed about. Then Braun started talking. Pardon. Participate in a teaching demonstration, you say? What are you talking about? I interview teachers, I'm not the one teaching children. Good gracious. Show business, for heaven's sake. You people are so boring. Stuck in a rut, inflexible, and utterly lacking the charm the public craves. I'm opting out, thank you very much. With that, Braun snapped his plush, cotton-filled fingers. And then, miraculously, the noose around the stuffed doll's neck disappeared. Trying to enforce rules to involve an uninvolved participant? What an unprofessional kindergarten this is. So the tactic of being recognized as non-human worked after all. It wasn't quite how I envisioned it, but the outcome was clear enough. Braun had been selected, but his participation in the ghost story was redirected to another participant because he refused to comply. Wait a second. Redirected? I quickly looked down at my neck. Still clean. Who did it pass to, then? While it was a relief that it wasn't me, the idea of the ghost story transferring the news to another target randomly because its first pick was declined. Was this how it worked? Row. I turned to Assistant Manager Ian Hage, still processing what had just happened. Assistant Manager, just now, I think. When I looked at her. Don't panic. Take a deep breath, slowly. She smiled at me. Now I'm going to ask you for a favor. If you think you can't do it, feel free to decline. Assistant Manager. I'd handle it myself if I could, but that's not an option. With a bitter smile, she lightly patted the noose now firmly secured around her own neck. Because I'm already locked in. equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story Hungry Hangman. A ghost story featured in Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, Daru B191. Based on the word guessing game, this darkness permits no exceptions to its rules. Participants are unable to escape their assigned roles under any circumstances. The psychological tension and fear that arise within are a hallmark of this ghost story. The sacrificial hangman climbs the gallows as the other participants guess words related to them, ultimately resulting in their execution by hanging. There are no exceptions. Equals 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 equals. Should I say I'm glad I at least get some time to leave a will? Guess that's a small mercy. No. This can't happen. Wait, please just. It's fine. Assistant Manager Ian's smile shifted into a wry grin. Look. I'm going to die anyway. The real question is whether you all survive while I die, or everyone dies together. She's right. If the word puzzle isn't solved before the end of the game, all participants are executed, including the hangman. No exceptions. God damn it. Alright, listen carefully. I have some automatic purchases queued in the points mall for when I die on the job. Just make sure squad leader Lee reviews them properly. The guy's surprisingly scatterbrained at times. It hit me then. She had already fully accepted her fate. DZZZZZZZZZT. Stay sharp. It's starting now. In the corner of the playroom, an old-fashioned TV screen flickered to life. Hello, English kindergarten teachers of. Today, we'll be learning a fun game to play with your students. It's Hangman. The noose around Assistant Manager Ian's neck suddenly jerked taut. The now solid rope coiled tightly around her limbs, lifting her into the air. Today's host will be our newest teacher, Ian H. On the TV screen, enormous blank spaces appeared. Hangman. Let's guess the word together. The execution had begun. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 to 62. Everyone, what kind of game is Hangman? That's right. It's an educational game where you guess the spelling of a word. If the letter you shout is part of the word, correct. If not, wrong. And to make it easier for learning, we'll be giving you some hints. A figure dangling in midair. The pastel tones of the TV and its cheerful voice sharply contrast with the scene, cutting into my ears. Shall we get started? The dangling figure, Assistant Manager Ian H., breaks into a wry smile, cold sweat dripping down. Everyone already knows the answer, but the intro is unnecessarily long, don't you think? This B-class ghost story thrived on mental strain, nerve-wracking psychological pressure, and the excruciating pain that would drag a victim to the brink of death. It's that kind of ghost story. It's true that a victim chosen for hangman was effectively sentenced to death. But during the actual game, they could temporarily hold onto their life. And this particular victim is. Today's word is one that best represents teacher Ian H. Let's all figure out what kind of person teacher Ian H is. Ruthlessly exposed. According to the manual, every attempt to conceal the victim's identity would fail during this process. It's as if their life was being meticulously scrutinized and judged, with every significant event glaringly announced. Even the classic hangman game itself has been altered to serve this purpose. Everyone, the word has 8 letters. I looked up at the blank spaces displayed on the TV screen. If you correctly fill in all the blanks, it forms a single word. Normally, participants take turns guessing random letters, and the blanks are filled in as the guesses align with the word. That's how the word is deduced. But here, every letter is directly tied to the victim. Here's a hint for the 8th letter. What was teacher Ian H's job 4 years ago? Like this. Guessing something related to the victim's personal history makes it easier. To make this process smoother, the victim's cooperation is necessary. You must persuade or threaten someone sentenced to death into talking. Cold sweat dripped down my chin. So, right now, what am I even doing? A plush doll in my hands, an outdated TV, assistant manager Ian H dangling in midair. What can I do? Run. I started moving my feet. Ro. Where are you going? No time. I'll explain later. Are you looking for the gallows? Even if you destroy it, it won't change anything. You know that, right? You read the manual. You never know until you try. Just like in the quiz show, I'm calling Section Chief Lee Jahan to the scene. So, if I ask him to destroy the gallows this time too. Yeah, until it's restored, we'll have some time. Wait. There's no time. Sit down for a moment. Actually, I've got something I want to try at the very end. I'm not saying this lightly. So don't do anything conspicuous either. We can't afford to stack up unnecessary penalties. Penalties. You know what I'm talking about, right? I do. This ghost story was based on the oppressive fear that stemmed from being utterly trapped. The movements and actions of the 12 new teachers would be monitored in real time by the kindergarten through CCTV, and any behavior deemed unfit for a teacher results in a penalty. 1 minute left. Teachers, raise your hands and shout out a letter. Assistant Manager Ian. Assistant Manager Ian. At that moment, the playroom door slammed open, and a staff member rushed in, looking desperate and anxious. His expression screamed frustration and despair, as if searching frantically for the victim but unable to run due to the rules. In this kindergarten, running above an alarmed pace was strictly prohibited. Swearing, damage, and anything against the game rules, everything is banned. Shoo. Why does it have to be the room at the end of the 3rd floor? The staff member shouted at Assistant Manager Ian H, venting his frustration. Still, he seemed to restrain himself from cursing, trying to follow the rules. Hey. You. Assistant Manager Ian, what were you doing 4 years ago? Ian H smirked. Because. You fucking turd, how dare you talk down to me? In this game, the hangman was an exception to all rules. What? Why, all of a sudden? It didn't matter anymore when they're going to die anyway. I've held back from pointing out your behavior so far just to avoid getting involved with you, you hopeless fucking moron. And now, I'm about to die without even gathering enough points. What a mess. Get a grip, you goddamn troll. You've already killed 3 newbies. The staff member's face turned beet red with anger. Feeling wronged? Frustrated? And no. Then suck it up. You wouldn't want to be judged as zero contribution later and get punished, would you? Ian H teased, grinning slyly. There are only 8 slots. Behave yourself, yeah. The staff member clamped his mouth shut. It was the only logical decision. In this ghost story, the idea that only one person dies was the best case scenario based on the manual. In reality, deviations often lead to complete annihilation. This was a tale where your survival depended on strictly adhering to the rules. And if you fail to guess even a single letter in this hangman game, you'll face a penalty during the final evaluation. That's when it happened. Hey, Ro. Come here. Assistant Manager Ian H called out to me. When I approached, she lowered her voice so only I could hear. I was a reporter 4 years ago. Ro, you make the guess. Avoid the zero contribution penalty from the start. This is driving me crazy. Even if you refuse to guess, nothing will change. You know that, right? It helped my mental state, ma'am. Then start by worrying about the mental state of someone who's about to die. Will you? Ian H. frowned. Imagine how awful it would be if that guy beats you to the answer, huh? Ha. I pressed my temples and eventually stepped toward the TV. The staff member who had barged in looked at me in disbelief. Wait, you. The last letter of the word is R. It's the initial of reporter. DZZZZZZZZZT. Correct. The screen made a cheerful sound as it filled in the letter. Underscore 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 R. And then. Let's give a round of applause for the hangman. Cut. Ian H's body twisted. The left foot of the assistant manager, suspended in midair, literally vanished. One step closer to execution. The sacrificial hangman climbs the gallows as the other participants guess words related to them, ultimately resulting in their execution by hanging. There are no exceptions. This is madness. It's not like it got hacked off, so there's no pain. Don't worry. How can I not worry? Well, at least it didn't start with the neck. We can still talk, right? No way. No matter how I think about it, dissuading me from the last-ditch attempt was just a bluff to keep me stuck here. I can't let time run out like this. Meanwhile, the TV continued. Here's a hint for the fifth letter. What was the last mode of transportation Ms. Ian H used during her time as a reporter? The staff member hesitated, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Ian H. Ugh, just tell me. Hey, even so, we what? Ian H stared at them incredulously. You're responsible for 3 dead newbies. Damn it. You should have been the one stuck here to die. Shut up. You're dead meat now anyway. Oh, then don't listen to this dead meat. Ian H lazily tilted her head with a bored expression. The staff member, his face flushed red with anger, shoved me aside and stepped up to the TV. Transportation? Well, probability-wise, it's obvious. Bus or subway? Yeah, okay, subway initial, S. Oh dear. Ding. Wrong. Underscore 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 R. As punishment, please recite the educational booklet for 10 minutes. Ugh. With a twisting sound, a holographic black booklet appeared in front of the staff member. Gah. It stuck to his face. Ayak. The black booklet melted as if it were merging with his skin, swallowing his face whole. He rolled on the floor, struggling desperately to tear it off, but nothing changed. Beneath the dissolving booklet, a clear brand appeared on his forehead. Chick class. Ian H clicked her tongue. What a mark to get. Idiot. Pay attention, Ro. If that accumulates, you'll be stuck here being educated until you're a proper kindergarten teacher. Forever. That's right. If you fail to participate in this game properly, you'll end up in a fate worse than death. 3 times. Just 3 penalties, and it's over. 3 penalties. It's enough to contaminate someone to the point where they're no longer considered human. Like the security team. But this is even worse. Unlike the security team, if you're not rescued, you'll just disappear, trapped in this ghost story indefinitely. So don't do anything unnecessary. If you screw up, you won't even be able to die. Cold sweat dripped down my back. I know. In this situation, as long as I follow the manual, I'll survive. I've even guessed 1 letter correctly, removing the penalty. So is there any reason to take a risk? If I try, the situation might just get worse. There are plenty of records in this ghost story of people who tried to save the hangman, only to end up contaminated and stuck here forever, endlessly educated as kindergarten teachers. There are no exceptions. Yeah, there's no way out. I know that too. There's no way out. No matter what, the game must be completed, and the hangman must die. That's how it works. This isn't some fun ghost story about bending the rules to escape. Its very nature is different. From the moment it was registered on the wiki, this was a theme that drove people insane because the rules couldn't be broken. This ghost story amplifies the fear of helplessness and suffocating adherence to rules, ultimately forcing you to desperately self-censor in accordance with those rules. Still, there was one faint variable I had witnessed. Braun, who had escaped the game by talking to this ghost story. But I lost that chance because I stood there dumbfounded, just watching him talk. I should have intervened. I should have done something, dragged out time, avoided the news, and kept the conversation going. Braun had looked on in disbelief, horrified. Well, I'd rather not. Talking more with these people? How boring. Mr. Roe dear. Are you seriously saying I should have humored this outdated game and pretended to go along with the hanging? For me, your friend? You. Braun. Even I can't argue with you there. Wait a moment. When you declared your refusal to participate in this game, you knew someone else would be chosen as the hangman, didn't you? So. You knew there was a 1 in 12 chance I could die, and you didn't hesitate. So you didn't care if I ended up being hanged. No. No, that's not it. It's not like that. But this outdated game, even as a game, should be respected for its rules. Ah, of course, I mean, my friend is more important. For the first time, Braun's voice wavered, filled with confusion. It seemed as though the role of being a good friend and the role of the narrator within the ghost story were clashing inside him. Let's not forget, this guy has the twisted mindset typical of a ghost story resident. But at the same time, he was a stuffed doll trying very hard to remain my friend. Right. I had to center myself. I might be a coward, but I shouldn't let myself be stupid. I explained as calmly as possible. I didn't mean to say that I thought you should have been hanged either. It's just. I'm going crazy with anxiety. I just meant that I wish I had asked you to stick around a bit longer to gather more information before bailing. You seem to be able to communicate with this ghost story. Ah, that's true. Unfortunately, for you, Mr. Roe dear, it seems they've decided to treat me as an outsider now, so no special interviews are being granted. Still, if that's your reasoning, I can certainly understand. Yeah. But faintly. I had a feeling we understood each other differently. Even as I thought that, I didn't have the mental bandwidth to dwell on it further. There's nothing. Even though I knew there was nothing, part of my brain kept desperately sifting through the exploration records and the manual, trying to find a loophole to save the hangman. But there was nothing. Of course, there wasn't. If there had been, I would have thought of it over the past 2 days while racking my brain to the breaking point. There's no precedent. No matter how much I scoured my mental catalog of the manual or revisited the manual, it wasn't there. I already knew. Whether I destroyed the gallows, tried to replace the hangman, or simply refused to guess the word, it would only add penalties. The hangman still dies. There are no exceptions. They'll die no matter what, it said. Is there really nothing else? I gritted my teeth. How? Roe. A familiar voice rang out. I turned to see a second staff member standing in the open doorway. Supervisor. You all right, huh? Supervisor Park Minzong, who had just entered the room, caught sight of Ian Hage and visibly swallowed hard. You're here. You've already heard it on the TV, right? Just get ready to guess. Park Minzong's face was filled with a mix of emotions before quickly calming down. Stop thinking unnecessary thoughts and guess quickly. You know you've already accumulated penalties, right? Accumulated? Supervisor, what does that mean? The supervisor whispered to me with a strained expression. Well, actually, this is my second time being here. I came here right after I started, and now, 2 years later, I'm back again. Haha. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. He gave a bitter smile. Last time, I tried to save someone who'd been chosen as the hangman and got a penalty for it, so I think the contamination might have accumulated. I'm not sure. There hasn't been a case like this before. He rambled, saying he even started carrying only one piece of equipment at a time because he wasn't sure what might happen. His mental state was clearly shaken. I grabbed his shoulders. Supervisor. A direct experiencer. The only person who might have detailed information I didn't. Please answer my questions quickly and accurately from now on. Chapter 63. Chapter 63 to 63. Hurry up. Hurry up. Then, Supervisor, your previous experience would be the 35th round, correct? Why yet? It was the only round where they attempted to bring in new hires. Kim So-lium quickly exchanged a few hurried questions with Supervisor Park Min-song and immediately pieced together the essentials in his mind. Supervisor Park's detailed experience. Is this all? Is this what we need? I'm working on putting it together. New hires were drafted into the Starkness's exploration, resulting in chaos and panic from fear. Some kept cursing, so they received penalties. A fight broke out over calming pills, and it led to penalties for both parties, including the one who drank them. 7 people received more than 2 penalties, reaching the brink of contamination. The new hire chosen as the hangman passed out from panic halfway through, but the sheer terror and confusion left no one able to help. Another new hire collapsed after being struck on the head by the body that fell from the gallows. They later resigned. After that, they never brought in new hires again. Hold on. Do the bodies remain? Kim So-lium stared urgently at the supervisor. The bodies of the people who've died here as the hangman, I mean. Well, yeah. Though I don't know about decay or anything like that. I don't think there was a head, but it's not like I personally attended the funeral and checked every detail. A chill ran up Kim So-lium's spine. This. What is it? Supervisor Park grabbed Kim So-lium's shoulders in a panic. Is there a hint? Does this help? Yes. Kim So-lium nodded urgently, but cold sweat trickled down his neck. I can't guarantee it, though. It felt like madness. But, the mere possibility was such an exhilarating hope. This is worth trying. Kim So-lium hastily pieced together what was needed. It seemed barely feasible. With this, we might be able to slip through the cracks without breaking the rules. The only problem was, one essential skill wasn't currently available. Brawn. Once again, he was needed. How much longer until your transformation ability is ready? Even I need about half a day of rest, don't you think? Kim So-lium quickly adjusted the question. What if I change the conditions? Conditions. Kim So-lium explained the altered conditions. The response changed. If that's the case, I can manage after about an hour of rest. It's a tough schedule, but, I'll endure it. I'm a professional, after all. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. 1 hour. The conditions were reset. I need to buy time. Within this chaos, I had to ensure that Ian Hage didn't fully ascend the gallows for an hour. And that was impossible to do alone. Sunbeam. If possible, I'd like you to act as a decoy. Kim So-lium quickly held the silver heart badge in his pocket. Then he shouted to the 9 employees who had gathered in the room, enthusiastically immersed in the hangman game. Everyone. 9 pairs of eyes turned toward Kim So-lium. He swallowed hard. What was needed now was aggro. If you could double your clear points, Would you do it? Assistant Manager Ian Hage of D Squad raised her head. Even though she was hanging midair, sentenced to death with black ropes wrapped around her neck and limbs, she was surprisingly calm. All things considered, this isn't a bad way to go. Aside from dying just short of reaching her point goal, it was honestly far better than the bloody messes from her co-workers' deaths in the past. Assistant Manager Ian. What was your mode of transportation? Dunno. I told you already, I don't remember. If taking these goddamn trolls with her to the grave wasn't enough to make it worse, she didn't feel all that cooperative. Still, the right answers would eventually come, regardless of her efforts. That's just how hangman works. Damn it. The last mode of transportation she used as a reporter? How the hell would I know that? Fuck it, eh? Correct. It worked, it worked. Even without figuring it out from the hint, throwing out letters eventually leads to the correct answer. Underscore 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 A underscore underscore R. Ugh. Ian Hage looked at her now missing feet, feeling the chilling fear of death crawl up her neck. But, no, she didn't show it. She didn't want to serve as entertainment for the trolls. Here's the hint for the third blank letter. Why can't teacher Ian Hage take airplanes anymore? Meanwhile, her two hoobes from D Squad were busily whispering in the corner. What are they doing? They clenched their teeth as if seeing Ian Hage lose both her feet was too much, then started talking more fervently. They must have some delusional idea of saving her. That might be better. If they just keep talking and eventually realize there's no way out, they'll give up. At least they'll find some comfort in having tried. Meanwhile, someone came up with the answer to the relatively easy question. Trauma? T. Underscore underscore T underscore A underscore underscore R. Correct. Her entire left leg disappeared. Fuck. Whoa. We got it? Ah. I should have answered first. The trolls screamed like they were at a sports event, watching someone's leg disappear. Ian Hage's irritation and anger began to boil. Maybe I should just troll along with them. But then, suddenly, someone raised their hand beyond the trolls. If you could double your clear points, would you do it? Ro. Yes. The rookie from D Squad, or rather, the now former rookie who'd climbed the ranks in record time, Kim Solium, raised his hand with a calm expression. What the hell? Isn't that the guy, that one who got promoted recently? Everyone recognized him by then. The top new hire, wearing a mask with antlers like a deer, who had been promoted to supervisor after just 60 days, had already become a widely talked about figure. Maybe because of the rumors, everyone was now strangely drawn to him. There was something natural about his presence. And just now, did he say points? In the strange atmosphere that had overtaken the playroom, Kim Solium spoke. How about we make a bet? If any of you win this bet, I'll give you all my clear points, Sunbeam. What? Insane aggro. Is that guy crazy? Why's he doing that? But for members of the field exploration team, the mention of points was irresistible. Are you really saying you'll give up all 2,000 points? Yes. Ah, Supervisor Rodeer, you must not know since you've only been here a few months. Points are non-transferable. I know. You do? Then what? But there's no rule against using 2,000 points to buy items from the company store and giving them away, is there? If you win, you can pick whatever you like. I'll even pay for custom equipment. The atmosphere shifted. If the sacrifice had already been chosen, then how useful would additional points be? Are you serious? Yes. He was serious. Of course, if they could win. Then what's the bet? In response, Kim Solium crossed his arms. Who can guess the most letters in the hangman puzzle? Ah. The person who guesses more letters than me will get the points. Is he insane? For reference, I've only guessed one, so just getting two would meet the threshold. Wait. Supervisor Park Min-zong from D Squad stood up in alarm. Ro, why are you making a bet in this situation? There aren't many B-class ghost stories that are safe as long as you follow the manual. I thought this could be a good opportunity to see if guessing more correct answers might trigger any special phenomena. Right. Kim So-lium spoke seriously, looking around at the employees. If the atmosphere gets strange, please stop. I hope it doesn't become dangerous. Ha. Some of the employees exchanged smirks and sneers before one of them spoke up with a sarcastic grin. Oh, so noble. You're making a bet to add more detail to the manual and make it safer. Yes, that's correct. Kim So-lium replied without hesitation. I want to help make it so that those who come in after us can clear this more safely. Why? No particular reason. I just think it'd be good if someone did it, and I'm in a position to do so. The employee who asked fell silent. For some reason, they felt uneasy. Come to think of it, didn't this rookie rescue a missing person? Another memory surfaced. Last time, I heard he saved all the other employees from some B-class darkness and got promoted because of it. He'd retrieved an unpopular desk worker that no one else cared to find, without pay. He'd risked his life in a high-grade darkness to save employees he didn't even know. He's not normal. Normally, these people would have laughed at someone like this guy, calling him gullible. But strangely, for some peculiar reason, they couldn't. Ting. A clear, metallic sound seemed to echo in their minds. It was as if their thoughts were sharpening, seeing things in a clearer, more objective way, detached from their usual habits and inertia. And oddly enough, those seemingly foolish choices began to look, somehow, impressive. They spoke without thinking. All right, let's do the bet. Oh, thank you. Kim So-lium bowed repeatedly, thanking the now quiet employees, and then began to walk away. I'll see you all when the game is finished. He approached Assistant Manager Ian Hage, who had been watching the whole scene with her jaw dropped. Assistant Manager. Ian Hage felt a throbbing headache. This guy's problem is that he's too nice. Smart rookie or not, this was his flaw. He's too sincere. The type to burn out or break under the weight of his own ideals. He'd passionately declared that his items belonged to his co-workers just to try and save them before, and now he was seriously pulling a stunt like this. You're seriously. Kim So-lium lowered his voice and spoke quickly. It's a bluff. Oh. I just stirred things up to buy us time. For a moment, Ian Hage almost forgot she was about to die, but then she managed to reply. You're saying you're stalling for time? Yes, ma'am. Ha. Wait, if you're planning to try something in that time, don't. That's how you get yourself killed. What if I insist on doing it? We're going to try no matter what. If you cooperate, our chances of success will be higher. This stubborn brat. Ian Hage gritted her teeth. Hey. I told you I'll handle it myself. I don't believe that. You've already given up. You're ready to die. So quick on the uptake. Ugh. I won't say I haven't thought about trying something. Finally, Ian Hage confessed. Things she hadn't mentioned to avoid giving her Hubez false hope. You know how this ghost story enforces all sorts of rules on the so-called new teachers, right? But do you know who the only exception is? That would be the hangman. Ian Hage grinned. That's me. The hangman wasn't penalized for anything, not for cursing, not for slamming their head against a wall hard enough to break the skull. The problem is, even so, moving my body is difficult. She gestured with her eyes toward the ropes binding her. But, if I put it the other way around, it means I can do whatever I want with my upper body. Of course, the chances of anything working were slim to none. Ian H. spoke casually, keeping her composure. Did you hear that? Only I can keep trying this loophole. Even so, I don't get penalized. So you penalty targets just sit and... Kim Solium's eyes glinted. I'll use that loophole to maximize the survival rate. What? Please remember what I'm about to say. Kim Solium explained, clearly, firmly, and concisely, what Ian H. needed to do. And after. That's all. Ian H. suddenly felt like she'd been doused in ice water. Were they seriously going to do this? We'll head off and start the work. See you in a bit. Hey. Wait a second. Ro. Badger. You damn brats. But the two were already walking out of the playroom. Hey. Come back here. Phew. It seemed the stalling tactic had worked. I was walking down the unnervingly clean, colorful, and quiet kindergarten hallway with Supervisor Park Min-zong. Let's move faster. The testimonies from Supervisor Park and Assistant Manager Ian were helping me form a clearer picture. My mind wavered between anxiety and hope. Even so, the unsettling atmosphere of this ghost story's setting still made my skin crawl. But courageous as always, Supervisor Park kept glancing back at me with a worried expression before finally speaking up. Ro, are you sure about this? Those 2,000 points aren't a joke. What if someone actually guesses 2 letters? That'll never happen. I grinned. With selfish personalities and everyone keeping each other in check, it's impossible. Huh. They'll sabotage each other every time someone tries to guess. According to the records, each question's time limit ranged from 7 to 10 minutes, depending on the whims of the ghost story. Even conservatively, they'd have to cycle through 9 rounds of this full time limit. So, what's the best method? They'll probably keep sabotaging and fighting until the very last moment. And since they still wouldn't want to accumulate penalties, someone would begrudgingly propose terms for their guesses. And the likelihood of that being the correct answer? Very slim. In the end, they'll all have to take penalties, and the time will drag on. Additionally, once contamination starts accumulating, they'll hesitate to randomly guess letters, slowing things down further. So, it'll easily take an hour. I stated this confidently. And since the prize isn't the 2,000 points themselves but an item you can buy with them, it's harder to split the reward. They can't easily form teams to share, and verbal agreements aren't trustworthy enough. The only reason they trusted my promise was because of the silver heart. I had to make sure it wasn't exposed. I consciously avoided even thinking about the badge in my pocket as I continued. So don't worry about that. Let's focus on saving the assistant manager first. A flicker of emotion crossed Supervisor Park's face beneath his mask. Realizing there was no time to waste, he quickly suppressed it. All right. Let's get to it. Oh, we're here. Yes. It was time to begin preparations. Hugh. I sat down with Supervisor Park, settling on the floor. It was the largest space in the kindergarten. Playroom. I tried my best not to look too closely at the scene before me. In front of us was a colorful ball pit and a stage decorated with flowers and butterflies. But atop the cheerful stage, 2 grotesque chunks of flesh stood awkwardly. A left leg. A right foot. They were parts of Assistant Manager Ian H's body. Ha! A chill ran up my spine, raising the hairs on my neck. Whether it was from fear, dread, or a sense of crisis, I couldn't tell. The gallows. There was only one chance. I had to seize it here. Chapter 64. Chapter 64 to 64. Assistant Manager Ian H's emotions were a tangled mess. If I'm going to leave, I'd like to go in peace. Apparently, that was an impossible wish. Hey. Move back. Do you think I didn't notice you already guessed one right? Ack. Move back. I haven't guessed a single one yet. Troll bastards. It was utter chaos. The scene had already been unseemly when everyone acted as if they were watching a spectator sport while fending for themselves. But now, with everyone monitoring and sabotaging each other while yelling, it had gotten worse. Survival and points. Two objectives meant double the conflict. It was like watching a wagon wheel stuck in place, unable to move because of friction, only building up heat. Ro, that punk. He's really something else. It had been a long time since Ian Hage had seen such excellent political maneuvering. Good thing he's a decent guy. Judging by the mess in front of her, they might actually stall for more than an hour. How long has it been? 20 minutes. __TRA__R. And yet, with only one letter filled in so far. Here's the hint for the sixth blank letter. Whose obituary call caused teacher Ian Hage's airplane trauma? Assistant manager Ian, who passed AWA. Oh, shut up. But what was the point of stalling, anyway? Isn't it the same outcome? All my secrets will get exposed, and I'll die. It wasn't like Ian Hage cared about preserving her honor anymore, but the longer it dragged on, the more bitter and tired she felt. And the more she thought about what those two hoobahs were planning, the more dizzy she became. They're about to do something crazy. Ian Hage recalled Ro's earlier whisper. During the hanging, remember this. It hadn't been a request, but a statement, one that wouldn't take no for an answer. Still, if they were really determined to go through with it, wasn't it only fair that Ian Hage did her best to survive? Though she couldn't say whether their resolve would hold in a few minutes. Let's see how it goes. Ian Hage crossed her arms philosophically. And so, 20 minutes. 30 minutes. 40 minutes passed. Hell yeah. It's right. The B in believe. Correct. B_TRAY_R. The word was starting to take shape. And at this point, it's only natural that someone would catch on. Wait a sec. Huh. The word's true identity. This word. Ro, over there. I looked up. 1 hour and 8 minutes had passed. The word was complete. BETRAYER. Betrayer. The word that best represents teacher Ian Hage's betrayer. What? 4 years ago, as a reporter, teacher Ian Hage betrayed her longtime boss and team, trying to publish an exclusive article on her own. She failed and had her story stolen. And during this process, her false report caused severe emotional distress to her sources, leaving them in despair until some of them actually died. What's the moral of this story? The answer is, people who betray their workplace deserve punishment. Ha! Hangman is an excellent educational game used here at kindergarten to teach the moral of justice and retribution to our students. This is the one time I really regret not being able to curse. Ro. Supervisor Park grabbed my shoulder. Listening to this, it makes your son be sound like such a terrible person, but you wouldn't know for sure unless you heard it directly from them. That's just how this kind of darkness works. It isolates the victim, inflicts psychological torment, and uses penalties to scare the remaining members of the field exploration team into compliance. I think it's not too late to talk about it after we all make it out alive. Supervisor Park's face lit up. Exactly. You're right, Ro. That's why, thunk, 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 thunk. I turned my head. Ian Hage watched with a conflicted heart. They're coming. Through the open door of the playroom, figures stepped in unison, moving slowly and fluidly. There were no melting black substances, no screams. Just pristine pastel outfits, smiling faces, aprons, and name tags. The brand marks on their foreheads. Sunny class. Chick class. Dream sprout class. Those people are the ones who were fully contaminated and trapped here. No, the monsters that used to be people. Don't make eye contact. If you get scared, you might be affected. I turned my eyes away as much as I could from those figures. Game over. Now, let's hang the hangman one last time. It's time. I recalled the conversation we had during preparations. Supervisor, if it feels like too much of a burden. You're telling me to push it onto you. What? Oh, come on. That's not happening. This is my custom equipment. You couldn't use it even if you tried. I wasn't saying I'd do it, but, thanks. And now, the supervisor was holding his custom equipment. A camouflage cloth. Wasn't it called the mimic scarf? It looked no different from the one he had used to help me during the exhibition, but there was one key difference. It's actually sopping wet now, huh? It was soaked. We had dumped all the remaining contents of the drink enhancer onto it. The same enhancer that doubled the effect of the smiley sticker during the Tuesday quiz show. I drenched that scarf completely without holding back. To avoid dirtying the floor with foreign substances which would incur a penalty, we'd spread my suit jacket beneath it, essentially sacrificing it. And if the enhancer worked, the camouflage gear should have tremendous power, even if just once. At least until the moisture dried. Since we were racing against time, it was perfect for the job. All right, I'll use it now. Yes. I nodded. The supervisor glanced at the kindergarten teachers climbing onto the stage, then silently pulled the scarf over his face. And he became one of them, perfectly. Sprout class. Ah, excellent. A convincing disguise. It won't hold for long, though. It only needs to last for a moment. About 3 minutes. And I had to act, too. I waited until Supervisor Park had blended in with the teachers and then started moving, slightly delayed to stagger the timing. Now, I had to get as close to the stage as possible for Braun to use his ability. And if I could draw some attention away, it would make it easier for Supervisor Park Minzong to maneuver unnoticed among the monsters. Let's begin. But as I raised my head, I froze. Oh. I had forgotten something critical. That I was a coward. Teacher Kim Solium, listen to me. I finished reading the handbook. 1. Kindergarten is eternal. 2. I follow the rules. Everything is perfect. I am a perfect teacher. Everyone is safe, happy, and there are no accidents, no one jumps. Our kindergarten is a perfect and safe haven where everyone follows the rules and educates endlessly. Once you finish reading the handbook, Teacher Kim Solium, you'll be like me. Now just read the handbook quickly. On the platform, countless kindergarten teachers stood, smiling. They were not human. They had never been human. Just looking at them sent an instinctive warning down my spine, that I would X if I were to approach, that I would be grabbed by the back of my neck, that I'd be left with nothing else to do but scream. I knew it already. The more I was afraid, the worse the mental contamination would get. I just had to endure. And I knew I had to stand close to them, attracting their attention. Compared to Supervisor Park Minzong, who had to fully blend into their midst, what I had to do wasn't even that difficult. But did I hold back a scream? What on earth is this? They said feeling fear leads to contamination, right? Is my fear drawing the contamination toward me? I'm supposed to draw their attention? I'm supposed to draw their attention. Drip. Cold sweat dripped from my chin. I barely managed to move my left foot forward, taking a single step. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Their gazes locked onto me. Nuttiacker. Sticker. The tattoo sticker. I need to use it. I need to use it now. There's no way I can endure. No, hold on. I can't use them now. This is panic talking. What I need isn't courage. It's rationality. No, maybe I should. Mr. Roe dear. Mr. Roe dear, I'm curious. What's your favorite fruit? Mr. Roe dear, a humble admirer named Braun is eagerly awaiting your answer. A question? Your favorite fruit, please. Grapes. Ah. Excellent choice. A symbol of abundance and nourishment. In ancient Egypt, they were revered as sacred fruit, and in Greece, they were celebrated as a cultural beverage. Shall we delve deeper? Let's move forward. I slowly took another step. New teacher Ian Hage will dangle by her neck and die. That's what the hangman game is about. Staring at the ground, I moved forward. How about wine? It's a beverage that has evolved alongside human civilization, shaped by the grape variety, harvest timing, and aging methods. Over millennia, it has been refined, driven by the desires and determination of producers and consumers to perfect its methods and results. One step. Another step. Soon, the edge of the stage came into view. I had reached just below the platform. Mr. Roe dear, your steps are no different. I lifted my head. In this show, boldness is essential. Without it, you vanish. And Mr. Roe dear, you've proven to be a participant who won't vanish. Ah, it's all coming back to me now. Yes, you were the MVP. This time too, let's follow your desires and determination. Braun spoke cheerfully. Now, let's play our assigned roles brilliantly, shall we? Right. Thank you. Encouraging my crew is my specialty. I was genuinely grateful. I took a deep breath. Though the smiling teacher's gazes landed on me again, it felt more bearable. The whispers and phrases didn't burrow into my brain enough to overwhelm me with fear or contamination. Don't let fear consume me. I can do this. I steadied myself and stood, looking up at the teachers crowded on the platform. New teacher Ian Hage, please step onto the platform. The execution had begun. The kindergarten teachers stood in abundance atop the colorful, cheerful stage. It looked as though an event was about to take place, but what they surrounded was an executioner's block. A black execution scaffold. At the scaffold, a black line extended straight ahead. At the end of the line were assembled body parts. Both legs, both arms, thighs, waist, chest, neck, and finally, a head. The moment the head appeared on the stage, the parts merged, and assistant manager Ian Hage exhaled deeply. Then, looking at the teachers surrounding her, she clenched her teeth. Goodbye. The teachers clapped gently with smiling faces. Likely holding back a stream of expletives, Ian Hage's face was pale as she moved her feet. Not by her own will. The black holographic ropes forced her limbs to move, guiding her toward the scaffold amidst the crowd of teachers. And then. This is the moment. Did you know? Of course, any contact with the teacher chosen as the hangman was strictly forbidden. Any attempt to rescue them, even a last handshake or an item exchange, was prohibited. Even if someone tried to risk a penalty, their actions would be blocked just before the attempt. So, the only opportunity to act was during one specific moment. The hangman is ascending the scaffold. This is what happens when you guess correctly. When Ian Hage appeared on the stage and began ascending the scaffold, at the exact moment she passed directly beside the teachers. Tuck. One teacher gave her something. Supervisor Park Min-zong, perfectly disguised as a kindergarten teacher, handed something to assistant manager Ian Hage. Since Ian Hage's arms and legs were bound by ropes, she couldn't use them. Only small, movable parts of her body were functional. For example, her mouth. The something handed over in passing disappeared into Ian Hage's mouth in an instant. As if nothing had happened. Ian Hage continued walking, expressionless, and finally stepped onto the gallows. This is where the second critical moment came. Now, let's begin the execution. Brawn. Now. Understood. Let's see your mask in a whole new light. Reframing the familiar. I frantically looked up at ENH. No change. Thunk. The black holographic rope around her neck gained physical form and texture. Hangman. And then, it pulled upward. Damn it. I wanted to avert my gaze so badly, but I forced myself to watch, pretending to be unaffected. The rope pulled with a disturbingly immense force, and then ting. Thud 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 thud. The headless body tumbled down from the stage. Thump. The lifeless body part fell right in front of me, and I caught it. It was limp, devoid of any signs of life. Then, it gradually faded until it completely vanished. The game has ended. New teachers, please wait for your evaluation. Ah, it's finally over. So you won the bet, Supervisor Roe dear. Man, how'd you stop anyone from guessing twice? The other staff, who had been waiting at the back per the kindergarten's instruction to watch the hangman's final moments in the playroom, approached with relieved sighs and complaints. Ah, is this your first time seeing a team member die? Honestly, ENH wasn't the kind of person who'd live long anyway. One of them gave my shoulder a light pat. Well, don't take it too hard, okay? She's dead now. I smiled. What? Why are you smiling? She's not dead. What? Huh? They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. But then. Ugh, what is this? Screams erupted from those who looked up at the stage. Not because they saw ENH's severed head. Rather. This. One of them pointed at the stage with a trembling voice. Why, is it a hand? Exactly. But it was definitely a head. I looked at ENH's severed left hand lying on the stage and chuckled. I never thought I'd laugh at the sight of a severed body part, but I couldn't help it. It worked. Ah, what a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. And what an amusing idea switching the head and hand. Exactly. The plan was to switch ENH's head and hand while concealing it from everyone's eyes. So during the execution, instead of her head, one of her hands would be severed. Using hands or feet to substitute for other body parts is a classic stage trick. Braun, muttering about doing this only for a friend, was unexpectedly brilliant in this moment. But this isn't over yet. For the hangman to escape, they have to die and leave as a corpse. If ENH had somehow survived the execution, the system would have noticed and enforced another way to follow the rules. So, all I have to do is place this plum-sized apple in her mouth, right? Supervisor Park Minzong had been essential to the plan. While disguised as a teacher, in that fleeting moment that assistant manager ENH passed by, what he had slipped into her mouth was none other than a Snow White Mountain mini apple. It was an item I carried, designed to induce death-like sleep. It was a stroke of luck that the wrist storage upgrade let me carry a whole apple instead of just juice. That's why I was able to give these instructions. Assistant manager, when the apple enters your mouth as you ascend the scaffold, swallow the final piece just before your wrist is severed. What? It will happen in that moment. That's all. ENH followed the instructions to the letter. At the exact moment when her wrist mistaken for her neck by everyone was severed, ENH swallowed the last piece of the apple. This put her in a state identical to death. Her body, now indistinguishable from a corpse, was recognized as having been executed as the hangman and successfully ejected from the ghost story. Exactly. Outside that outcome, no other possibility could have worked in this situation. Success. Ha. I pressed my hands against my face. Even so, I wanted to leave and confirm his survival as soon as possible. What if someone mistook the body for a corpse and transported it away? It felt too early to feel catharsis or relief. I just wanted to get out of here quickly. The evaluation is ready. Thankfully, the TV displayed the final signal. Soon, it would announce which participants contributed to completing the hangman word and which didn't, assigning penalties or granting a pass accordingly. From the looks of it, no one seemed contaminated enough to fail escaping. Row. As the teachers on the platform disappeared, Supervisor Park Minzong finally jumped down from the stage. We did it, right? Yes. Yeah. The supervisor collapsed onto the ground in relief and joy. It was worth squeezing into that gap. Even though his face was pale, Park Minzong grinned earnestly as he finally removed the camouflage equipment. Supervisor, you didn't guess a letter, so you'll probably get another penalty. I can handle up to the second one. As we had discussed earlier, the supervisor nodded, accepting the consequence. Honestly, it doesn't feel great, but, well, taking one penalty for missing a correct answer is way better than letting the assistant manager die. I'll stop at the second, there's no way I'll get a third, so I'll be fine. Goodness. Ding. Wrong. Wait, what? New teachers must remain at the bottom of the platform. Stepping onto the stage is prohibited. As a penalty, you must read the handbook aloud for 10 minutes. Park Minzong looked back up at the spot he had just stepped down from. The platform. I'm caught. And then, he was dragged away. Chapter 65. Chapter 65 to 65. A black holographic book descended over Supervisor Park Minzong's head. The hologram clung to him like tar, seeping over his body as he clawed at the ground, struggling in vain. Behind his writhing figure, the TV's cheerful voice resumed. Now, let's reveal the new teachers who failed to actively participate in the hangman game. Similar scenes began to unfold across the room. The issue, the real issue, was: new teacher Park Minzong, you didn't guess a single letter correctly. One penalty had already been accumulated. Stepping onto the stage added another. And now, not guessing a letter resulted in a third. Thus, 3 penalties accumulated. The TV declared its verdict. New teacher Park Minzong is designated as a permanent trainee. You will remain here forever, receiving training and preparing to become a perfect kindergarten teacher. The black holographic books covering the faces of those who failed to guess letters remained, but only Park Minzong's turned a fiery red and spread across his entire body. His scream warped into something unnatural. NPLE. His body twisted and thrashed on the floor in grotesque contortions. Incomprehensible excerpts from the handbook were read aloud, overlapping with his sobs and screams. Yet no one around paid attention. A few glanced over, only to quickly step away as if avoiding any connection, waiting for the next stage outlined in the manual. Finally. Thank you for your efforts in today's dry run. Goodbye, new teachers. Clearance confirmed. Finally, it's over. Move it. As soon as the game ended, everyone realized they were free to curse and run, and a flood of participants surged out of the playroom. Even those who had just finished their 10-minute penalty, coughing up the tar-like hologram and clutching their heads in pain, staggered upright and limped or ran out, bumping into me along the way. What the? The door only stays open for 30 minutes. If you don't get out now, you'll be treated as a permanent trainee too. Damn it. They brushed past me and kept running. And so I was left alone. Alone, except for the contaminated Park Minzong writhing on the floor. Oh dear, my friend is being mistaken as a volunteer in such an outdated place. Let's leave immediately, Mr. Roe dear. No. Mr. Roe dear? The game was over. That meant the rules of this ghost story had also ended. In the worst case, I can run out on my own in 10 minutes and make it through the door. But I have to at least try to take the supervisor with me. I could endure this. I had to try as much as I could. After all, I'd succeeded before. I don't want to give up so easily. I didn't want this story to end with saving the hangman by exploiting a sliver of a loophole, only to have the one who tried to save them disappear into the legend. I don't want some casual note on a wiki saying, an incident where the rescuer of the hangman was lost. I can do this. I raised my head and reached for the tattoo on my wrist. From the heated tattoo, the items I had stored began to appear. The candle-making kit, apple juice, the blood-sucking knife, stickers, and dozens of 501 coins bundled together. Oh, what fascinating tools will you use this time, friend? I'm not using anything. Then what is this? I stuffed all the items into my briefcase. Given that I hadn't brought the blood bathtub with me, I was left with just enough room to fit everything snugly. The blood-sucking knife, which looked like it could burst out of the bag due to its size, was carefully set aside into my back pocket. Done. The fully packed briefcase was heavy, but not so much that I couldn't carry it while running. And now, there was one thing left to do. The now empty subspace in my wrist. Ah, you were clearing it for a purpose? Exactly. I briefly reached into the tattoo's connected subspace and pulled my hand back out. This subspace, it's a cube with a volume equivalent from 60 centimeters per side, right? Precisely. It's irregular, isn't it? That's also. Braun's voice carried a mix of amusement and interest. Correct. Good. It's all or nothing. I'd heard it before, the idea that being contaminated and trapped in this ghost story forever, unable to die, was far worse than death. Let's do this. I gritted my teeth and waited. Waited for Supervisor Park Min-song's third penalty to finish. Trying to do anything now would be foolish. Trying to communicate with someone in the middle of their penalty would result in the holographic handbook graciously attaching itself to me as well. And then, I'd spend 10 minutes reading the handbook, effectively out of commission. That would be the end. I forced myself to suppress my anxiety and waited calmly. Time remaining for the penalty. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. The tar-like red substance surrounding Supervisor Park Min-song disappeared. Slowly, he stood up. His appearance had transformed completely into that of a kindergarten teacher. The black suit he had worn was replaced with soft beige pants, a white shirt, and a light green apron. In one hand, he held a brown folder with a red title. His mask had completely melted away, revealing his face. And on his forehead, clear and vivid, was the brand of his assigned class. Sprout Class. A gentle smile spread across Supervisor Park Min-song's fully exposed face. Teacher Solium. Shit. Did you wait for me to finish reading the handbook? Thank you so much. Of course, I had to wait. Don't let it show. Don't panic. Showing anything now would be disastrous. How are you feeling? Great. Never better. Supervisor Park smiled softly, nodding. That's good to hear. Shall we head out now? Head out? Oh. You mean leaving? Yes, let's go together. Oh, I don't have a quitting time. I'm not just a new teacher anymore. I finished reading the handbook. But you can still leave. That's not possible though. It's time for me to head to the Sprout class and help prepare for opening. Then, with a bright expression, Supervisor Park exclaimed. Oh, right. Teacher Solium, want to come with me? A chill ran down my spine. Teacher Solium, you don't know which class you'll be assigned to yet, do you? You haven't read the handbook yet. If you read it, you'll find out your assigned class. Supervisor Park extended his hand to me. What do you think? It'd be great if we were in the Sprout class together. We used to be on the same squad, after all. Shit. Shit. I naturally stepped back, making sure that I looked like I was considering his suggestion. His outstretched hand swiped through empty air. Oh. Thank you for the offer, but I need to drop this outside the exit first. I lifted the briefcase. I borrowed some things, and I think I need to return them within the time limit. Teacher Solium, all those interesting items you carry around were borrowed. Yes. Please don't notice. Please. Trigger warning, self-harm. The thing that had once been Supervisor Park, still speaking kindly and gently as if it were second nature, replied, then should I ask the other teachers to help move it? It's just one briefcase. If you wouldn't mind, could you accompany me to the entrance for a moment? Supervisor Badger specifically requested it. Supervisor Park froze. Perhaps. Supervisor Badger. His mouth opened. That. But then, in the next moment. Sure. Let's go to the entrance together. The kind, cheerful teacher's voice returned. Teacher Solium. Yes, I'd appreciate it if you could accompany me to the entrance. Quietly, so we don't disturb anyone. Sounds good. I turned and began walking out of the playroom. Right behind me followed the fully contaminated Supervisor Park, now a teacher. Ha! Slowly, I moved forward. Step. Step. Right behind me, I could hear the sound of soft slippers, not the hard click of dress shoes quietly trailing me. Step. Step. Oh, let me help you carry the briefcase. It's ALR. Before I could finish saying it was fine, the teacher's hand grabbed half of the briefcase I was holding. The perfect teacher's handbook in his hand brushed against mine. Step. Step. I'm fine. The sharp, piercing sound that messes with my mind isn't there. Neither is the overwhelming terror or fear that makes me want to lose my mind. I can do this. The entrance isn't far now. All I have to do is walk. But at the same time, a thought crosses my mind. Is sneaking out to the entrance like this the right thing to do? Motherfucker. Look at me cursing. Maybe it's because I've never read the handbook, but somehow it feels a little embarrassing. Maybe reading the handbook isn't a punishment at all. Perhaps it's an opportunity disguised as a penalty, a chance to learn? Crazy. Wait. Let's not just dismiss this as contamination. Let's consider it seriously. This is a great workplace. Preparing for a perfect opening with polite and compliant colleagues is the ultimate joy. I have the potential to become a perfect teacher. Kindergarten has shown me that. No. Absolutely not. I scoffed at myself. Don't I know that even getting caught in a lie results in punishment? I should just give up on the entrance efficiently. That's the logical thing to do. I should voluntarily start reading the handbook here. I could even ask teacher Park Minzong to join me. No. If I just borrow the hand. No. Stop entertaining other thoughts. But if I think about it a little more, I'll start to believe this isn't such a bad idea. It is not. Focus on moving forward. One step at a time, the entrance grows closer. Step, step. I've made it. The entrance. Instead of the dirty, cluttered entrance I first walked through, it now looks pristine, clean enough to make me hesitate about leaving. So, we just have to throw this bag, right? I grabbed the briefcase, and in the motion, the handbook that had been brushing against my hand slipped and fell. Shall we throw it together? Please. Yes, that sounds good. It has to work. Hold onto this part for me. Finally, I turned my head. Standing in my view was Supervisor Park Minzong, smiling with the face of a teacher. He reached out his upper body and hands, just as I had instructed, ready to grab the briefcase. Now. I grabbed Supervisor Park's head without hesitation. And I shoved it roughly into my forearm. It's working. The subspace connected to my tattoo on my wrist has the volume of a 60 centimeters cube per side. But it isn't a literal cube. It's a malleable, irregular subspace. So, when converted into other measurements, it can easily fit the body of an adult man. I fixed my gaze upward. Crack, crack. The humanoid body resisted as I pushed it into the tattoo, its joints feeling like they were breaking apart. I made sure to start with the head on purpose. Talking to him would have definitely affected me, making the contamination worse. I kept pressing down with one hand. The subspace within the tattoo swallowed it without resistance. The handbook touched it? No, I'll keep that separate, there's no way I'll let it go in. Finally, I crammed in the last of his legs. Snap! Something suddenly grabbed my left forearm. Fingers gripping tightly with unnatural strength, pale as death. It was Supervisor Park's right hand. Ugh! Damn it! I tried to pry off his fingers one by one, but it wasn't working. I can't injure a teacher. I had no idea how this darkness would react if I did. Stay calm. I took out the blood-sucking knife and drove it into my own arm. The fingers tore away, taking chunks of flesh from my forearm. It was pain that should have made me scream like crazy, but adrenaline and sheer tension kept me silent. As I shoved the last of his fingers into the tattoo, I hurried toward the entrance. Step. The final step. I lifted my head. The bright blue sky of daylight greeted me. Behind me, only the decrepit, abandoned building of a private kindergarten remained. The sunlight glimmered over the wild grass in the outskirts of Seoul. Clear. I lowered my head. There lay Assistant Manager Ian Hage's body, missing a hand, collapsed on the ground. None of the other company staff were around, they must have already left. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my smartphone. Following protocol, I pressed a button. As if to confirm I was back in reality, the signal connected, and someone answered the call. This is the security team's storage, correct? With my dry mouth, I barely managed to speak the rehearsed line. I need equipment to contain contamination. Because I've rescued a contaminated employee. Done. And then, I passed out. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 to 66. Excuse me. Excuse me. I snapped my eyes open. A familiar face came into view. Sergeant. Yes. Dressed in a security uniform, with a slender build, light-colored hair, and a name tag reading J3. The very same security officer who had been involved with me in the Chungkwai darkness. I tried to get up in a hurry, but a massive headache struck me. Wait, what? Jingle. I froze. The red yarn tied tightly around my hands, dangling little silver bells, caught my eye. Yarn. The look and purpose felt oddly familiar. Oh. This is one of the security team's equipment. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau / Items. Nostalgia Kitty, a red yarn with silver bells attached, classified as an equipment type item. Temporarily reverts the subject to their physically and mentally healthiest state within the past 10 years. The more severe the subject's mutation, the faster the yarn breaks. Health criteria determined based on usage records. A device that allowed anyone to temporarily return to a better state from their past. Knowing this calmed me down a little. I relaxed, and... No, wait. Why am I restrained? I quickly raised my head. The sergeant, looking mildly annoyed but also slightly amused, met my gaze. He gave a small wave. We meet again. Yes. But... I raised my bound arms as high as I could. What is this about? You said, you rescued a contaminated employee. Yes, But why am I? The sergeant pointed at me. Ah. Are you saying the security team thinks I'm the one contaminated? Looks like it, yeah. There's no one else. He raised his hand slightly, his expression an odd mix of anticipation and embarrassment. Welcome to the security team. And no. Is this some kind of initiation for me as a new recruit? It's not me. Huh. It's not me. I emphasized this twice, then finally managed to steady myself and take in my surroundings. Is this an isolation room? The interior was an empty space surrounded by gray walls, with even the lighting recessed seamlessly into the ceiling. It seems like the security team responded properly. I must have made the call correctly. Security team equipment rental warehouse. This was a facility I'd been authorized to use after my promotion to supervisor, a storage space where equipment from the security team could be borrowed via phone or in person. However, if the security team deemed a situation required containment, they could intervene directly, as they had here. Lucky me. Seeing as I was now detained in a security team facility, that must have been the case. I slowly nodded. This must be the company building, given that you're here, Sergeant. Yes, sharp observation. I swallowed nervously. If I wasn't mistaken, my tattoo still held the contaminated supervisor Park Min-zong. I need to hand him over so the contamination can be contained. But wouldn't officially registering the existence of my tattoo with the security team be an incredibly stupid move long term? Testing the waters, I cautiously asked, is there a CCTV system installed here by any chance? I don't think so. Right. It was likely that no recording devices had been set up, considering this was the first time someone contaminated by the ghost story had escaped into reality. Even CCTV footage could become contaminated. Especially since Hungry Hangman was a ghost story with exceptionally strong psychological contamination. In any case, it seemed no one knew that the fully contaminated supervisor Park Min-zong was currently inside my tattooed wrist. I swallowed nervously. Sergeant. Just call me Jay. I'm the only Jay left in the security team. All right, JSSI. I spoke with a serious expression. Can you promise to keep what happens next a secret? Naturally, I expected him to refuse. Or, perhaps he'd act conflicted, agree to keep it a secret, and then promptly report everything. Either way, I was prepared to offer some form of persuasion. Sure, why not? As long as it's not about blowing up the company. No, even that might be okay. Just keep it a secret that I even heard anything. Was this the confidence of someone in a lifelong position? What kind of company is this? I shook off the dizziness creeping into my head and firmly stated, it's not about blowing up the company. Then. Actually, I've rescued a contaminated employee, and I'm currently containing them on my own. The sergeant looked at me like I was speaking nonsense. Are you delusional? I'm perfectly sane. I'm even wearing contamination suppression equipment, am I not? I raised my arm. These yarns with bells, this is contamination suppression equipment, isn't it? Yes, it is. Then you can see that I'm speaking with a clear mind. The sergeant stared at me. I swallowed again. When you're ready, I'll bring out the contaminated employee. Oh. He blinked, clearly unconvinced but willing to humor me, and slowly replied, fine, go ahead. Do you need any special preparations? I only have one chance, as I'm using a disposable item. Well. He tapped his chest lightly. I'm enough. Though his words might have sounded arrogant, his tone was straightforward and wearied, giving no impression of boasting. And he's a sergeant. I'd seen his capabilities in the Chengguai ghost story. He was a professional in darkness suppression. Good. All right. I took a deep breath. Then, I reached directly into my tattoo. I didn't have to search. My hand immediately grasped the target. Keeping fellow teachers locked away is against the rules. Pull. As my hand emerged from the tattoo, it dragged something along with it. Ryep. With grotesque sounds, the teacher began to emerge from the tattoo. And then, thunk. The yarn snapped from the strain. Blood spurted from my forearm like a fountain. The wound inflicted by the blood-sucking knife earlier had reopened. Fuck. I wanted to scream from the pain, but I held back. The contamination was creeping back as well. But more pressing than that was teacher solium. Such mischievous behavior is a punishable offense at kindergarten. Flinch. Supervisor Park Minzong, or rather, the teacher paused mid-sentence, smiling softly. Then, he stopped entirely, glancing around blankly at his surroundings. This is not the kindergarten. Damn it. This is not the kindergarten. This is not the kindergarten. I left without permission, unauthorized. I am not a perfect teacher. I broke the rules. There was no way to respond. I could only feel the guilt crashing over me. I'm so sorry, teacher. I made the wrong decision. I shouldn't have done this. I'll take your punishment and read the handbook aloud instead. I'll grab the handbook of kindergarten and... Up you go. Grab. Someone seized my face. Then something was inserted into my ear. Some kind of sleep sedative. Flash. I blinked. Excuse me. Excuse me. I opened my eyes again. Everything was still. Are you all right? I'm fine. I instinctively knew. You knocked me out, didn't you? Yes. I looked at the empty capsule shell that had fallen to the floor from my ear. A drug. It seemed I'd been given something that briefly knocked me out. Something similar to the Snow White mountain apple I carried, but perhaps a less potent version. Stay calm. It appeared I'd been freed from the contamination's effects. I steadied my breathing and looked down at my arm. The area where I'd been injured was now wrapped in bandages. As for the yarn that had been wrapped around me earlier, I lifted my head and saw it tightly wound around Supervisor Park Minzong's limbs in the corner. Right. He no longer looked like a teacher. It was Supervisor Park Minzong again. It worked. Dressed in a black suit and mask, Park Minzong looked just as he had before entering the ghost story. Even if this was only a temporary effect of the suppression equipment. Ha! Feeling utterly drained, I leaned against the wall. Successful handover. I heard the sergeant mutter beside me. That guy's lucky, getting out that quickly, envy him. Wait. Since he came out quickly, does that mean he can fully recover from the contamination? The sergeant, looking too tired to think, hesitated before finally speaking under the weight of my persistent gaze. That's a gloom-level contamination. Huh? Yes, it's B class. Then it's fine. B grade. The company's got protocols, and well, if things go decently, maybe, a department transfer. Sure. Working in the security team would be better than dying. I hope he recovers well enough to either return or leave on his own terms. I turned back to look at Supervisor Park Minzong. Now that the tension was easing, I felt strange. Until just yesterday, we'd been co-workers, chatting and joking in the office. Now, starting tomorrow, he'd suddenly disappear from my daily life. Please take good care of him. The sergeant nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. As my thoughts wandered, my mind finally returned to the last scene I had witnessed. Assistant Manager Ian H. What happened to the body lying next to me? The one missing a left hand. I don't know. Please, tell me she wasn't incinerated or something. No, that couldn't have happened. Since she was a missing hand and not a head, they would have thought it strange. Still, My growing anxiety prompted me to hasten the process and leave the isolation room. Let's head out together. Ah, yes. With a few members of the security team accompanying me, I found myself walking out of the isolation room, escorted somewhere between surveillance and protection. And as soon as I stepped outside, I realized something. This was the isolation area adjacent to the security team's equipment storage facility. Isolation B. There were separate pages about this place in the Darkness Exploration records. Every single one of them was chilling. 2 summoned employees walked just half a step behind me, moving at a calm pace through the corridor. Meanwhile, I followed, trying to suppress the unease creeping over me. Kikikikikik. Almighty luminous one, shine your light upon me, save me, please save me. From the isolation rooms lined along both sides came bone-chilling sounds. Don't look. I resolutely avoided glancing anywhere but the light spilling from the door ahead. Who's in the hallway? Who's in the hallway? Who's in the hallway? Who's? Please, just walk faster. Hurry up. Yet the blasted security team staff maintained their steady pace until we finally emerged through the door. By that point, I was utterly drained, left to complete the exit procedure for the equipment storage facility as a ragged husk of myself. The front of the storage facility looked like a bleak corridor in the maintenance department. At the counter, a silent security team employee retrieved my belongings, which had been stored for isolation. Thank you. I accepted the briefcase. A sticker labeled approved/risk level D was affixed to its surface. Looks like they didn't inspect the items individually. Nor had they conducted any additional checks on what I'd retrieved from my tattoo. Surprisingly, Sergeant J seemed to have kept his promise entirely. Though he might report it someday. That much was manageable. I'd even mentioned the one-time use nature of the items on purpose. What mattered now was handling the situation properly. Let's do this right. I took a deep breath. Time to quickly check on Assistant Manager Ian Hage's situation. Friend. Friend. Braun. Excuse me, is this all of my belongings? The staff member silently pointed toward a container in the corner of the front desk. Waste disposal box. There lay my soaked and mangled suit jacket, crumpled into a mess and stuffed inside it, a small, disheveled stuffed doll. Gasp. How dare they throw me into such a place as if I were trash? This is outrageous. Even when I was a rookie, I never experienced such disrespect. These people are insane. I felt like I could bathe in my own cold sweat. Hastily, I retrieved the jacket, cleaned up the doll, and tucked it into my shirt pocket. Why you've been through so much? I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Mr. Rodeer. It's those ruffians who acted so recklessly. Braun seemed somewhat mollified. Without wasting time, I turned and began walking away. But from behind, an ominous voice trailed after me. But a good friend never forgets. Let's make sure to never let Braun near the security team again. As I stepped out the door, a voice called out to me. Kim Solium SSI. Waiting at the front of the security team facility was someone familiar. Squad leader. Chief Lizard gazed at me with his slit pupils. Did you come to fetch me, sir? Yes. Where are you taking me? And, while you're at it, could you explain why I'm being taken there? To the infirmary. Assistant Manager Ian Hage is lying there. I paused several times before I managed to speak. Is she alive? Squad Leader Lee turned to look at me. And his response was firm and clear. Yes. Gulp. A surge of emotion suddenly rose to my throat. Squad Leader. Supervisor Park Min-zong has also been retrieved. Yes. Squad Leader Lee Jae-han seemed to ponder for a moment, but he soon asked, is he alive? Yes. Then everyone has survived. Yes. That alone made it all worth it. Undeniably. Chapter 67. Chapter 67 to 67. After that, everything was processed fairly quickly. It seemed I had gained some remarkable recognition at the company again. Apparently, rescuing a contaminated colleague by yourself wasn't entirely unheard of, but most cases involved months or even years of preparation and a desperate determination to pull it off. There were countless cases where the people supposedly on a rescue mission would disappear together with those contaminated people while attempting it. But to pull someone out immediately after contamination? It was apparently unprecedented for a new hire. Look, that guy with the deer antler mask. Oh, is that him? Wow. How many times is this now? Sometimes, as I walked through the company corridors, I overheard whispers behind me. Come to think of it, I remembered experiencing something similar while eating with D-Squad at the cafeteria a few times before. But maybe because I was walking alone now, the comments felt especially clear. Though it didn't last long. Kim Solium SSI. Yes, sir. Don't come to work for the next 10 days. It's paid leave. With half the team gone, D-Squad operations had already been temporarily suspended, and now I was being granted leave. I was still coming in regularly to write the situation report, though. I'd been curious about how we'd managed to twist the rules of a B-class darkness, where the hangman had to die to clear it, and bring assistant manager Ian Hage out alive. Someone must have reported that Supervisor Park Minzong, and I tried to do something. It even seemed there had been discussions about scheduling interviews with the research team to strengthen the reliability of the exploration records. Ah, Supervisor Kim. Why bother with that? Take a break, take a break. You've done something huge. Thank you. It appeared Section Chief Lee Bai Yeongjin, who's in charge of manual revisions, and Section Chief Lee Jaehan from our squad had cut off the talks at their level. It was a bit funny, but during the reports from the employees who had been with us, they had apparently testified, Kim Solium SSI must have acted to save his squad mates without any ulterior motive. They essentially made excuses on my behalf, claiming it was all a fortunate combination of quick thinking and good luck. They all bolted the moment the clear door opened, yet they still spoke up for me. The former was only natural, but the latter was something I was grateful for, so I decided to accept it. Thanks to all this, my name kept circulating on internal calls, and the manual now had a possibly subject to revision label attached to it. In the group chat with my fellow new hires, people kept trying to dig for information from me. Go Yeonjun, you've been through a lot. Great job. Some even sent texts to comfort me. Thanks. Truly. For the record, Baeksahan hadn't even asked how I was doing, even when I live with the guy. That punk's personality has always been like that, anyway. I didn't expect anything different. Overall, the situation so far hadn't been bad for my survival. Actually, isn't this good? I was steadily building an impressive career. Specifically, I was establishing a reputation as a standout employee known for quick clears using unconventional methods outside the existing manual and for benevolence. And now, a 10-day paid leave. I thought I'd either be pleased about distancing myself from ghost stories for 10 days or feel disappointed about slowing down the pace of accumulating points. I expected it to be one or the other, but I felt neither particularly. So, I ended up doing nothing at all. Mr. Roe dear, would you like to hear my thoughts on why that abysmal comedy show failed to captivate the public? It'll be fascinating. Why not? I spent a few days just sitting in the living room, watching TV. Then, about 3 days in, a text arrived. Ian Hage, come to the hospital. Roe, you're here. Assistant manager. I placed the get well gift I'd brought on the side table and stood next to the bed. Assistant manager Ian Hage let out a faint chuckle. Soy milk? Nice choice. Thank you. It was the first time we were meeting since the brief communication we had in the infirmary, right after she regained consciousness. The assistant manager's complexion was slightly pale, but her face otherwise looked fine. The snow-white mountain apple had apparently done its job to some extent. Not bad for someone who came back from the brink of death, right? That item was great. Thanks. Thanks to that item, assistant manager Ian Hage had appeared to be a corpse. Luckily, the unique condition of her missing hand rather than her neck led to her being preserved in isolation. Section Chief Lee Jahan reported her survival and had her moved to the infirmary at sunrise the next day. Now, she had been transferred to a hospital with some sort of partnership with the company, and the urgent treatments had just been completed. Oh, by the way, I just said the apple was something I had on me. People usually prefer to keep their sources a secret. Thank you. Gratitude. If anything, I should be the one thanking you and Minzong. Assistant manager Ian Hage started to raise her left hand as if to wave it and dismiss the notion, but then froze. Because it wasn't there. Her bandaged left arm ended abruptly at the wrist. With such a loss, company-issued supply potions wouldn't be able to regenerate it. Assistant manager. I voiced what I'd been considering. I have that C-grade regeneration potion with me. You're not about to offer it to me, are you? I was planning to sell it, for money. Ha. Ian Hage clicked her tongue. Listen up, Ro. Items that are only tradable for points? You can't just buy those outside, no matter how much money you have. And using that potion just because I lost a hand? That's wasteful. It's the kind of thing you save for when half your body's gone. But still. It's fine. I'll handle my hand. You keep it for emergencies. Her gaze grew faintly shadowed. If you keep going into the darkness, you'll face situations far worse than losing a hand. Trust me. A chill ran down my spine. Actually, I've got something for you. With the grace of someone who'd been using just one hand for years, Ian Hage reached into the bedside drawer and pulled out a luxurious gold-embossed box painted with an oil painting design. Daydream Potion. Weight. That's the kind of box Daydream Incorporated uses for their premium potions. And it looked even fancier than the box my C-grade regeneration potion came in. Assistant manager, what exactly are you? See this? There's only one left. She opened the box with an exuberant gesture. Inside, the molded silk lining held spaces for 2 round glass vials, but one was already empty. Ian Hage took the remaining vial and casually tossed it to me. Take it? Oh my God. I lunged forward, catching the vial before it could fall. Inside, a liquid shimmered like flowing silk, blending hues of deep purple and silver. Daydream Potion, Venom Western Diamondback Rattlesnake, outstanding. Venom. Assistant manager, you bought this with points. Yup. Ian Hage grinned, showing her teeth. Handle it carefully. That's a 170,000 point death note. You can kill someone remotely without leaving a trace. Wait a minute. With trembling hands, I read the description on the vial. Western Diamondback Rattlesnake Venom assists with silent and ruthless revenge. Through a simple ritual, breathe the target's name into the vial. That very night, a horrific death shall find them. In short, it's perfect for getting rid of someone you want dead without any fuss. Before they die, they'll experience excruciating, searing pain and horrific mental torment, enough to curse the world itself, before falling into a coma. Over the next 4 hours, they'll endure what feels like 4 years of agony. You're giving me a murder weapon? Assistant manager Ian Hage further grumbled about how the venom always came in sets of 2 vials because of the damn concept, so she had to work twice as hard and twice as long just to get it. But eventually, she smiled mischievously at me. Use it if someone you want to kill shows up. Because I had someone like that. I glanced at the empty slot in the box, feeling a lump in my throat. Did she already use the first one? Curious about who I used it on. My mind instantly flashed to the revelation from the past. The word that best represents teacher Ian Hage is betrayer. If it's a personal matter and you're uncomfortable, you don't have to tell me. Uncomfortable? Please. I've been dying to talk about it. If that's the case, by all means. Assistant Manager Ian Hage leaned back against the bed with her arms crossed. To cut to the chase. Yes, I got into trouble as a journalist and ended up switching careers. There was this second-generation politician who dabbled in everything from drugs to human trafficking. I was chasing an exclusive scoop on him, but I ruined myself in the process. Her tone was casual, as usual, but the content was anything but. It was the kind of story that felt polished through years of introspection and regret. Her article was killed at the desk, and the very next day, immense pressure came down on her entire team. She was stalked, her family received threatening calls. The team decided to drop the whole thing and pretend it never happened. But I couldn't let it go and tried to blow the whistle through a foreign media outlet. Sure, that could be considered betrayal. But a small sigh escaped her lips. On the day I was supposed to leave the country, I got a call. 4 of the informants had died as if it were some sort of cruel joke. Officially, it was ruled as suicides due to despair, but they obviously weren't. Either they were killed outright or driven to the point of death. I was stupid to think that just publishing the story would fix everything. It wasn't stupidity. It was stupid, no matter how you look at it. Anyway, Ian Hage quit being a journalist. She said she simply couldn't do it anymore. But I still needed a job. I had a family to support at home. Fortunately, she found a company that fit. A place where the age range for new hires was relatively broad, where experience in diverse fields was valued for sales positions, and since it was in a different industry she wasn't on any blacklists. A pharmaceutical company called Daydream Incorporated. And at this company, she encountered something extraordinary: a wish ticket. At first, I thought about bringing the dead back to life, but that felt like an insult to them. Ian Hage adjusted her arms, crossing them more comfortably. Trying to bring them back just because I felt guilty would have been self-serving. Respecting the dead as they are, that's the right thing to do. Plenty of people in this company wouldn't agree, but that's my stance. Anyway. Her story ended with a faint smile. So last night, I got my revenge. And that's the end of it? If you hear about a second-generation politician dying a horrible death in the news, just know that I was the one responsible. Ian Hage stretched her arms high with a relieved sigh. Ah. Fuck, I'm finally done with this cursed darkness exploration. Are you quitting? You never know in life. Despite her bold declaration, her face was slightly stiff. Even though she mentioned it casually to avoid burdening me, it was clear that she felt conflicted about leaving Supervisor Park Min-song behind. Either way, I'll be taking a break for a while, but I guess that means I won't be working in the D Squad anymore. She gave a slightly bitter smile. I made such a fuss about you staying in our squad, and it ended up happening after all. Yes. I realized it reflexively. From now on, I wouldn't see Assistant Manager Ian Hage sitting at the desk next to mine anymore. Ro. Is it hard on you? Yeah. If it weren't, you'd have to be some kind of psychopath. You've been so capable that it's just hitting you a bit later than usual, but everyone goes through this at some point. Ian Hage smiled and lightly thumped her chest. Not being able to see the squad mate who used to sit next to you the very next day. But you should give yourself some credit for this. It's the best case scenario you're not seeing us anymore for a good reason, thanks to your own abilities. Supervisor Park Min-song, he That's a debt I'll keep on my own tab. Ian H cut me off firmly. You rescued him too. Be proud of that. He's strong in his own way. He'll recover. Focus on yourself for now. She glanced at me and smiled. Even the squad leader seems worried about you. The lizard, worried. Ro, hasn't the squad leader been barely showing up at the office lately? He hadn't. Usually, when half a squad gets wiped out, the norm isn't taking a break, it's stepping in to support another squad. Ah. But he made sure to keep you out of that. Whether it's by pulling strings or stepping in himself. Goodness. Trustworthy, huh? He's been like that since I joined. Not exactly flexible, but dependable. Ian H placed her intact hand on my shoulder. It's not easy finding people you can rely on in this company. That's part of your good fortune. Work well with the squad leader moving forward. Then she grinned and extended her hand. Whoever ends up taking my spot, with squad leader Lee Jae-han and Kim So-lium, I'm sure the D squad will be fine. She firmly shook my hand with her uninjured right one. Earn plenty of points safely, Ro. And she added with a smile. I hope your wish comes true. Yes. That was my last handshake with assistant manager Ian H from the D squad. When I returned to work after my short leave, I saw that all of assistant manager Ian H's belongings had been cleared from her desk in the D squad's office. Supervisor Park Min-zong's desk had been left alone, but who knew how long that would last. I quietly went to my desk and sat down. Just like that. I was the last remaining member of the D squad here. Chapter 68. Chapter 68 to 68. Morning. I sat quietly in the office. Ah, what a refreshing winter morning. How about a cup of coffee, friend? Sure. Let's have some at lunchtime. While tidying up my desk and chatting with Braun to chase away the silence, around 8:50 a.m., my lizard-headed superior entered through the door. I approached and greeted him politely. Good morning, squad leader. It's a pleasure to see you. Yes. I lifted my head and continued. I heard you helped arrange my paid leave. Thank you. Yes. The lizard moved only his eyes to look at me. Can you perform your duties as you did 2 weeks ago? Yes. I can work as before. Even if my initial results are lacking, I'll regain my rhythm as quickly as possible. I see. His vertical pupils scrutinized me intently. I'll be the judge of that and provide any necessary support. By now, I've become fluent in interpreting his words. Whether you excel or stumble, I'll back you up, just keep working hard like you always do. Honestly, even if he looked and talked like a lizard, he's a good boss. So who cares? Still, that didn't mean I can let my guard down. I have to clear the darknesses perfectly for a while. I'd already been granted paid leave. If someone known for their swift, efficient work like me, the kind of employee who hit supervisor rank in just 60 days, came back from a break and couldn't deliver results, that would become a hot topic around the company. It wouldn't look good. Wait, nobody even died, everyone survived, didn't they? Employee Kim So-lium seems oddly fragile emotionally. But how could someone with such a weak mentality have achieved so much before? That kind of talk. It's no good if suspicion starts swirling. I couldn't give them any reason to doubt me. I need to clear everything cleanly. Though I hadn't been able to purchase any reliable new items. I recalled the message on the Alien Shop's website that had been up during my entire vacation. Redecorating, temporary closed. I understand. All right. The website was under maintenance. I wonder when it'll reopen. I haven't seen any documents related to the site's redecorating, so it should reopen soon. Once the Alien Shop is back, I'll check out the new stock and secure some items within my budget. For now, I'll focus on clearing darknesses properly, Getting back to basics. They won't send me into high-grade darkness again for a while, I think. The strange emptiness left by reduced squad members was unavoidable, but quitting isn't an option, so I'll manage somehow. I asked a bit more cheerfully on purpose. Do you think I'll be deployed to a darkness today? I heard there's a high chance we'll be sent to support another squad since we're down to 3 members. That's correct. Oh. Which squad will we be supporting today? If I'm lucky, I might run into one of my yet unmet peers. An elite unit. Huh. Again. Do you mean the A squad? No. Then which team? The C squad. I knew no one at all from that squad. The fact that it was an elite unit made me wary, but at least I wouldn't have to see both the A squad's leader and squad leader Lee Jae-han in one place. Wait. Now that I think about it, I wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the C squad. K. Lee, this is Assistant Manager Lee Kong-hyun from the C squad, haha. The suspicious assistant manager who introduced me to Salmon Market. He did say he was from the C squad. Maybe this time I'll finally see him in person. But a more pressing question came first. If it's an elite unit's mission, could it be a high difficulty darkness that's hard to clear? What criteria are you using to make that judgment? I apologize. That was thoughtless. Could you tell me its letter class and whether a manual exists for it? It's D class. The manual is fully prepared. Oh, then there's little chance of seeing some crazy stunt where they use the round-off team as human meat shields. Feeling relieved, I asked calmly. Understood. When should we depart? We'll move out in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. We grabbed our gear and left the office, walking toward our destination. But squad leader. Yes. Why are we heading toward the annex instead of the C squad's office? Because the C squad has already entered the darkness. Huh. After a few more exchanges with Chief Lizard, here's what I gathered. C squad's leader is on leave, leaving only 2 members in the unit. Today's mission involves a D-class ghost story. Instead of adhering to the standard 3-member team, the C squad decided to fudge the numbers and dive in on their own, prompting the admin office to hurriedly assign additional personnel. Wow. Back when I first joined, Assistant Manager Ian Hage had blown up in rage, swearing over how they counted a newbie as part of the 3-person minimum. And here we are with people willingly entering as just 2. Ominous. A member who doesn't follow orders. A truly skilled host knows how to handle all elements of a show, especially human resources. Could today be your chance to learn that, Mr. Rodeer? Let's find out. Let's charge forward, shall we, friend? I want to sink to the ground in despair. But I need points, and it's true that I need to start diving into the darkness again. None of the elite units I've encountered so far have been normal. And I have a strong feeling this will be no different. Still, as a half-year rookie supervisor, I have no choice but to follow orders. If I didn't want this, I should have joined the A squad, though if I had, I'd probably already be in the round-off team as a corpse. Am I already feeling nostalgic? I forced myself to avoid thinking about my 2 superiors from the D squad as I moved forward. Squad leader Lee Jae-han handed me a tablet. Spend the next 10 minutes reviewing the manual. Is there a reason I only get 10 minutes? Because time is tight before the entry closes, and the survival rate for the past 2 quarters has been 97%. Thank you for the reassuring explanation. So we've reached the point where a 3% fatality rate is considered acceptable. Honestly, in a scenario like this, the 3% who die even with a manual likely made terrible decisions or were extraordinarily unlucky. It'll be fine. With a mix of unease and resignation, I looked down at the tablet. Mr. Rodeer, it looks like your mind just went blank. Yup. Because I'm screwed. equals 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 equals. Dark exploration record / ghost story. Ignorance is bliss. A ghost story featured in Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, Daru D2367. A textbook horror story where you must survive a full night among ghosts, an utterly nerve-wracking classic. Equals 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 equals. Wait just a second, squad leader. Instead of going on a mental breakdown and refusing to go in, I managed to make a rational suggestion. Sorry, could we possibly prepare for just 30 more minutes before entry, sir? That is not possible. Right, they said the entry closes. Not exactly a rational suggestion on my part. Seriously. Why does it have to be this one for my return mission? There have been no fatalities aside from 2 cases of heart attacks. It's safe compared to other darknesses of the same letter grade. Understood. It's not that I didn't know that. I had simply been deluding myself. Drunk on the image of myself as the elite rookie, I'd forgotten something. Even before my paid leave, I was someone who silently wept in fear while speed running through horror scenarios. And now my comeback mission is the kind of classic horror I'm weakest against, a true nightmare. New squad mates, half of them from an elite unit, meaning no room for nonsense. On top of that, the low darkness grade made it wasteful to use the tattoo stickers here, so I'd have to endure it with sheer grit. This wasn't the kind of situation where survival instincts would kick in as you frantically search for a way out. No, I'd have to experience everything raw. Exactly as the wiki entry intended for the horror to be felt. At least when I played tag with the convenience store ghost, I stumbled in without realizing it. Now, it felt like I was being dunked in cold water, jolted back to reality. Call it shock therapy, maybe. With a sinking feeling, I trudged into the darkness, like a condemned soul walking to the slaughterhouse. My legs wobbled. This way. At least the entry wasn't one of those warped spaces that swallow us into bizarre, twisted worlds. This time, the entry process was very straightforward. Knock on the door of a sealed space that meets specific conditions, then enter. That space becomes the ghost story. The space must be sealed with no one within 100 meters. All 4 walls and the ceiling must be enclosed with no windows or elements revealing the outside. It must contain an analog clock. The space must be approximately 40 cubic meters. A deviation of more than 4 cubic meters will prevent the darkness from manifesting. Our company had built a dedicated separate space that met these conditions and used it for this purpose. Specifically, a room measuring 4m x 4m x 2.4m. Break room. Squad leader Lee Jahan and I stopped in front of a door bearing that plaque. The break room was attached to a regular office, but all the conditions were satisfied. It was a Wednesday with a date ending in 4. Knocking on the door in a specific rhythm would trigger the ghost story. I'm the one who has to knock, right? Seniority, after all. Knock, knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Trying not to let my trembling hand show, I knocked on the door. And, as if on cue, the door clicked open. Huh. Who are these Oh. Inside, 2 employees were sitting comfortably. Upon seeing us, they waved their hands. Oh, you're the reinforcements. Yes. Wow, we really didn't need anyone, but they insisted on sending you. They muttered amongst themselves about how increasing the number of clearers would diminish points and reduce the concentration of dream essence. Then, Chief Lizard responded curtly. If you have complaints, submit a department transfer request and revise the exploration manual yourself. The 2 employees' mouths were wide open, then eventually nodded awkwardly, their faces turning sheepish. No, we weren't criticizing you specifically. Sorry about that. Ha ha ha, we must have sounded rude. Really sorry. You're, from the D squad, right, sir? Yes. Then this person is Supervisor Roe dear. Oh. Both their expressions changed again. You're the new hire who almost joined the A squad? I heard Assistant Manager Butterfly had her eye on you. And there's a story about you saving someone who was supposed to die. Wow, please tell us all about it when this is over. It's not much of a story, just some good luck, but sure. It's nice to meet you. Ushered by them, Chief Lizard and I sat at a small table in the corner of the break room. We'll be spending the night together, so let's introduce ourselves. That's Supervisor Dolphin over there. Pleasure to meet you, Supervisor Roe dear. A petite woman wearing a dolphin mask waved energetically when called. Her tone was bright and bubbly. Then a tanned man with a sociable demeanor extended his hand with a smile. And I'm Leopard, Assistant Manager Leopard. Understood, Assistant Manager Leopard. K. Lee, oh hello, Mr. Employee LOLOL. The profile picture of Lee Kong-hyeon on the work chat had been set to a Hawaiian beach, and the tan skin seemed to fit perfectly. The matching rank and outgoing personality further aligned. It's probably this person. Still, I kept the possibility open. I didn't know his real name for sure yet, and I wasn't about to show any familiarity in front of a superior. Looking forward to working together, sir. Same here. Let's get through the night snacking and chatting in this cozy break room. For now, it felt like we were gearing up for an office all-nighter. And indeed, nothing outlandish happened. The walls didn't suddenly bleed, the ceiling didn't flip, and the coffee machine didn't turn into a murder bot. But the ghost, it's already here. One or more explorers would have already been replaced by a ghost. That's right. One of us wasn't human anymore. Would you like some coffee? Oh, I'll get it. No need, our squad doesn't do the newbie fetches coffee thing. Just sit back. You never know exactly when it happens, perhaps as soon as you cross the threshold, or maybe during introductions. It's easier if you're the one replaced by a ghost. In that case, you just black out after entering and wake up the next day. The real problem is the manual for those who aren't replaced. The rule I had to follow. Ghosts mimic the appearance, personality, and behavior of explorers but exhibit subtle, unnatural actions, which no human would do, that cause unease. However, you must never show that you've noticed who the ghost is. Every explorer who blatantly revealed their suspicion disappeared without a trace. I can do this. I just have to ignore the weirdness and brush it off. I can do this. If someone starts grinning with their mouth unnaturally wide or something, I'll just look away and endure it. If it happens, I'll just very naturally act like I'm looking at someone else. With multiple people in the room, I felt like I could manage. Maybe I wasn't as much of a coward as I thought. Despite everything I'd gone through, I was surprisingly composed, not breaking into a cold sweat at the mere thought of what was to come. The entrance just fully closed. This is the group we'll be working with. Oh. Great, let's give it our all. Clap, 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 clap. All the employees clapped cheerfully, creating a warm, friendly atmosphere. Except for one thing. Wow. Everyone in the room was clapping, with the backs of their hands. Huh? Mr. Roe dear, why aren't you clapping? Why aren't you, Assistant Manager Leopard leaned in close to my face. Is something bothering you? Chapter 69. Chapter 69 to 69. Who could have imagined something like this? Being trapped in an enclosed space with 3 ghosts imitating humans, all while sitting in a cold sweat, pretending to act normal. And worse. However, you must never show that you've noticed. I can't let it show. Even if every person in front of me know, every ghost was clapping cheerfully with the backs of their hands. Clap, 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 clap. Don't, Bob, Vias. Then, one suddenly turned to me and asked, "Why aren't you clapping?" Oh, fucking hell. I barely kept myself from trembling as I raised my hands. And then, clap, clap, clap. I placed one hand politely over the other and produced a quiet sound. I glanced around as if embarrassed, offering a slightly awkward smile like a rookie trying to gauge the situation. I missed the timing to clap and got flustered. It's a bit embarrassing. Please. Please let this slide. I no worries at all. Hey, Leopard Sunbee, don't pressure the competent newbie. Sit back down. Ego, alright. The leopard employee, or rather, the thing pretending to be leopard, shrugged and sat down as instructed. You. But my relief was short-lived. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, the dolphin employee dropped her head to the floor and started banging it sideways. Expressionlessly. There's a bug, a bug, a bug I can't catch. Thud, 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 thud. I heard no other creatures can enter this darkness. Perhaps you were mistaken. Ah. The dolphin employee stopped banging her head. Her disheveled hair was now a mess, and her skull was crushed. That makes sense. Thank you, Supervisor Rodeer. Not at all. And then, as if nothing had happened, she resumed chatting naturally with Assistant Manager Leopard. If I pass out here, would I disappear? I'm going crazy. Why did everyone but me get replaced? If only I could have blacked out and been replaced too, waking up tomorrow morning oblivious. Supervisor Rodeer, have some food. Ah, thank you very much, squad leader. The lizard mask wearing ghost, no, don't think like that. Squad leader Lizard handed me some food. It was kimbap from a rather tasty snack shop near the office. I need to eat to survive the nearly 24 hours until tomorrow morning. It was a rational decision. If only I didn't feel like I'd throw up or get indigestion the moment I put anything in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, how about sharing? We brought some sandwiches, too. The two employees from the C Squad took out their sandwiches. I reflexively responded out of social courtesy. I should have brought something, but I was unprepared. I'm truly sorry and grateful. Manny, come on. No need to worry about stuff like that. Even this squad leader here doesn't seem to care about formalities, right? Yes. With the lizard's short reply, Assistant Manager Leopard gave a thumbs up with a grin. Yeah, our C Squad's leader is like that too. Hey, you know Squad Leader Teal Duck from the A Squad, right? Our squad leader is on a whole different level. Ack. Sounds like someone worth respecting. Right? The squad leader even used that wish ticket to take a vacation. I hope it doesn't lead to retirement though. I avoided commenting on the subtle criticism against A Squad's leader and turned the conversation with gentle praise instead. Not that it matters since they're ghosts. But yeah, I'll keep this up. Forget it, forget it. Honestly, it felt less like a ghost story and more like awkward small talk during a team building retreat with senior employees from related departments. Of course, it didn't last long. Right after the meal, Assistant Manager Leopard yawned and stood up. We'll be here all night. Mind if I take off my shoes for a bit? You should have brought slippers like me. What can I do if I didn't? My socks are clean anyway. Assistant Manager Leopard chatted nonchalantly with Supervisor Dolphin while starting to take off his shoes. Sure, I won't even be surprised if he suddenly starts tap dancing on the table. Instead of feet, there were hands. Crammed and forced into the shoes, The hands unfolded and pressed onto the floor as they emerged. Ah, since I'm already up, I'll grab more coffee. Everyone wants a refill, right? Thup. Suddenly, Assistant Manager Leopard stood on his hands. The hands attached to his feet swung up and waved. Thup, thup. A company employee walking on his hands. Supervisor Rodeer. I swallowed a scream. Yes, Assistant Manager Leopard. Can you help me carry the coffee? It's hard to see straight for some reason. Thump, 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 thump. His inverted body kept bumping into the counter where the coffee was placed. Not trying to boss you around just because you're the junior, it's just you're seated closer. Sorry if it feels like I'm pressuring you. Should. Of course. I'd be happy to help, sir. I stood up immediately and moved toward Assistant Manager Leopard. Now that I think about it, sitting next to a ghost with a crushed skull might be worse than assisting the upside-down ghost. Right? Right. Fascinating. Could this be a deliberate uncanny valley effect? An entertaining performance, Mr. Rodeer. Let's enjoy it to the fullest. Enjoy it? To the fullest? Just keeping my eyes open deserves a self-pat on the back right now. Enjoyment is way too high a bar. Now then, let's move these. Yes, sir. I handed cups of coffee to the hands attached to his feet, holding 2 cups myself, and placed them on the table. I was proud of not spilling or trembling, despite the sheer absurdity of it all. The real problem, though, was that with coffee refilled, the mood shifted into casual conversation. Now then. Supervisor Dolphin, smiling brightly despite her caved-in skull, suggested, how about we go around and share stories of the darknesses we've cleared? Let's be honest, it's hard to stick with this job without finding some fun in it. Assistant Manager Leopard waved it off. What if the ghosts overhear us and do something crazy? Let's just talk about our favorite foods or something. Ah, that's good too. He wasn't wrong. Discussing the ghost switching itself would not cause anomalies. However, it greatly increased the risk of someone noticing who the ghost was, which was highly discouraged. But they're all ghosts. I like things crispy on the outside, moist on the inside. Like fried eggplant, you know. Oh, really? I like food that pops when you bite into it. Like eyeballs. Fwick. Dolphin leaned right into my face. Supervisor Rodeer, you've got eyeballs, don't you? I can see them. You brought them under the mask, right? To share? Let's share. Okay. They're not for eating, unfortunately. I politely folded my hands under the table to hide the trembling. And it seems like we have similar tastes. Texture really is important. Oh, comrade. The ghost mimicking dolphin beamed. Supervisor Rodeer doesn't seem like a ghost. Talking so normally about food and all. Wow. I can't keep this up. If I stayed in this conversation any longer, there'd definitely come a moment I'd scream. Oh dear, Supervisor Rodeer seems particularly sensitive to the uncanny valley effect. Such reactions are appreciated in an audience, though unfortunate in this situation. But worry not. Isn't having this brawn by your side the greatest comfort? Your friend is right here. Wait. That's right. What Braun said is right. A great host always adapts to the situation. Exactly. What I was experiencing now was a situation where fear had been heightened to the extreme by the uncanny valley effect. Fear when something looks human but isn't. In this ordinary break room, watching co-workers casually display grotesque, inhuman behaviors was deeply unsettling. And being the only human amplified the sheer terror. If that's the case. I glanced to the side. The lizard was casually eating a sandwich snack with the wrapper still on. Not particularly less scary. Even if he suddenly flicks his tongue, walks backward with a grin, or gets up and starts shaking his head while crazily dancing yet casually chatting, it's all the same. Because he was already terrifying. Because he already looked like a lizard. There's no longer any uncanny valley to feel. I'm sticking with the section chief no matter what. Finally, a solution appeared. Suppressing my cold sweat, I turned my chair naturally toward Chief Lizard, as if I had an urgent question to ask. Section Chief Lee Jae-han. And I did genuinely have something I wanted to ask. According to the manual, in this ghost story, ghosts are identical to their companions in appearance, personality, and character. This means that if you ask something natural and unpressured, there's a high chance the answer will mirror that of the original. Unless they suddenly start acting ghostly, of course. This might even make it easier to ask. Since it wasn't really them. I pulled my chair closer as if I wanted to have an open and honest conversation with a squad mate. I aimed to create an atmosphere that discouraged the other ghosts from interrupting, and it seemed to work. Then I asked. We don't usually have time to chat during work. Would it be alright if I asked you a few things now? Yes. Thank you. I was wondering, how did you become so strong, Section Chief? Right. Thankfully, Lee Jae-han didn't seem annoyed. It's the result of a combination of innate factors and acquired learning. The perfect, universal answer for any question. It felt like asking the top student how they aced their exams, only to hear, I studied hard with my good brain. I want to hear more details, though. With anyone else, this might be a brush off, but with Chief Lizard, it's hard to tell. I decided to play along and smiled sheepishly before responding. I see. I asked because I'd like to improve my strength too without relying on items or contamination. Follow a protein-based diet and combine aerobic and anaerobic exercise. Will doing that make me as strong as you? No. Excuse me, I can already muster strength proportional to my physique. I almost gave my superior a look of incredulity. If you have any other advice for me, I'd love to hear it. Yes. Supervisor Roe dear, you have other strengths. Focus on developing those. The lizard spoke dryly. No individual excels in all areas. Don't waste resources on inefficient or unnecessary things. Use others to your advantage. Wait a second. Are you saying that when strength is needed, I should rely on you for that role, and instead focus on honing my own strengths? Yes. The lizard nodded. Your strengths lie in creativity and decision-making, Mr. Roe dear. Thank you. Well. Should I consider this high praise? It's definitely better than being told to handle everything on my own. I'm grateful, of course. Still, it feels like a missed opportunity. I debated for a moment, then decided to dig a little deeper. However, we do occasionally enter darknesses alone. Strength is a universal and effective means, so I feel I might need it for situations like that. I see. The lizard stared into the void for a moment, as if in deep thought, before giving a confirming nod. I'll introduce you to an item. Jackpot. Does it enhance strength? Something similar. Use it as a parent item when crafting a new special equipment. Thank you. I'd been meaning to enhance or expand my dedicated equipment anyway. At least I gained something from this. Even amidst a ghost story full of ghosts, while sweating bullets, I managed to obtain something. Wait. Come to think of it, the lizard sitting in front of me isn't even the real Lee Jae-han, it's a ghost. Can I really trust this promise? I panicked for a moment but recalled the manual. People who were replaced by ghosts retain indirect memories of what occurred within the enclosed space. Given Lee Jae-han's personality, he was highly likely to keep the promise. That settled. Phew. Accomplishing something gave me a sense of achievement, even if I had to endure terror. Let's use this sense of accomplishment to push through the fear. Pretending to stretch, I avoided looking at the two C-Squad ghosts who were now doing handstands and grinning eerily at me. At this point, I didn't care who among them introduced me to the salmon market. Empty your mind. I kept making small talk with the lizard, avoiding direct interactions with the ghosts. The ghost posing as Chief Lizard couldn't get up to anything mischievous because I kept bombarding him with questions, forcing him to respond endlessly. I learned a profound fact that the section chief prefers beef over pork. Friend, this seems less like an interview and more like a tedious amateur biography investigation. I know, Brana, but what choice do I have? When even that small talk ran dry, I pretended to doze off, playing word games with Bron, who was in my pocket, to pass the time. No matter what nonsense echoed in my ears, I stuck to one response: sorry. I'm too tired. Let's continue this conversation after we're out. It's 3 a.m. Please, let this end. I felt like I was drowning in cold sweat, but no emergency occurred. Clutching Bron in my pocket, I survived the harrowing hours that felt like an eternity. Click. Finally, the pantry door opened. I had endured the entire night alone. Done. I made it, damn it. I wanted to stand up and punch the air in triumph despite my foggy mind. I can feel tears in my eyes. It was the first time I had endured ghostly horror this raw and alone, without cutting corners. It felt like I had overcome a personal limit. I should give myself a pat on the back. I wobbled as I stood. No one knew how much of a struggle even a D-class challenge was for me, and that was a relief. Mr. Roe dear. Huh? Turning my head, I saw the lizard calmly standing there, wide awake. He looked fine, as if he had never stayed up all night. Wait. He's awake? Section Chief. There's no need to wait for the members of C-Squad to wake up. You may clock out. I stared at the lizard, perfectly upright, and then turned to look at the sprawled, sleeping C-Squad members. No way. You weren't a ghost last night. I was not. You were clapping with the backs of your hands though. The lizard tilted his head, then seemed to realize something and replied, I thought it was a popular trend. Ah. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 to 70. The situation quickly settled afterward. Or rather, it couldn't not settle. The lizard had doubts about my earlier behavior. Mr. Roe dear, were your questions last night intended to engage in lengthy conversation with a ghost because you mistook me for one? That moment was genuinely spine-chilling. How could that be? I was simply keeping both possibilities in mind after seeing you clapping with the backs of your hands, sir. And I raised an imaginary thumbs up toward the respected superior. That means I smoothed it over with flattery. I couldn't afford to miss the first chance to have an in-depth conversation with you, even if it meant risking a misunderstanding. I see. Thank you for kindly consulting with me for such a long time. Yes. Phew. For the record, the C-Squad members, who had slept peacefully through the night, woke up before Lee Jahan and I left. They chuckled casually. Ah, it just had to be the two of you, huh? What a coincidence. Wow. That must have been really scary. Right? Pretty chilling. Liars. Watching them laugh as they recalled the things the ghosts imitating them had done, I was once again struck by how bold the so-called elites of this company were. Oh, before I forget. Now's my chance to figure out who referred me to the salmon market. Would it be alright if I ask for your names, please? Of course. Supervisor Dolphin raised her hand energetically. I'm Supervisor Lee Song-hae, and over there is Assistant Manager Kang Do-jun. Huh? Wait a second. The assistant manager who introduced me to the salmon market was... By any chance, is C-Squad's manager named Lee Kang-hyun? Huh? No. I been had. No wonder that person had been so quick to share their information. They were all lies. They must have counted on the fact that the elite units, A, B, and C, are off limits for direct contact via the company directory for regular employees. Well, it didn't really matter. It just made me glad I'd created an alternate ID to bypass their scheme. As I was about to wrap up the conversation with some casual remark along the lines of, "I must have confused that person with someone else. Pardon me, Supervisor Roe dear." While Assistant Manager Leopard was talking to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, Supervisor Dolphin suddenly turned to me, speaking in a hushed tone. "By any chance, did you also get a Katak message about making money? From someone with a Hawaii Beach background on their profile. Famous, huh? Is it a word-of-mouth thing?" Supervisor Dolphin glanced at her colleague to ensure they weren't paying attention, then quickly continued. Well, I was also the top recruit in my batch when I joined. Ah. They contacted me too. That, fish bears eat a lot of, salmon market. Yeah, salmon market. So she'd been fished or maybe fished too. I've heard a few other promising recruits got contacted as well. According to her, the identity of the sender varied each time, but two details always matched. K. Lee, oh hello, Mr./Ms. Employee LOLOL. The profile photo and the name K. Lee. Supervisor Dolphin whispered conspiratorially. Want to hear my theory? Of course. I think the site admin sent it. Like, they're recruiting people to sell actual items from the darknesses on their second-hand platform. Oh. You think the site was created by a company employee? They must at least be connected. They knew way too much about the field exploration team. Interesting. I rubbed my chin. If such an employee really exists. A named character? I mentally sifted through the profiles in the company wiki for employees who might pull something like this. Thank you. That clears up some of my questions. No problem. Supervisor Dolphin grinned and shrugged. By the way, are there that many employees using salmon market within the company? Quite a few, actually. The company doesn't care as long as we're not selling Dream Essence collectors or masks. It's like how looting gets overlooked in wartime to keep soldiers' morale up. Ugh. Supervisor Dolphin grumbled. Honestly, this company is so annoying. I nodded without thinking. There's definitely a tendency to disregard human casualties. Well, I mean, technically, people dying is eco-friendly, so whatever. But it's the randomness that bugs me. If it were me, I'd send them off in order of personality. Ugh. I think I'm scared of the C Squad. Anyway, that's just my take. Thank you. No worries. Supervisor Dolphin tied her long hair into a ponytail and answered cheerfully. You know, you were so polite even when I was a ghost, Supervisor Roe dear. I think good people should live long. She gave me a thumbs up and a bright smile. Thank you. In the end, I parted ways with C Squad on a relatively pleasant note. Next time, let's meet in a darkness that gives lots of points. We'll show you how awesome we are then. And it'd be even better if only the person giving us points shows up. Ha ha ha. I'd rather not encounter the greatness of the elite unit in darkness. Still, working with C Squad seemed smoother and less friction-filled compared to A Squad. Of course, C Squad also appeared to have a certain sense of elitism, but that could be chalked up to being an inherent trait of elite units. Except for the endless replaying in my head of the shocking ghost version C Squad I saw today. Ugh. Let's go home. Let's indulge in the luxury of sleeping while the sun's still up in the sky. Feeling a small sense of gratitude for having the day off, I bowed to Lee Jae-hyun. Squad leader, thank you for today. Once again, I appreciate you patiently answering my questions in the chaos of the darkness. Yes. Please feel free to ask me anything in return anytime, squad leader. Yes. Then I'll ask now. Already? Lee Jae-han asked bluntly. Supervisor Kim Solium, have you used the Fox counseling room before? That was one of 3 locations I gained access to after becoming a supervisor. 1 security team rentals warehouse. 2 annex, 2 free equipment customizations per year. 3 Fox counseling office. It was the only one I hadn't used yet. No, I haven't. Of course, I hadn't had the time or opportunity. Do you plan to use it? Squad leader, you're suggesting the Fox counseling room to help me recover from the psychological effects of contamination, correct? Yes. I recommend scheduling a session soon. That was reasonable advice. Except for one issue. There's a side effect to that place. The Fox counseling room had a severe, unwritten side effect not mentioned in the employee manual. Granted, it was a very low probability, so regular employees didn't need to worry about it. Still, I didn't want to take that risk, no matter how small. With everything that's happened lately, I'm a bit tired of dealing with probabilities. I think I can manage for now. Unless I deliberately think about strange inner whispers or a sudden urge to read the employee handbook, such feelings didn't surface. Nights could be rough until I fell asleep, but having someone to talk to made it manageable. That someone being Braun. Goodness. What an honor, friend. Yup. Never would I have imagined a monster from a ghost story could feel like such a lifeline. Humans are truly creatures of adaptation, aren't we? Anyway, since I had the day off today and could sleep during the day, I figured I could compensate for my lack of sleep this way. Of course, outwardly, I nodded politely. Yes. I'll schedule it when I have the time. Though that time might not come for a while, maybe even months. But hey, I wasn't lying. Yes. Chief Lizard stared at me for a moment before nodding and leaving. And with that, I returned home safely. Click. I entered my room. The office ETEL building was quiet, probably because everyone else was at work. Baek-seon wasn't around either. Time to sleep. After washing up, I lay on my bed, intending to check the latest information and websites one last time. And immediately lost all thoughts of sleep. It's open. The Alien shop had finished its renewal and launched a new homepage. The colorful screen stabbed at my eyes as I clicked on it. I'll take a look at the items. Grand reopening sale. Shocking prices. Wow, really, shocking. The design, I mean. How could it look even worse? As pixelated fireworks burst across the screen, the increasing colors and effects made it even more hideous. If these aliens were outsourcing their design work, someone needed to intervene. Mr. Roe dear, please have mercy on this host and move me far away from that awful advert. I gladly propped Braun on a towel on the desk. I'd endure this design terror alone. Anyway, a grand reopening sale sounds like a good opportunity. It might even mean more products were available now. Excited, I clicked the entry button. Items. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean wons. Nostalgia Candy, 12,999,999 Korean wons. Rapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean wons. Necronomicon, 49,999,999 Korean wons. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Buy over 100 million Korean wons and get a 20% discount. Become a Space Shopping Mall VIP. Wait a minute. It's here. Mr. Roe dear? I nearly jumped out of bed in excitement but managed to calm myself. The armor finally showed up. Oh, you found the item you were looking for? Congratulations. Absolutely. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean wons. I have to buy this no matter what. It was even the cheapest item. What kind of jackpot was this? I added it to my cart and only then realized it was 10 million won, momentarily struck by reality. But cancelling the purchase? Not a chance. As I tried to calm down and scrolled through the rest of the items. Friend. Did something happen? No. It was the opposite, actually. I checked the list again, a bit startled, but it was real. I recognize all of these items. That was a first. Even when an item wasn't listed in there was at least a brief mention that allowed me to make a reasonable guess. Granted, some items seemed so ominous they bordered on ghost story material, but since they were just descriptions for now, I could still focus on their usefulness and applications. This is amazing. And then, I noticed a peculiar mark next to some items. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean wons. What does this star mean? When I hovered my finger over it, a description popped up. Similar to something you've purchased before. Oh. These aliens. So this is why they revamped the site. They'd implemented an algorithm. Items related to past purchases were marked with stars and listed at the top. But shouldn't it work the other way around? For clothing, I could understand, but why would I buy a similar item? It might work for consumables that could run out, though. Like this one. Nostalgia Candy, 12,999,999 Korean wons. The Nostalgia series. It was from the same place as the red yarn control gear that had been wrapped around my wrist during my time in the security team's isolation room. A series themed around returning to a better time in the past. Since this was candy, it probably had a similar effect when consumed. Looks like it showed up because I'd bought several edible products before similar to the Snow White Mountain apples. This is a must-buy. Especially since I was almost out of those mini apples, whether in juice or pill form. I immediately added it to my cart and continued browsing the rest of the list. Painkillers, healing items, armor, intimidation tools, escape items. And then it hit me. These are all good. Every single one was practical. Knowing their uses made it easy to discern their value. And then, of course, buy over 100 million Korean wons and get a 20% discount. A discount, huh? Opportunities like this don't come often. When I combined my salary, extra earnings, performance bonuses, and subtracted living expenses, my available funds came to up to 140 million? No. Maybe even 150 million. Friend, are you managing to enjoy shopping despite that visual torment? No. It's over. I looked at my card. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean wons. Nostalgia Candy, 12,999,999 Korean wons. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean wons. Necronomicon, 49,999,999 Korean wons. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Equals 167,666,662 Korean wons. Discount applied. 134,133,329 Korean wons. Let's go. Buy every single thing. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 to 71. I had just purchased everything from the alien shop. Wow. My hands trembled slightly. It was the first time I'd blown 130 million won on a few items. Approximate 90,000 US dollars. Still, having spent millions a few times before, I was a bit more used to it. Let's make the most of this. It would all serve as stepping stones for survival. I boldly hit the checkout button. Purchase successful. Your item is on a rocket. Soon, just like before, a spatial rift opened mid-air, and a delivery box appeared. With a pounding heart, I waited for the box to drop to the ground. But the package remained suspended in mid-air. Someone was holding it, gently and politely. With tentacles. The tentacle softly shook the delivery box, as if asking, "Here? Is this okay? Please place it on the ground." The package was smoothly set down with care. "Thank you very much." But the tentacles didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they swiftly retrieved something from the spatial rift and handed it to me. A small, golden, shimmering card. "I am a Space Shopping Mall VIP. Special thanks included." "Thank you." When I accepted the card, the tentacle waved almost like it was saying goodbye before retreating back into the rift. Huh. It seemed the alien shop had decided to treat me as a VIP. That's a good thing, right? I decided to keep the gratitude card. It shimmered brightly in golden hues. Good heavens, how could even a tag card look so appallingly designed? Apparently, expecting decent design from the alien shop was a mistake. I mean, the important thing is functionality. I turned my attention to the delivery box. It was time for the unboxing. Phew. When I opened the box, the first thing I saw was the largest item. A product priced at 28 million won. Happy Maker. The pastel-toned box was cheerful and colorful, like something containing liquid antacid or vitamin drinks. Inside were 12 glowing sticks, about the size of highlighters. However, needles protruded from the ends of these glowing sticks. An impeccable painkiller that was sold under the same name in the ghost story Delusion Home Shopping. Equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Record / Delusion Home Shopping / Items. Happy Maker. Is life painful? Do you dread sleepless nights caused by mysterious aches or fear accidents? Introducing your perfect savior, Happy Maker, a rapid pain eliminator. September 9, 20XX, item description from Delusion Home Shopping. Equals 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 equals. It was exactly as described. I looked at the instructions on the box. A quick and comforting shot. Say goodbye to pain. The stick-type auto-injector pressed against the skin would automatically administer a shot that eliminated pain completely for a set period of time. This is true over technology. Although the mechanism wasn't scientific but rather paranormal, it didn't change the fact that pain could cloud judgment in extreme situations. Based on my experiences navigating countless injuries and threats, I could confidently say this would come in handy someday. I hope I never have to use it. I decided to let go of wishful thinking. This damned creepypasta world. Resolving to carry the item carefully, I noted a tiny, unsettling addendum to its usage on the back. In irreversible situations, use for euthanasia. Nope. Absolutely not. I'll only ever use it as a painkiller. Painkillers. I used to take headache pills myself. The agony of creation. Such is the fate of an entertainer and show creator. How would a ghost story resident with a TV for a head even take headache pills? No, let's not imagine that. I hurriedly erased the mental image and gave Braun a few compliments to lift his spirits before turning back to the box. Phew. Next item. 2 items caught my attention simultaneously. One was a dusty, ominous book sealed completely with dark red wax. The other, rolled up neatly in the corner, was a modern, eco-friendly packaging material. As literal as it gets, it was packaging material that functioned as an item itself. Wrapper 12B357. The wrapper bore an engraved barcode and description but lacked any further instructions. Looks simple, right? Wrong. Here it is. Armor. A unique armor-like buffering material, this packaging material would prove to be my lifeline. I carefully stored it away, resolving to use it only when necessary. Then, I turned my gaze back to the box. Necronomicon. The sealed, dark red wax-covered book glared at me ominously. Necronomicon. The infamous Book of the Dead. A quintessential example of a magical tome of forbidden knowledge. It's a staple in countless stories spanning decades, so much so that it's become synonymous with all things evil and arcane. Of course, it was listed in the and now, here it was in my hands. Let's review the typical clichés associated with the Necronomicon. 1. Reading it drives you insane. 2. It's bound in human skin. Right. Bound. In. Human. Skin. The book's cover beneath the red wax subtly revealed grotesque, twisted faces, as if preserved in eternal torment. Ugh. It was the last thing I wanted to touch. Mr. Roe dear, did I hear you say Necronomicon? Oh, that old translated classic, such a delight to recall. Of course, Braun, the host of an American-themed talk show, recognized it. That wasn't even surprising anymore. But sadly, this is not the Necronomicon you're thinking of. It's something worse. Without another word, I carefully tucked the wax-sealed Necronomicon into my arm tattoo inventory. Phew. That took care of my intimidation tool. Next, I turned to the nostalgia candy, a familiar item that I knew would be invaluable. This was my emergency recovery tool. If I ever found myself dangerously contaminated, it could stabilize me until I reached safety. This will be a lifesaver. Finally, my attention returned to the smallest item in the package, a red button. Its design was simple, almost cartoonishly so. There was no doubt. This had to be. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Ever hear of those creepy internet stories? The kind where someone gives you a button and says, press this, and someone somewhere dies, but you'll receive 1,000,000,000 won. Would you do it? This button seemed straight out of one of those tales. On closer inspection, faint text was engraved along the edges. What does this say? Need a translation, friend? With Braun's help, I deciphered the text. Emergency escape. So, pressing this activates an alien-assisted emergency escape. It sounded straightforward, but at 66 million won, it was an expensive gamble. Let's hope it's worth it. Sure, it was a leap of faith, but I trusted the alien shop's reputation. If this button had come from another ghost story, I'd be worried that pressing it might eject my brain and serve it up as dinner. But the alien shop? I'd take my chances. That's everything. Ah, my meticulous friend. Such admirable organization. I carefully stored all my purchases in the tattoo inventory, confident that they'd stay safe until I needed them. Not that I wanted to prove the inventory's reliability again. No use dwelling on it. Thankfully, the unboxing hadn't taken up the entire day. I had just enough time to catch up on some much-needed sleep. But before I could even rest, my comm device buzzed. Go Yonjaan, have you checked the intranet? Go Yonjaan, the regular personnel transfer notice just went up. Regular personnel transfers. That meant the vacant position in D Squad was about to be filled. Who will it be? A few days later. Hello. Oh, yes. I found myself face to face with a newly assigned D-Squad employee at the office. The position was the same as mine, supervisor. He seemed to be around my age before I got involved in all this ghost story nonsense. The bespectacled employee glanced me up and down briefly. "Ah, so you're that supervisor? The one promoted in just 60 days?" "Yes." "Then you're basically still a rookie, huh?" I silently stared at him. "Oh, look at that glare. What? You expect to be treated the same as a supervisor with 3 years under their belt?" He smirked. "Of course not. I look forward to working with you, Sunbeam." "Sure. Hey, I heard you're pretty quick on the uptake." "Haha. You know, in the field exploration team. It's all about teamwork, you know. The key to surviving? Reading the room. Got it? Is that so? If you go around whining about being promoted early and demanding to be treated like a senior, you'll just end up marked and left to die without help. That kind of thing happens all the time." He scanned the office lazily. "I heard the assistant manager and supervisor who used to work here both lost their hands and got contaminated. That could be you next." I turned my head slightly to look at the one clean, empty desk in the office. That had been Supervisor Park Minzong's desk. A few days ago, I came in to find all his personal items, cups and picture frames had already disappeared, just a day after the new personnel announcement went up. True. It could be you, Supervisor. What? The work here is dangerous enough. I'll do my best to assist you so that doesn't happen. I'll be in your care." I politely extended my hand for a handshake. The employee, who had been eyeing me with a faintly unpleasant expression, must have decided it was just his imagination and shook my hand. Shortly after, another voice rang out, to which the new squad member replied. "Squad leader. Supervisor Yoon Yo-hoon reporting for duty. I look forward to working with you." Chief Lizard, Lee Jae-hyun, nodded briefly at our new squad mate. "Yes. Haha, did you know our initials are the same? It must be fate for me to work under you, squad leader." T/N, in Korean, the surnames are Lee and Yoon, that's why Yo-hoon mentioned same initials, which are. Technically in modern Korean, Lee is pronounced more like Yi, too. Yes. No, I mean, doesn't it feel like destiny? No. Yoon Yo-hoon, the new addition to our squad, failed miserably at small talk. As soon as the squad leader left for a meeting, Yoon sidled up to me, whispering conspiratorially. "Hey. Is D-Squad's leader, like, mentally not all there or something? I heard rumors. Is that how he seems to you? You don't see it? Were we even talking to a person back there? It felt like chatting with some free AI." He let out a long sigh. "Damn, this company's already enough to drive you insane, and we get stuck with a leader like that? Ugh. What's the deal with him?" Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun is attentive to his squad mates' well-being. "So what? You still die if it comes to that, right? And if he's out there doing his own thing in the darkness, no wonder a squad's leader hates him. That rumor's true, isn't it?" "It is, huh? Ugh, you'd better watch yourself, too. Seriously, of all squads." Yoon Yo-hoon grumbled something about needing the restroom and then didn't come back for nearly half an hour. Do I really have to work with a guy like this? Oh dear. You seem to be in low spirits, Mr. Roe dear. Would you like assistance from your good friend, Braun? You know I am always ready to help. Just say the word, and I'll gladly. Let's watch some variety shows together after work. Ah, now that sounds delightful. The conversation helped calm my mood a bit. Right. To be fair, I'd been ridiculously lucky with colleagues before. This is what life in a company is normally like, after all. At least he wasn't a step above me in the corporate ladder. For that, I was thankful. I quickly composed myself and moved on. Later that afternoon, Lee Jae-hyun returned from his meeting, holding a PDF file for distribution. We'll now begin the briefing for tomorrow's entry into a darkness. The newly added Yoon Yo-hoon recoiled in horror. Undetermined grade? What is this, some undocumented darkness? No. The lizard turned his vertical pupils on Yoon Yo-hoon. Each time it's cleared, the grade of the liquid in the dream essence collector changes. An anomaly. Then why isn't this assigned to an elite unit instead of a regular unit like D Squad? It's not limited to D Squad. All regular squads under the field exploration team are attempting entry. Lee Jae-hyun turned his gaze toward me. This darkness is entered through dreams, and the chance of successful entry is low. Here are the basics: on a full moon night, read a specific book and fall asleep. You may wake up in a school at night. Wait a minute. If the school's name is Sekwang Technical High School, you've successfully entered the darkness. Sekwang Technical High School. I knew this ghost story. But it wasn't just a matter of knowing it. This is a ghost story I'm directly involved in. Exploration record number 13. The 13th entry in the Dark Exploration records. I was the one who wrote it. Chapter 72. Chapter 72 to 72. A ghost story set in a school. It's a concept with ancient roots, passed down over generations. When hundreds of teenagers are confined to a single building for hours on end, it's only natural that eerie rumors, strange rituals, or ghost stories start circulating. The Seven Wonders, bunches of rituals. Of course, having gone through school myself, I always thought those were pretty entertaining. Isn't it a classic, widely appealing horror narrative? That's why I was bold enough to contribute to the exploration records for the first time. Luckily, my entry didn't get bombarded with not recommended votes, and it stayed up. Encouraged by that, I even ended up crafting and posting an entirely original ghost story. But now, I'm actually going in there. The idea gave me a strange feeling. Sure, hearing about entering a ghost story was chilling enough to make my spine tingle, but there was also this odd queasiness. It wasn't like the unease you feel holding a company manual. It was anticipation. Fear. I don't even know how to describe it. In any case, the manual had already been distributed, and I had to at least attempt to enter. So, the question became how. Perhaps a brief ritual before bedtime is in order? I'd love to know your secret to falling asleep so easily, Mr. Rowe dear. It's not that. I quietly made my bed. I'm planning to dream the special dream the company told us about. Ah, you're aiming to go to that high school, then? Exactly. Even if it's not this, I'll have to enter some other ghost story anyway. Since only a select few met the conditions for entry each time, the company assigned higher point values for successful entries into this one. In the dead of night at the office tell, I opened the specific book given to me by the company. On a full moon night, read a specific book and fall asleep. You may wake up in a school at night. It was just as squad leader Lee Jae-hyun had explained. What was unusual was that the book was actually a text file. Within the shadow of darkness.txt. This file was rumored to occasionally pop up in the 2000s Horror Classics compilation, a sketchy collection of novels you could download online, completely disregarding copyright laws. It looked like it could hold enough content for 2 books. But when I opened the file, it all began on our graduation day. That single sentence was the entirety of its content. Then, as I scrolled further, the text broke into gibberish. Korean 1 UB124 Korean 1 UUK 00 Korean 1 U0020 Korean 1 UC774 Korean 1 U0020 Korean 1 UAE 00 Korean 1 UC744. And after a moment, file cannot be opened. The file vanished. Ha. Nothing comes easy, huh. I'm going to die of a heart attack at this rate. Just then, I heard cursing from the room next door. Bexahan was likely preparing to enter this ghost story too. It was open to all employees, after all. There's a chance we might run into each other inside. Though the odds of Bexahan meeting the conditions for entry were slim. This ghost story's entry conditions changed every time it was accessible. But I know the guaranteed entry method mentioned in the mid to late exploration records. I'd already prepared accordingly. The critical question was how much information the employees had at this point. Even if the records aren't fully compiled, rumors might still circulate given the nature of this ghost story. With every employee preparing to enter, this aspect was a bit concerning. Maybe I should check. It seemed like a good time to deter any unnecessary meddling. I walked up to Bexahan's door and knocked politely. Knock, knock. What the? I'm coming in. The door creaked open. Bexahan glared at me with a mix of surprise, fear, and irritation before forcing a smile. Knocking means waiting for a response like come in. Isn't that basic courtesy? Oh, is that so? I stepped back out and knocked again. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock. You little aoyig. Just come in already. I opened the door and gave him a look of feigned pity. The outcome would have been the same either way. You live a really inefficient life, huh? Bexahan seemed on the verge of bursting with frustration but managed to suppress it successfully. It felt like he was finally starting to grasp the basics of social etiquette. What a relief. Anyway, I'm really curious about what made you suddenly decide to barge into someone else's room in the middle of the night for the first time. As he spoke, it seemed like he simultaneously came to his own conclusion. Hey, wait. Don't you have to enter the darkness according to the company's instructions, too? You know, that high school. Yeah. I figured. So you're preparing for it right now. Bexahan's eyes darted greedily toward my open door, scanning the area near my bed's pillow with focused determination. He was obviously trying to squeeze out any hints. Wow. I didn't bother closing the door, smirking openly. Yeah. That's right. Really? I heard you don't know if you'll actually enter until you fall asleep. But you seem so confident. Got some kind of secret method, huh? You sure have a lot of questions. Well, you came all the way to my room, so I figured I should return the favor by listening. I casually threw out. Need a hint? Well, if you're willing to share. Why should I? Bexahan ground his teeth and forced a smile. How about 3 days' salary transferred to you as a bribe? I don't need money. But I do want to know something. You want to enter, right? Why? A brief but intense conflict flickered across Bexahan's face. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. It was that he was calculating if giving me the reason could somehow benefit him further. Eventually, he came to a decision, speaking with an air of nonchalance. I mean, there's this rumor going around the company. A rumor? Apparently, whatever items you obtain in that ghost story can be brought back into the real world. So, it's a no-brainer to go in and come out with something, right? They say it's nearly impossible to die in there, too. So that's how the employees currently perceive it? A ghost story labeled as profitable to enter. To be honest, the hints you're offering probably aren't worth much. But hey, as your roommate and co-worker, I figured I'd share this intel as a goodwill gesture, Bexahan said. Wow. He's really trying to undersell me while posturing as helpful. I purposely put on a serious face as I nodded. You're right. My hints probably aren't worth much. So you don't need them, right? Let's just forget about it. I've learned a lot from what you shared. Hey, this foo. I looked at Beksahan calmly. He swallowed his curse, then quickly plastered on a strained smile. Mr. Supervisor, if an employee living in the same dorm is caught extorting a poor junior staffer's salary and personal information, wouldn't a complaint to HR be in order? Good grief. I gave him a look of pity. You really think this company cares about that? Well, belief is a personal choice. Beksahan seemed trapped between frustration and despair. I suppose this was a good place to draw the line. Fine. I'll give you something. His eyes lit up as I finally spoke up. Put a photo of yourself from high school under your pillow. On the back, write your grade and class, and maybe add a short profile. Like a yearbook entry. I kindly grabbed a post-it from his desk and even wrote out an example. Name. Message to your friends. Then, see what happens. Beksahan looked skeptical and asked if I'd put a photo of my high school self under my pillow. Without hesitation, I went back to my room and returned with the photo from under my pillow. It was one of my high school pictures, printed from a saved image on my smartphone. Beksahan stared at it, his disbelief turning into silence. You thought I was lying, didn't you? I mean, usually. You speak so smoothly all the time, so you give off that impression, Supervisor. Really? I've never lied in my whole entire life. Think about it. Beksahan looked stunned, so I took the opportunity to usher him out. Anyway, I need to finish preparing with Braun, so you can go now. Best of luck with your entry, Mr. Normal Co-worker. Beksahan retreated, looking either exasperated or unsettled, and quickly returned to his own room. Bang. Done. Having to keep him in check every time was exhausting, but it couldn't be helped. Consider the new addition to the D Squad. Workplace survival is all about these little battles. I returned to my bed and approached the pillow. First of all, the tip I gave Beksahan was true. Exploration record number 15. Utilizing the Explorer's high school graduation photo, all 3 members of K-Squad successfully entered Sekwang Technical High School. Validity confirmed. Once entry was guaranteed, the next priority was obvious: what to bring. Only items placed under the pillow before falling asleep could be carried into the dream world of Sekwang Technical High School. Given the limited size of what could fit under a pillow, careful selection was necessary. If I store it in my wrist tattoo and it doesn't activate in the dream, I'm doomed. Considering that ghost stories often altered appearances, I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Ultimately, I carefully calculated the space and placed essential items under the pillow, like a game of Tetris. Lastly, I positioned Braun in the coziest corner under the pillow. Of course, Braun ended up in a rather awkward position. Sorry. Is it too cramped for you? Tolerable. Were this a studio, I might have called some of the staff. Haha. Alright. Thanks. In other words, he was definitely uncomfortable. I shouldn't push my luck with Braun, who once incinerated entities with a mere snap of his fingers. Carefully, I laid my head on the pillow, making sure not to squish Braun, and willed myself to sleep. This pillow is kind of lumpy. And yet, my eyes grew heavy. For someone who had been suffering from insomnia, it was astonishing how quickly drowsiness overcame me despite the discomfort. As slumber quickly took over. Mist. Shadows. And then. Ding dong dang dong dash. A school. Ding dong dang dong dash. I opened my eyes. What greeted me was a dimly lit classroom with not a single light turned on. Looking down at my clothes, I realized I was wearing a school uniform. High school. The uniform resembled the one from my old school, but the school's name had been scratched off, as if with a needle. While I couldn't check directly, I already knew. My appearance had reverted to how I looked in high school. And then, what is this? Remember the characteristic of this ghost story I mentioned earlier? You don't know if you've entered until you fall asleep. In other words, this meant it wasn't just company employees who could enter. Huh? Huh? Why am I in a school uniform? Oh my gosh. Excuse me, do you know where we are? In the dim, shadowy classroom, people began to stir one by one from their desks. They looked around in confusion, some screaming as they saw each other. They were civilians who had been dragged into this place by chance. Is this some kind of event? Huh? Wait, why am I wearing a uniform? Oh, no, why do I look like a high schooler? This has to be a dream. Hey, did you look outside? This looks like the second floor. Feels like being back in that subway ghost story. Watching them waver between panic, fear, curiosity, and amusement, I felt a tightness in my chest. And an overwhelming sense of tension. Huh? One of the wandering individuals noticed something in the corner of the room. It was a student, sitting completely still. Why isn't this person moving? The sight was eerie. In the dim classroom, where people in various uniforms were noisily moving about, one figure sat frozen as if carved from stone. He didn't even blink. The boy, who resembled an intricately crafted wax figure, wore a name tag that was perfectly intact. Si Kwang Technical High School. Is this a mannequin? Let's see. Poke, poke. Ack. The person who poked him flinched and withdrew their hand. He's warm. Holy crap, seriously. I got up from my seat. Without taking my eyes off him, I slowly approached the classroom door. I need to open the door in advance. Thud, thud. As I moved nervously, something nearly fell out of the front pocket of my uniform, a small plush keychain. Startled, I caught it just in time. Whew. That was a close call, Braun. Silence. Braun. I held up the plush doll. It hung limply. Panicked, I pressed its belly. The silver serpent coin, the item I used for summoning my good friend, was gone. This was just a plush doll. My good friend hadn't followed me into my dream. Out the window, I'm fucking screwed. Chapter 73. Chapter 73 to 73. Braun's not here. What is this? This person, he, moved. With the silver coin inside the plushie missing, had the good friend ritual been nullified? Or was it simply that, since this was a dream, it only looked like an ordinary doll? Stop it. Trying to figure things out isn't the priority right now. Snap out of it. You're inside a ghost story. Take a look over here. I quickly turned my head. In one dim corner of the classroom, someone screamed. It was the person who had been poking at the student that had sat stiff and unmoving at a desk, like a wax mannequin. But that wax-like mannequin, over there, was gone from the desk. Following the finger of the pale-faced person pointing nearby, I saw it. Si Kwang Technical High School. The vanished student was now standing at the back door, holding the door, expressionless, turning his gaze across the classroom. What is this? You're kidding, right? No response. No movement. Hold on a second. A brave individual approached and waved a hand in front of the face of the student. The student didn't even blink. He simply stood frozen in place in front of the back door, perfectly lifelike. He's not breathing. This thing isn't human, it's a mannequin. But how could a mannequin suddenly move? Maybe it's some kind of advanced illusion to make it look like he's not breathing. Right, this must be one of those hidden camera things like on variety shows or YouTube. No. Of course, there were no cameras here, nor was there a production crew waiting to startle people for entertainment. Instead, ding dong dang dong dash. Students of Si Kwang Technical High School. The graduation ceremony will begin shortly. Please gather in the auditorium. Graduation ceremony. The announcement was cheerful, clear, and fitting for a school setting. Should we go? It's kind of interesting. Hey, aren't we back to looking like we did in high school? Wow. What kind of dream is this? Some of the group, having decided this was nothing more than a dream, chatted without any tension. It made sense. So far, nothing truly terrifying had happened. They don't feel the gravity of the situation. After all, they had reverted to their high school selves. And who wouldn't feel good about turning back the clock? A school at night may often serve as the backdrop for ghost stories, but with a group of people and a touch of moonlight, it could even feel romantic. However, hey, this mannequin student? Take a closer look. One person approached the unmoving student by the back door. The student was pointing a hand backward. It looks like his hand is signaling something. For heating and safety, we will now close the automatic curtains and adjust the lighting. It looks like he was about to lock the door. Bang. The curtain slammed shut. Whoa. Ah, that startled me. With a deafening sound, the automatic curtains closed, plunging the classroom into darkness for a brief moment. Flicker. After a delay, the lights in the classroom turned on. Oh, thank goodness. Looks like they were just adjusting the lights. Wait, what? Blood was pooling on the beige classroom floor. What is that? Following the trail of blood upward, everyone's gaze landed on a person. One person from the group was slumped near the back door, neck twisted completely backward. A grotesque amount of blood poured from the impossibly angled neck, seeping into the cracks of the flooring. Eyes, wide with shock, seemed to suggest it was a fate that was never once anticipated. Ugh. Arg. It had begun. Equals 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 equals. Dark Exploration Record/Ghost Story. Within the Shadow of Darkness. A ghost story featured in Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, Daru-62. Disaster Management Bureau Registration Number, 2845 PSYA.2016. 5.3. According to the story, reading the infamous text file before falling asleep causes you to awaken in Si Kwang Technical High School at night, where you are pursued by inhuman entities until your death. All civilian attempts to locate the real Si Kwang Technical High School have failed, and it is understood to be a place that does not exist in present-day Korea. Equals 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 equals. Right. The only escape from this nightmarish ghost story is through death. To leave this school at night, there is no other option but to die. And, as with all too many ghost stories, where inhuman entities feature prominently, this one has become a horrifying cliché. That person. One of the people screaming raised a trembling finger to point at the student still frozen by the back door. But there was one significant difference. His hand, it's covered in blood. The crowd turned their stiff, horrified gazes toward the student again. And they confirmed the fact. On the inside of the curled fingers of the student, as if trying to hide it, blood was smeared along the fingerprints. Their eyes shifted back to the corpse. Behind the corpse's grotesquely twisted neck, there were bloody marks, shaped like fingers. Ah! Mom! No, no, no! Ah! And then again. Flicker. The lights flickered. The student of Si Kwang Technical High School doesn't move as long as someone is watching him. But the moment no one's eyes are on them in the blink of an eye, when the classroom lights brighten again he'd move. Inhumanly fast. The person who had been pointing at the mannequin was gone. Ack. Found on the floor, body shattered below the chest. Thud. The lifeless arm that had been pointing fell to the ground limply. Ah. Ah. Panic, fear, and hysteria erupted. And now? We have to attack it now? Someone close to it, just hit it? Fuck. Why are you yelling at me? Why don't you do it yourself? Flicker. Hi-eek. Another corpse appeared. One of the shouting people was impaled on a desk, hanging upside down. Only the lower half of their body remained. In the terrifying silence, the remaining people turned their heads. The student by the back door was now staring intently at them. A strange smile crept across his face. Eek. Run. Get out of here. Open the door, now. The group rushed toward the front door, avoiding the student blocking the back door. But, it was already too late. Over here, arg. The person who opened the front door collapsed in shock. Standing in the doorway was another smiling student. Si Kwang Technical High School. This female student, with neatly trimmed bangs, wore the same name tag. Just go around them. Move, now. The group ran past the smiling student. And again. Flicker. The student by the front door disappeared from my sight. The hallway filled with anguished screams. One by one, the screams faded. And then, silence. Suffocating silence. The sound of labored breathing, distant cries, and the frantic stares of those left in the classroom fixed on the doors. Slowly. I said softly, scanning the room. Let's move slowly and see if anything reacts. Keep an eye on both the front and back doors. Adults, who now looked like high school students, trembled as they staggered back from the doors. Among those who had awakened in this classroom, half had fled, their fates unknown. The other half remained, or rather, they were too paralyzed to move. In the midst of this chaos, I thought quietly to myself. This is a disaster. I shouldn't have stayed still at the start. Before the curtains closed, plunging us into total darkness, I should have sprinted out alone, grabbed an emergency flashlight, and settled into a good hiding spot. I missed my chance. I had hesitated, panicked by the realization that Braun wasn't here. By now, a few people were starting to catch on to the situation. This is just like that thing. Huh? You don't know? The kind of monster that can't move while you're watching. Wait, you mean you've seen this before? Hey, why don't you get it? It's like that monster that follows you when you're not looking. As long as we're looking at it, it can't move. The voice of the person speaking was distorted by fear and excitement as they rambled on, asking if everyone had read some weird text file, suggesting we were inside a game, or wondering if this was possession. Normally, people would have ignored such wild claims, but in their panic, they listened intently. This was a progression I'd seen countless times before. And the conclusion reached by a fear-stricken group is always simplistic and extreme. In that case, we should just attack it? Destroy it? What? If we try to run, it'll just keep chasing us, no matter what. Didn't you see what happened to the people who left? They all died. Hurry. Before the lights flicker again. As if hypnotized, people started scouring the empty classroom for anything that could be used as a weapon. Brooms, chairs, mops, box cutters. No. This was a shortcut to the most typical bad ending. Wait a moment, please. Just then, someone covered my mouth. I nearly threw a punch out of reflex. Forcing myself to remain calm, I slowly turned my head to see who had silenced me. Our eyes met. It was a familiar face. Civil servant. It was an agent from the Disaster Management Bureau. Agent Ryuji-kwan, whom I'd encountered at the mountain lodge. His hair was now cropped short like a high school student's, but his features were unmistakably the same. Where had he been sitting all this time? No, that wasn't the issue here. Right. Even civil servants can end up here too. This wasn't one of Daydream Incorporated's secured and contained ghost stories. That meant it wasn't impossible to encounter someone from another agency in a place like this. But still, running into the same agent again? Wasn't he working way too hard? If you don't scream, I'll let you go. I quickly nodded with a serious expression, and the agent released me without further comment. Phew. You really do have a knack for getting caught up in situations like this, don't you? Yes. Let's just leave it at that. And, some of what that person said earlier is correct. Keep your eyes on that student mannequin at all times. Don't look away, and make sure you blink alternately. If the lights go out, immediately lower your head. Also, the agent leaned in and whispered the proper protocol, clearly well versed in handling this kind of situation. They're very sensitive to sound. That's right. These students were strongly drawn to people who screamed, cursed, or shouted. Under no circumstances should you raise your voice. Ever. I nodded slightly. But is it really okay to just let them attack that thing? Right now, your own safety is the priority. Rescuing others caught in this disaster comes second. The agent delivered the line with practiced precision. When dealing with a supernatural disaster, assume everyone involved will die, and act accordingly. This was textbook Disaster Management Bureau protocol. They prioritize identifying, sealing, or destroying the ghost story to prevent further casualties. It was a utilitarian judgment, akin to pulling the lever in the trolley dilemma without hesitation, choosing to sacrifice one life to save five. I'll let you know when it's time to run. For now, just follow the instructions I've given you. Understood? Arguing with the agent here would be suicidal. For now, I kept my mouth shut. Meanwhile, the others were already armed and approaching the student mannequin. Fuck. I deliberately asked another question to guide the agent's response. I needed to know more to make my actions seem natural going forward. But, isn't this a dream? If that's the case, wouldn't we just wake up even if we die here? That was the classic escape method from a nightmare. At the moment of death in the dream, you wake up and return to reality. Hearing that, one might think that quickly taking your own life is the best option, but that's completely wrong. Such a choice should never be made. There's something you need. That's correct, but there are conditions. Exactly. Conditions. Yes. Do you see that name tag? The agent pointed to the student mannequin. You must die while in possession of that mannequin's name tag to wake up properly. If you fail to meet this condition, if the escape conditions are not fulfilled, the explorer becomes trapped within the shadow of darkness. You will suffer undesirable effects. There are also a few other conditions for dying safely, but I'll explain them as we go. Together. Yes. Wait a second. However, the agent, perhaps interpreting my hesitation differently, gave me a look as if to say, "Don't feel bad about it." It was an awkward attempt to reassure me with a forced smile. Don't worry. There are many agents deployed here besides me. Someone will surely make it through. More than one Disaster Management Bureau agent? This really must be an overlap in exploration timing. There must have been a relevant entry in the exploration logs. I tried to sift through past records in my mind, but before I could identify any, the situation shifted. D-die. The others finally began attacking the student mannequin. And, surprisingly, crack. Ack. B blood. The Sequang Technical High School student bled, as though they were an ordinary human. The sound of bones breaking, blood spilling, and bruises forming echoed around the room. Ah! What do we do? Oh, shit. You. Fear and unease ran down my spine. However, the agent, calm as if this was routine, gestured discreetly toward the front door. For now, we should use this distraction to, That's when it happened. Figures appeared on the brightly lit central staircase visible through the open front door. 3 or 4 figures moved quietly, their footsteps muffled as they ascended. They shared a common feature. Each of them wore strange animal masks. Company employees. What's more, I recognized one of the masks. Bison. Jang Hyoun. It was the rookie from the Y Squad, with whom I'd endured the theme park ghost story. Did he get reassigned to a regular squad? It had been a while. My recent chaos had kept me too busy to track other people's transfers, but it seemed he'd survived his first 3 months unscathed. At least that's good news. But next to him, a less welcome sight. A black goat mask. It was Bexahan. Did they wake up in the same class? Both were faithfully following the company's safety recommendation to wear your mask whenever possible. I'd like to wear mine too, if I could. I wanted to check my items and use them to improve my chances of escape. Overall, it seemed the best course of action would be to separate naturally from the agent and join that group. Mr. Agan. Daydream Incorporated. Ack. Be careful. If you encounter someone in animal masks and business suits in a place like this, never acknowledge them. The agent gritted his teeth and cast a disdainful glare toward the group. They're likely dispatched from that disgusting pseudo-corporation. Avoid any involvement with them at all costs. The majority of their employees are unethical psychopaths. You must be cautious. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't let him find out who I am. Chapter 74. Chapter 74 to 74. A brightly lit classroom within the ghost story. Die. Die. Behind me, people were desperately striking at the unmoving, eerie student. Let's wait until they pass by. In front of me, the government agent glared at my fellow company employees walking by, his gaze a mix of wariness and disdain. And stuck in between them, me. No colleagues, missed timing, and the task of clearing this nightmare of a ghost story safely while pretending to be an innocent civilian to the agent beside me. The truth? I'm actually from the pharmaceutical company this agent loathes. How much harder can this get? This is insane. The employees had moved far ahead by now. I might have made eye contact with a few of them, but as I avoided their gaze, they refrained from approaching me and walked off quickly. At least that was a relief. For a moment. Flicker. The lights went out again. Hi-eek. This time, however, people reacted faster than the incoming darkness. It's not moving. It worked. I took a deep breath. When the lights flickered back on the Si Kwang Technical High School student, who had been frozen like a statue, was now lying on the floor near the back door. Why? The frenzied attacks had evidently worked. This time, even when the lights went out, the student couldn't move. Instead, it appeared to have succumbed to the accumulated violence and now lay on the floor as though dead. However, its outstretched right hand still reached toward the back door, as if trying to grab hold of it. The people cheered in triumph, holding bloodied mops and chairs in their hands. It worked. This is it. We need to run. When one student entity becomes immobilized, resembling biological death. Quickly. All nearby student entities are summoned to the scene. Ding dong dang dong dash. A death has occurred in Class 1-5. Huh. The school's announcement played over the intercom. The voice was heavier this time, somber. A slow funeral march played in the background. Now. The agent poked me in the back. Run. The deceased is first-year student Lee Wanyoal. I immediately bolted out the door. I tried to take in as much of the hallway's layout as possible while running, noting key details and pressing myself close to a nearby wall to minimize my profile. Should we press our backs to the wall? Exactly. Let us observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. I complied without resistance as the agent pushed me to sit against the wall. Then, thunk. The lights went out. 5. Through the faint sound of the funeral march came the creak of the back door opening. 4. Ayah. Ak. W. What? Kup. 3. Help. Look. 2. Screams. Short, desperate screams. 1. Silence. The funeral march continued. The moment of silence is over. May the deceased rest in peace. Forcing my trembling head up, I looked back into the classroom. I had to look. Flicker. As the lights returned, the scene came into focus. The classroom was a wreck, smeared with blood and filth. Bodies were strewn everywhere, slammed against walls, collapsed on the floor, or sprawled across desks. Ha! And among the carnage, only 2 figures remained standing. 2 Sekwang Technical High School students, frozen by my gaze. One stood atop a decapitated corpse, while the other smiled as it clutched the front door, staring at me. They'd noticed me. Damn it! Sweat dripped down my chin. I'll step back, just slightly. I'll continue to stay in view of the classroom. The agent gave a slight nod. Still keeping my eyes on the front, I groped along the wall, retreating cautiously. The reason I'd chosen this wall. Portable light source. A red emergency flashlight was mounted nearby. It was an essential tool, a portable light source capable of freezing the students even during a blackout. Absolutely necessary. However, where 3 lights should have been mounted, only one remained. The employees must have taken the others. What surprised me was that, even with Beksahan among their group, they hadn't taken all 3 lights for backup. On top of that, they'd cleverly inserted a wad of paper into the release sensor to prevent the alarm from sounding when the lights were removed. Clearly, these were experienced ghost story explorers. They had even left behind one of the crumpled papers in the empty slot. They thought that far ahead. Reaching back, I grabbed the paper. As I brought it forward, the folded back of the paper caught the edge of my vision. Dead. Not bad. I crumpled Beksahan's note, shoved it into the sensor slot as a makeshift stopper, and extracted the flashlight. With this, I had taken the first step in preparing for potential blackouts. Next. Did you grab the flashlight? Yes. Excellent. Keep it on at all times. Now, let's retrieve the name tags. The agent strode briskly toward the classroom's front door. Right up to the face of the student entity that was glaring at me. Hua. Just watching the scene made every alarm in my head scream. Yet the agent moved swiftly and tore the name tag from the mannequin's chest. Then, without hesitation, he collected the tag from the entity lying by the back door, the first one to die. I could feel my stomach churn. This is an irreversible move. When a student's name tag is stolen in its presence, that student will pursue the thief relentlessly until you die. Given that the students had already locked eyes with us, perhaps it was a foregone conclusion. No matter what, they'll chase us. Even with a flashlight, moving through this haunted school while being hunted by 2 entities was sheer madness for an ordinary person. It was a choice only a Disaster Management Bureau agent, equipped with tools and experience, could reasonably make. Still, I would have done it differently. But spilled milk is spilled milk. Thinking rationally, I had to admit being discovered by the agent was far riskier than dying within this nightmare. Not only would death here be just an unfortunate side note, but I'd likely face interrogation and an investigation. I have no choice but to trust the agent's judgment for now. Still, I had to hold my weight, at least do my part. If I'm going to act, it needs to be now. As the agent moved, I followed him into the classroom. I reached toward the student by the back door and snatched their name tag. Ugh. This was nerve-wracking. The unmoving student, frozen in place, seemed ready to whip around and crush my skull at any moment. But nothing happened, and I succeeded. As my hand trembled with a mix of relief and revulsion, I heard something. Save me. I froze. The student entity appeared to be stepping on a severed neck, but there was more. Beneath them, someone was still alive. Tears streamed down the face of the survivor, who whispered weakly, as though they lacked the strength to scream or curse. Please. After a brief but fierce internal debate, I made my decision. Sob, oh okay. I couldn't be sure since my gaze was fixed on the student entity, but it seemed like the person beneath them gave a faint nod. Slowly, I backed away and rejoined the agent. Together, we exited the classroom and began moving swiftly down the corridor. Keep looking ahead. I'll keep an eye on the classroom. Understood. The agent turned on his flashlight, focusing on the back of the entity that had been watching us from the front door. Meanwhile, I kept my eyes on the corridor, ready to freeze any new entities that might appear. We hugged the wall as we moved, ensuring no blind spots for either of us. Our movements were silent yet desperate. Finally, as the classroom faded from view, and I was certain one of the two entities was no longer visible, the agent muttered in confusion. Why aren't they chasing us? Don't tell me. A ripple of unease emanated from the agent's back, pressed against mine. Was there someone alive in the room? Are they watching the students? Yes. The agent exhaled deeply. They must have been too injured to move. You did well. During a disaster, securing your own safety comes first. Helping others comes after. Head for the staircase. We'll stop briefly by the fire hydrant. Understood. I resumed walking. And then. Flicker. The lights went out again. I'm shining the flashlight. Yes. I kept moving forward, and that's when it hit me. During the blackout just now, the person I'd given the name tag to had died. They're coming. The two entities would be leaving the classroom now. But since my job was to watch the front and freeze anything new that appeared, I couldn't look back to confirm it. The thought alone made my hair stand on end. Do not panic. You still have a chance. You obtained a name tag earlier, correct? Yes. Good. Now, you just need to commit suicide. I almost passed out. Let's do it as soon as we stop by the emergency light. You look so pale, it'd be best for you to wake from this nightmare quickly. With the name tag, there shouldn't be any issues. Wait. But there's something. I swallowed hard. I did acquire a name tag, but I no longer have it in my possession. I gave it to the person who was alive in the classroom. That's right. Earlier, I deliberately dropped the name tag on the floor so the person beneath the student could grab it. If you hold onto this, you'll wake up from this dream. Sob, oh okay. Since they have the name tag, they'll wake up safely. And they even bought us some time by doing so. The agent let out a sharp breath, heavy with frustration and stress. Then, in a more fatigued and businesslike tone, he spoke. You must have assumed I had a spare name tag. No. You don't need to give me one. That's something you obtained yourself. You need more name tags, don't you? You'll likely need to distribute them to your colleagues. That's. Of course. I wasn't saying this because I was a fool with no plan. I'm fine, really. Why? Because I never intended to acquire a name tag and commit suicide in the first place. Exploration record number 13. The log I had used as the basis for my escape plan, the wiki entry I had written, was the record of an explorer who had never obtained a name tag to begin with. I had analyzed this ghost story extensively, thinking through its variables, and had come to one conclusion. To clear this without physically dying, you need to perform a specific action without possessing a name tag. Moreover, this method allowed you to bring back the highest grade Dream Essence solution as a reward. So I have to do it? The D squad, or rather, my new squad, needed proof that I could maintain similar levels of performance even under unfamiliar circumstances. Do you know what happens if you die without a name tag? I do. Each new moon, you'll be dragged back here when you sleep. And when you wake up, you won't remember anything, making it impossible to prepare. Can you handle that? I probably couldn't, but I didn't have much choice. Ideally, carrying the name tag until the critical moment and then relinquishing ownership would be the safest strategy. But with this agent as my companion, there was no way I could obtain a name tag and later abandon it. So instead, I chose to take the risk and give it away. There will be another opportunity. Even if there were, I'd give it up again. At least as long as I was traveling with this agent. And I'll handle that opportunity myself. Don't worry, I won't ask you for anything. At this point, it was worth trying. I decided to push forward with a determined tone. We should part ways here. If you need it, I'll even give you my flashlight. I brought a high-powered flashlight anyway, along with several other tools. As long as I separated from him, I could stop pretending to be a civilian and use them. Separation was the key. Though walking alone would be terrifying, staying in this restrained state wasn't viable either. Whether it was with civilians or my co-workers, any other group would be better. I need to join a larger group. This ghost story's structure made it safer the more eyes were watching, but it grew riskier the louder things got. I need to form a party of around 4 people quickly. With my connection to Daydream Incorporated posing a constant threat, traveling with this agent wasn't an option. I needed a scenario where I could act more decisively. I'll pretend to give in and suggest parting ways. I feel like I'm just getting in your way. I'll figure things out on my own, somehow. After all, didn't you say civilians caught in disasters are as good as dead? Consider this an unavoidable situation and move on. But then, an unexpected response came. I believe apologies are in order. The agent looked at me with a resolute expression, as if he'd made an unshakable decision. As soon as you obtain the name tag, I was planning to humanely execute you. Excuse me. This lunatic. Even if you wake up after dying, to say something like that so casually, right to someone's face. Feeling cold sweat trickling down my back, I forced a smile. Ah, yes. Even in a dream, suicide isn't exactly an easy thing to do. Indeed. However, if you're willing, I'd like you to accompany me for the remainder of this disaster investigation. What? The agent spoke quickly. Temporarily, you could act as an agent. Normally, this would require approval from another agent since it isn't a solo mission, but, The agent rummaged through his pocket and handed me something. If you consume this, it will serve as an expedited authorization. I looked at the small caramel candy, wrapped in a rectangular foil, that had landed in my hand and felt my eyelids twitch. This was Disaster Management Bureau equipment. Equals 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 equals. Tangy sweet. A caramel-like chewy candy. Upon consumption, lying induces unbearable discomfort, compelling the user to tell the truth. This is a light truth verification procedure. No, this is practically a confession-inducing torture tool. If you take this and accompany me, you'll be compensated accordingly. If it's too difficult, I'll simply give you a name tag and execute you to send you back. Wow. For real? Civilian. If only I could fake eating it and stash it in my tattoo, but in this dream where I'd fully reverted to a high schooler, I had no tattoos. After an intense internal debate, I made my decision. All right. I reluctantly chewed and swallowed the truth-inducing candy. Its tangy sweet flavor caught in my throat, but I forced it down. Getting caught throwing it away or not consuming it would be a bigger problem. It would reveal that I knew exactly what this candy was. I've swallowed it. Tears welled up. But as they say, the stick is often accompanied by the carrot. To my surprise, the unexpected carrots started rolling in. Well done. Now, take this. The agent swiftly handed me something else, placing it in my empty hand. It was a metallic badge, vaguely resembling a silver heart. Huh. This is an identification badge for agents. Wearing it will allow you to receive assistance if you encounter other agents. And this. No sooner had I clipped the badge on than a small ivory-colored pistol was placed in my hand. The translucent cylinder gleamed with multicolored glass beads that served as its ammunition. It looked extraordinary at a glance. Equals 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 equals. Glass handgun. A specialized exorcism pistol manufactured by the Disaster Management Bureau. It uses custom glass beads as ammunition and is so compact it resembles a toy or lighter. This is a weapon for dealing with supernatural disasters. It should be effective against those students. Keep it with you. Wow. This was the standard issue gear for Disaster Management Bureau agents, the kind I'd only ever seen on the wiki. Like the Dream Essence collectors and masks used by Daydream Incorporated, this was iconic agent gear. And now I'm wearing it all. Somehow, I'd ended up playing the part of a Disaster Management Bureau agent. What is even happening? It was absurd, but oddly thrilling. At the same time, I had a strong urge to run for my life. But for now, there's no time to dwell on this. It's starting. Flicker. We're almost at the end of the hallway. From here on, you must also face this way. Do not, under any circumstances, drop the flashlight. I adjusted my grip on the unfamiliar pistol. They're coming. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 to 75. The agent and I pressed our backs against the wall, our gazes fixed on the hallway ahead, specifically, Class 1 to 5, from which we had just escaped. Then, I finally saw it. Flicker. On the far end of the hallway, mannequin-like figures appeared. 3 of them. Another one had joined the group. 2 male students and 1 female student. The 2 who had emerged from the classroom were drenched in blood, smiling as they looked our way, while the third, still wearing a pristine school uniform, stood motionless. When the lights were on, they looked like grotesquely realistic wax mannequins or people frozen in time in a photograph. But every time the lights flickered out, flicker, they reappeared closer to us. Again and again. Even when we moved further back. Flicker. They advanced just to the edge of the flashlight's beam. Whenever the light shone on them, they froze, illuminated in a terrifyingly close pose. They never got any farther away. Flicker. I couldn't help but imagine what would happen if the flashlight's battery ran out. This standoff would end, and not in our favor. Ha! Even as I moved carefully and deliberately, fear clawed at my mind. Eventually, we reached the dead end at the hallway's farthest point and were forced to stop. And then, ding dong dang dong dash. A death has occurred in Class 3-2. Motherfucker. The deceased is third-year student Park Cha. Please observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. Get ready. I gripped the flashlight tightly and pressed my back against the wall. 5. I quickly swept the flashlight across all 3 figures. Each time the light passed over them and returned, they were closer. 4. The agent and I divided our focus, aiming our flashlights at two of the entities. But what about the third? 3. The third one, where was it? I swung my flashlight side to side, covering every blind spot, but it was nowhere to be found. 2. Time seemed to speed up with my mounting anxiety. Where? Where could it be? Where? Ah! I whipped the flashlight downward. 1. The light revealed my feet and a blood-stained white hand reaching for my ankle. A hand in a school uniform. A Sequang Technical High School student lay sprawled on the floor, grinning up at me. The moment of silence is over. May the deceased rest in peace. Slowly, I pulled my foot back. Ha! Shit. If my reflexes had been even slightly slower, I'd be dead. I've never even played a VR horror game, and now I'm experiencing this in real life. I alternated blinking one eye at a time, making sure to never close both at once, as I slowly backpedaled. My limbs trembled uncontrollably. The agent, still glaring at the remaining two student entities, spoke. Once we leave a floor, the students from that grade level usually stop actively pursuing us. I knew that. If there were still prey left on their floor, the students would likely prioritize those over us. Let's head upstairs. Not down to the first floor. No. This mission's objective is the 5th floor, specifically the auditorium. Immediately, I recalled the announcement we'd heard at the very beginning. Students of Sequang Technical High School. The graduation ceremony will begin shortly. Please gather in the auditorium. What's in the auditorium? There's no information yet. That's why we need to investigate. Of course. The exploration logs so far are still considered early to mid-stage material in the... Few people would have willingly gone to the place announced as the meeting point in this nightmare school. And those who tried to ascend likely encountered the students and died. The higher the floor, the more aggressive, unpredictable, and intelligent the students' behavior became. And the greater problem was this. Never go to the 5th floor. It's better to die on the lower floors. Never go up. Final log of exploration record number 12. This is what happens when you somehow manage to make it all the way to the 5th floor. Ha, I really don't want to go. But the most painful part was knowing that I'd have to go there eventually, regardless. At least I could take some comfort in having a companion. But as we wouldn't make it. I needed to prepare thoroughly, and I had an idea to adjust the plan slightly. Would it be alright if we stop briefly to explore the 3rd and 4th floors as well? Is there a reason? Well, this setup feels strangely like a horror game to me. In games, obtaining key items is often essential to progress. I spoke while slowly climbing the stairs backward. I'm not sure, but if it were me, I'd start by checking special rooms like the music room, science lab, or faculty office. I'd also look into the yearbook or student records. I think there could be hints or keys hidden in objects or props. As we continued up the stairs, the distance between us and the students that had been surrounding us grew, allowing the flashlight beam to cover a wider area and keep them in check. It was only then that the agent finally spoke. Our analysis team reached a similar conclusion, that this ghost story seems to have a game-based structure. Oh. They noted how the name of the fictional high school and the structure of running and hiding from monsters are remarkably similar to a game. Ah, I thought the same thing. But it's the first time I've heard such a suggestion to focus not on monsters or people, but on objects. For some reason, the agent's eyes seemed to sparkle. Since he looked like a high school student without dark circles under his eyes, it didn't come off as out of place. Very well. Let's examine the spaces as thoroughly as we can. We'll also relay this idea to the other agents once they join us. More agents? I'd rather not. But the agent, as if excited, went a step further. Now that you're a temporary agent, we should call each other by code names. Do you have a preferred code name? Oh my god. Oh, we typically use historical materials for codenames. Non-ordinary terms make it easier to distinguish between agents. He's even letting me pick a codename. It felt like they were fulfilling every conceivable fantasy. Oh. Did I already have a codename I wanted to use for a Disaster Management Bureau agent in the darkness exploration records I'd envisioned? Yes. Yes, I do. But I had enough self-awareness not to bring it up now. It would be far too embarrassing. I'll go with grapes. A fruit. Simple and neat. I like it. For a moment, I imagined what Braun would have commented on my choice. I miss that guy a little. Pushing away the sense of loss over my good friend, I kept the conversation going. And what should I call you, Agent? My codename is Bronze. All right, Agent Bronze. The Agent Bronze smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction, almost as if he were looking at an intern. Lately, I've been getting a lot of new recruit-like treatment. Is it just my imagination? In any case, we continued checking below as we ascended, keeping a vigilant eye out to ensure no students were following us up the stairs. One of us always kept an eye on the upper floor. And finally, we arrived. 3F. The third floor, where the second years stayed. It's quiet. The students from the lower floor had naturally left our line of sight and didn't appear at the top of the stairs either. It seemed they had found someone else to chase. Still, we kept glancing back at the stairwell as we stepped into the third floor hallway. Under the bright ceiling lights, the hallway was surprisingly clean. No blood, no filth, no corpses. Not even people sitting frozen, tears streaming as they stared desperately at a student. Even the student entities were nowhere to be seen. And I thought I knew why. They've sealed the doors. Someone had already locked all the classroom doors. Chains and padlocks were even looped around some. This has to be the work of Daydream Incorporated employees. It matched our manual perfectly. Students in Sequang Technical High School uniforms exhibit some resistance to damage or destruction of school property. When not provoked, closing and locking doors quietly has been observed to render them inactive, often seated at desks. Moreover, sealing the doors like this meant any attempt to open them from inside would make noise. That noise would immediately alert others to turn and look. It's a basic safety measure. When there were still plenty of people around to restrict the movements of the student entities, sneaking around and locking doors like this would have been quite feasible. But as quiet as the hallway was, we needed to be just as silent. The students are drawn by noise. The second-year faculty office is just around the corner. Should we crawl there? A nod. With a brief whisper and nod, we ended the conversation and began moving quietly, staying close to the wall and crawling to avoid detection. Even as we moved, we didn't stop watching the corners, places like the end of the hallway or the stairwells where someone could appear silently. Cold sweat ran down my back. Just a little further, just a little more. Slowly. We just had to pass through without rushing. We had made it more than halfway when a blood-curdling scream came from beyond the hallway. No. If there's noise. Rattle. Rattle, 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 rattle. I couldn't bring myself to look up. The sound of doorknobs being rattled echoed from every locked door. The students had heard the noise too. Rattle, 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 rattle. The agent and I crawled frantically down the hallway, desperate to escape. When we finally turned to look back. Rattle. You. Fortunately, the rattling stopped, likely because the scream had been a one-time occurrence. However, I could see faint shadows of figures standing behind some of the doors, peering out. Terrifying. At least they weren't looking in our direction. That was our one saving grace. I swallowed hard. The only consolation was that we'd reached our first destination. Second-year faculty office. Turning the corner, it appeared before us. But this office was also locked up tight. Chains and padlocks secured the doors, and the windows had been covered from the inside with something like newspaper, preventing us from seeing in. It was eerily unsettling, yet I couldn't have been more relieved to see it. Please keep watch for a moment. The agent slipped a thimble-like item onto his finger, then inserted it into the lock on the faculty office door. Though the thimble didn't seem to match the size of the keyhole, it slid in easily, and the lock clicked open. Wow! Disaster Management Bureau equipment really lived up to the hype. There may still be students inside, so let's be cautious as we enter. And when we opened the door, what greeted us was completely unexpected. Quietly close the door. Quickly. I shut the door behind us. There were no students inside. Instead, about 7 people were locked in a tense standoff, glaring at one another. High schoolers wearing animal masks stood on one side, and others, holding translucent pistols, stood on the other. Disaster Management Bureau agents and Daydream Incorporated employees. They're fighting. On the table in the center of their standoff was a single fountain pen. An item. I recognized it immediately. Fountain pen of second-year student. It seemed they were locked in a standoff over who would claim it. Instead of exploring the ghost story, they're wasting manpower on this. It seemed they hadn't noticed our entrance until it was too late. Agent Bronze. Several of the agents finally spotted the codename Bronze beside me and greeted him warmly. But Bronze, rational as always, was unlikely to empathize with the situation. Let's join them. Wait, what? Before I could protest, Bronze had already stepped forward to join the agents. And as for me, the animal-masked Daydream employees were staring intently at me. Especially the 2 who recognized me. Seeing Bexahan and Jang Hyun make identical expressions was not something I ever thought I'd experience. Their eyes darted between the Disaster Management Bureau's metal badge and translucent pistol I was holding, as if silently asking, "Why are you here?" And yet, the agent called out to me again. "Agent Grapes. Gr Grapes." The agent responded coldly. "Mocking codenames. Truly fitting for a company like yours. I'm losing my mind. Come here. You should step away from the door." What now? After a moment of frantic deliberation, I made my decision. I can't bring myself to betray. Reluctantly, I stepped forward and stood beside the agent. Yes, agent. Right next to Agent Bronze. This, what is? Yes. I cannot betray. I can't betray my own survival. And so it came to this, my dear co-workers.